We are on the record at 9:03 a.m. on July 5th, 2021. Audio and video recording will continue to take place until all parties agree to go off the record. Please note that microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. This is the video recorded deposition of Melissa DeRosa in the matter of independent investigation under law, section 63, subpoint A, 8. This deposition is being held at Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, LLP, located at 1 Liberty Plaza, New York, New York. My name is Chris Bedone. I'm the videographer on behalf of U.S. Legal Support. Court certified stenographer is Patricia Bidonde on behalf of U.S. Legal Support. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel will state their appearances for the record, after which the court reporter will swear in the witness.
Good morning, Mr. Rosa. I'm Jennifer Kennedy Park. I'm with the law firm Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, but for today's purposes, I'm a special deputy, the first Deputy Attorney General of the New York Attorney General's Office.
Hi, I'm Ann Clark from the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark, and Jen, I'm also a special deputy.
June Kim, also from Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton, and appearing as a special deputy today.
Lorna Michelin, also from Cleary, Gottlieb, appearing as Special Assistant to the First Deputy Attorney General.
Sean Hecker, Sean Crowley, and Justin Horton, all from Kaplan, Hecker, and Fink for Ms. DeRosa.
Would you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Rosa.
Morning.
As I just mentioned, my name is Jennifer Kennedy Park. The New York Attorney General has appointed the law firms Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton and Vladkin, Raskin & Clark to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law 63, Section 8, into allegations of sexual harassment brought against Governor Andrew Cuomo, as well as the surrounding circumstances. You're here today pursuant to a subpoena issued in connection with that investigation. I'll note at the outset that obviously today's proceeding is being video recorded, and you are under oath. That means that you must testify fully and truthfully, just as if you were sitting in a court of law before a judge or a jury, and your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. If you would like to make a brief sworn statement today, I'll give you the opportunity to do so at the conclusion of the examination, whether that's today or tomorrow. Okay? Do you understand?
I do.
Although this is a civil investigation, the New York Attorney General's office has criminal enforcement authority. So you have the right to refuse to answer my questions if answering the question would incriminate you. However, a failure to answer can be used against you in a court of law in a civil proceeding. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. You're appearing today with your attorneys. You can consult your attorneys today about privilege matters, but this is not a deposition, and so they won't be making objections. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you can see, we have a court reporter, and we're very thankful to be in person today. So you just said a second ago. We can't say so you have to say yes or no when you're answering my questions. You can't nod because she can't record a nod. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. And you have to let me finish my question before you answer, and I'll let you finish your answer so that she can record my questions and your answers. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. If you want to clarify an answer at any point, whether it's to a question that I've just asked you or a question I asked you before, just tell me. Just say, actually, there's something I want to clarify, and we'll go back and we'll do that. Do you understand?
I do.
If you don't understand a question I'm asking, please tell me you don't understand, all right?
Yes.
There you go. I'm going to ask about some names, I'm going to ask about some dates, and some other specific information. If you don't remember a specific name, if you don't remember a specific date, I'm asking you to give me your best approximation. Do you understand?
Yep.
If you need a break, just let us know, and we'll go off the record as long as there's not a question pending. If you want to take a break, I'll just answer the question I've just asked, and then we can take a break, all right?
Sure.
No one's recording this in the room other than the videographer?
Correct.
There you go. All right. Under Executive Law 63, Section 8, the provision of which this is being conducted, you're prohibited and your counsel is prohibited from revealing anything about which we ask you today or anything about which you tell us today. If anyone asks you to disclose that information, you should let us know. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. Are you taking any medication or drugs that might make it difficult for you to understand my questions?
No.
Can you state your name, date of birth, and your current home and business address?
Melissa Dina DeRosa. Should I be looking at you or her when I answer these
So
questions?
you should really look at the
Oh, okay.
camera to the best you can, but I understand that's awkward, so we'll look at each other.
Okay. I'm at and I have 2 offices, 633 3rd Avenue in Manhattan and the New York State Capitol in Albany.
Okay, we're both talking a little fast today, so we'll both try to slow down, or the court reporter will tell us to slow down, and we'll do our best, all right?
Okay.
Okay. Have you ever given testimony before?
I have not.
Okay. Other than conversations with your lawyers, what have you done to prepare for today's testimony?
I went back and reviewed some news articles. I went back and reviewed some emails and text messages, and we did 2 Zoom prep sessions and 2 in-person prep sessions.
Are all the news articles, emails, and text messages that you reviewed to prepare for today documents that your counsel has produced to us?
Yes.
Right, you've got 2 big binders in front of you. If you can pull open this second binder right here, the furthest one to your left.
For this one to my left, so this one?
Sorry, you're right.
Okay.
And go to tab 246. Sorry, it's very big. We'll mark this as our first exhibit when you take a moment to look at it, and when you're done, just look up. Okay. Is this the testimony subpoena you received from the New York Attorney General's office?
I believe so.
Did you read this subpoena before today?
No.
Okay, so this is the first time you're reading it?
Yes.
Okay. Have you fully read it?
Just now, yes.
Okay. Do you understand that this is the subpoena to which your testimony is being taken today?
Yes.
Okay. When you turn to tab 237. Mark this as the next exhibit. Why don't you go ahead and look at it, and then when you're done looking at it, let me know.
Yes, I read this one previously.
Okay, so is this the subpoena for documents that you received from
Yes.
the New York Attorney General's office? You just have to wait for
Sorry.
me to finish. It's okay. She'll go crazy if we don't do that. So is this the testimony, subpoena for documents that you received from the New York Attorney General's office?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review this before today?
Yes.
What did you do to comply with this subpoena?
The law firm Kaplan Hecker imaged my phone. I gave them access to my personal Gmail and my campaign Gmail. All of my emails on my official executive email had been retained previously because I had been under a litigation hold. So from, I think, March 1st forward, everything had been retained. Whether or not I had deleted it in my inbox, there was a backup copy. And I gave the IT people in my office my BlackBerry to extract the pins.
Okay, so let's just back up. So your BlackBerry, was that something that was issued to you by the executive chamber?
Yes.
And you provided that to Harold Moore?
Correct.
Okay. And your phone, what kind of phone was it?
An iPhone.
Do you have any other cellular devices other than the BlackBerry and the phone?
There was a work iPhone that was issued to me 2 years ago that I never turned on and wouldn't be able to find if you asked me to. So that exists in the world, but it wouldn't have anything relevant on it, and I don't know where it is.
Okay. And the cellular phone that you provided to counsel, that was an iPhone?
Yes.
And you said you gave your counsel access to your personal Gmail and to your campaign Gmail. Do you have any other email addresses other than your executive chamber email address?
No.
Did you look through any paper files?
I don't keep paper files.
You don't keep any notebooks or journals or schedules?
No.
Your personal iPhone, did you check your auto delete feature at any point?
Yes, after we received the subpoena on March 15th, we were instructed shortly after that to make sure that the 30-day auto delete had been turned off.
And had your 30-day auto delete been turned off prior to March 15th?
I believe a couple of days prior.
How much earlier than March 15th did you turn off the auto delete feature on your iPhone?
I think it was probably around the 12th.
What caused you to turn off the auto delete feature on your iPhone?
I didn't realize that it was on, and I was talking to Harold about information that I needed to preserve for another matter, and so in that process, we realized that the 30-day auto delete was on and turned it off.
Any other documents you searched to provide in response to the subpoena?
Oh, my Twitter account. They searched the DMs in my Twitter account.
Did you give them, your counsel, access to any other social media accounts?
Yes, but there was nothing. They only have Instagram, and there's nothing related to this. And then I believe that they also went through the hard drive on my computer, both in New York City and Albany, to see if there are any relevant documents.
When you say the hard drive on your computers in New York City and Albany, are those executive chamber issued devices or personal devices?
Executive chamber devices. They're my desktops.
So your counsel, Mr. Hecker, and his colleagues went through your executive chamber hard drives?
I actually don't know if they did or if the executive chamber did.
Okay. And do you have any personal computers?
A laptop.
And what happened with that?
I gave it to Kaplan Hecker, and they imaged it.
And going back to social media, do you have Facebook,
No.
Snapchat,
No.
any of the other Snap platforms?
Nothing.
Do you use LinkedIn?
No.
Anything else we haven't covered that you did to respond to the subpoena for documents?
I think that's it.
Okay. Can you take us through your educational background, starting with university or college?
I attended Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, received a bachelor's degree in industrial and labor relations, graduated in 2004, and then I returned to Cornell University a couple of years later and got a master's in public administration and graduated in 2009.
I'm just going to ask you to slow down, okay? I can
It's just
tell.
the pace of my...
I understand, but she has to record it, and otherwise we're going to make her day very difficult if we don't slow down. Okay. Other than the master's from Cornell, do you have any advanced degrees?
Nope.
Have you taken any advanced courses?
No.
Can you outline your employment history for us, starting with your first position after graduating from Cornell in 2004?
I was a fashion publicist out of school for a year at Theory, which is a fashion house here in New York. My rebellious phase. I then worked for Bolton St. John's, which is my father's firm. I was there for a year. I worked for one of his partners on a couple of campaigns, a Transportation Bond Act initiative and a congressional campaign. I then worked for, as a campaign manager for a woman running for Congress in upstate New York, at which time I was doing that while simultaneously attending graduate school and going back and forth. And at the conclusion of that campaign, I became the Director of Communications and Legislation for Public Affairs from Cordo and Company. After that, I was named New York State Director of President Obama's political organization in New York, Organizing for America. After that, I was named Deputy Chief of Staff to the Attorney General when it was Eric Schneiderman. I served as his acting Chief of Staff for a brief period of time, and then I became Communications Director for Governor Cuomo. In 2015, we amended my title to be Communications Director and Strategic Advisor to the Governor. The next year, I was named Chief of Staff, and a year and a half later, Secretary to the Governor. I also serve as the Chairwoman of the Council on Women and Girls.
When did you become the Communications Director for the Executive Chamber?
April 2013.
just make sure I got this right. In 2015 is when you became, you added the title, I think you said strategic advisor?
Yeah, in January of 2015, strategic advisor, and then I believe that December is when I was named chief of staff.
December of 2016.
I think it was 2015
Okay.
or January 2016.
Tell us about how it is that you became the communications director for the executive chamber.
I had known Governor Cuomo for years, just through political circles. I knew a lot of his top staff, so I was on their radar. When he was running for Attorney General and won, they actually tried to hire me to come in and be Director of Intergovernmental Affairs. Joe Percoco and Josh Vlasto and engaged me on that. I declined because I had an offer to be Deputy Chief of Staff to the Attorney General, and I thought that I would get more high-level experience being, fewer chiefs situation. And so I declined that. And then 2 years later, when the position for communications director opened up, they reached back out and recruited me. And it was an offer I couldn't pass up.
When you say they reached back out, who reached back out?
Josh Vlasto, Joe Percoco, and Larry Schwartz.
And you say it was an offer you couldn't pass up. Why is that?
Being communications director to the governor of the state of New York is, for me, growing up in politics and always sort of dreaming at being at the center of the political world was something that I couldn't say no to.
Tell us about the interview process.
It wasn't an interview process. I was recruited.
In the recruitment process, did you meet with Governor Cuomo?
No, not until after I accepted the job.
How long was the recruiting process?
I want to say it was probably like a week and a half. They needed an answer quickly because their communications director was leaving, and if I wasn't going to take the job, then they were going to move on to other options. I had already been working for the state, and so the background review process was able to be expedited.
What was your starting salary as communications director?
I think it was commensurate with the woman who had the job before me was paid.
Did you negotiate that salary?
I believe I said I expect to be paid what was paid.
Did you talk to anybody else as part of the decision-making process?
What do you mean? Like I consulted with family,
Other than family, did you talk to anybody else?
friends, reporters.
And which friends did you talk to during that recruiting process?
I spoke to who was the Attorney General's chief of staff when I was deputy chief of staff. I spoke to who served as communication or campaign manager to the governor's 2008 run. People like that who just were generally in politics.
Anyone else you can remember talking to during the recruiting process?
Like college friends, girlfriends.
And what did you talk to Nick about?
I asked him if he thought that it was a good idea.
And what did he say?
He thought that I should stay in the Attorney General's office and be like the youngest chief of staff to the Attorney General, and that I would have a lot more room to run and grow, and that if I went over there as communications director, I could get pigeonholed. And in my time in the AG's office, I had grown to be much more than that. And so he thought that I should stay and do that versus going to be communications director.
So he was trying to convince you to stay.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
No.
Okay. And you said, or just, I think you said, what did you talk to her about?
I mean, same thing. What do you think? And she said it's going to be, a lot of work. It's 24/7. It's very intense. He works really hard. He expects everyone around him to work really hard. Although I was always sort of hardwired that way, so that wasn't something that dissuaded me. That was something that excited me.
Anything else you remember she said?
No.
Did either Ms. or Mr. Cuomo say anything about working with Larry Schwartz
No.
or working with Joe Percoco?
No.
And you said
Not that I recall.
said you spoke to some college friends. What did you talk to the college friends about?
What do you think? What should I do? They were like, of course you should do this. This is the kind of thing you've wanted your whole life. Like, you're not a lawyer. being chief of staff in the Attorney General's office, not as a lawyer, like you're ultimately going to, reach a ceiling, and what's the point? So go be in the governor's office. It's what you love. It's what you care about. So they encouraged me to take the job.
Anyone discourage you from taking the job?
No, other than
And you said before you took the role as communications director that you had known Governor Cuomo for years. When was the first time you met Governor Cuomo?
I mean, in rope lines and things like that from the time I was a kid. One instance that I remember meeting him in a more substantive way was in 2008 when I worked for, they threw a fundraiser for him at the Capitol Grill, which was a very small event, 20 people, sit-down lunch, and so it was a real opportunity to exchange ideas and hear from him on his philosophy of governing and get to ask questions.
And that was in 2008, you said? That was the first substantive interaction you had with Governor Cuomo? Were you seated at his table during that lunch?
There was only one table.
Okay. What do you remember him talking about?
I remember him talking about challenging bureaucracy. I remember him talking about how broken Albany was. It was like very clear back then he was thinking of running for governor. So he talked a lot about his vision for moving Albany forward and the dysfunction and on-time budgets and legislation that would just wane on for years and years. And that he believed that Albany is sort of where good ideas came to die, and that didn't have to be the way. And he talked a lot about his time in Albany in the 80s with his father and how government can be a vehicle for good. And if you get smart, dedicated public servants, the sky is the limit. It was very inspiring.
Did you say anything to Governor Cuomo on that occasion?
No, I just listened. I was a kid.
How old were you?
In 2008, I was
Who else was at your table?
It was the partners at the firm and some clients. So, and some other partners, or some other clients of the firm. I can't tell you specifically who, I don't recall.
Were you actually introduced to the governor on that occasion?
He went around and shook hands with everyone. It was a very small event.
And after that event in 2008, when was the next time you had a substantive interaction with him?
In 2010, my father hosted an event for him, and I re-met him again at that event and had a pretty lengthy conversation.
When in 2010 was that event?
I don't recall the month, but it had to be it was before the election. It had to be like August, September of that year.
Okay. And you said you had a substantive interaction. Tell us about that interaction.
I was serving as New York State Director for Obama's political organization, and so I was point person between the White House and the DNC and also the state party here in New York. We had just done Obamacare, and so we had a lot of marginal congressional members who were being challenged. This was in the Tea Party rise. And so it was my job to sort of be the go-between the political eyes and ears and run the campaigns uniformly for the White House. And so I had access to a tremendous amount of polling information. I knew a lot about what was going on the ground in a lot of these like marginal areas, and he was running for governor. So we started talking about that, and I started telling him what I was seeing on the ground and where I saw trouble and how I thought the trend line were going to go, or where people were not just going to vote down ballot, but potentially vote across ballot. And so we just had a very political conversation.
How long did that conversation last?
Probably like 10, 15 minutes.
What was the entry price to attend this fundraiser?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how much was raised?
No.
When was the next substantive interaction with Governor Cuomo?
He called me a couple of days later to follow up on that conversation.
Where did he call you?
On my cell phone.
How did you get your cell phone number?
From
How do you know that?
because he texted me and said, Stephanie Benton just asked for your phone number. I think the Attorney General is going to reach out.
Did you know who Stephanie Benton was at that time?
I knew that she was the Attorney General's executive assistant.
And when was this outreach on your cell phone from the governor?
It was shortly after that event. I don't remember specifically.
And he called you on your cell phone, and how long did that conversation last?
Probably about 10 minutes. He wanted to make sure that I was talking to his campaign, which was being run at the time by the late, and also the state party coordinated effort, which was being done by, so that all of the resources were being shared and information shared, and that they were being helpful to us, that we were all working together, which I was happy to do. And that was actually how I met.
Did he try to recruit you during that call?
No.
You have an amazing memory of these occasions. Did you, were there documents that you looked at that refreshed your memory about these moments?
No.
What's the next substantive interaction you had with Governor Cuomo?
President Obama was coming to a GE plant in Schenectady, and I was the lead on the ground for the event. And it was shortly after the governor had been sworn in, and so I was charged with sort of corralling all of the elected officials and making sure that the event went smoothly in coordination with the White House. And I saw him at that event and chatted with him and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Schumer. It's like the first big event after President Obama was sworn in New York.
So that makes this one.
January of 2011.
And you said you chatted with Governor Cuomo at this event in January 2011. What did you chat about?
He asked me what my plan was if I was going to go on the presidential reelect campaign, which was sort of the natural question at that moment.
And what was your answer?
I had been offered to be the deputy national political director, but it meant relocating to Chicago, and I didn't want to do that. And I thought that it was exciting that Eric had just been elected attorney general and that he was in the governor's office, and so I thought that there could be an opportunity for me closer to home.
Did you talk to Governor Cuomo about that opportunity?
I just said that, basically, that I didn't think I wanted to go to Chicago, and I wouldn't have a choice if I wanted to take that role.
Did he try to recruit you then?
He said, why don't you come work for us? I'm sure that there's something in our operation. We're staffing up right now. Talk to Josh and Joe and see if there's something that makes sense.
Did you do that?
Joe Percoco called me shortly afterwards and asked me if I would be interested in Director of Intergovernmental Affairs.
How long after the meeting with the governor at the event in January 2011 did Mr. Percoco call you?
A couple of days.
And tell us about the conversation with Mr. Percoco.
He just said, hey, reaching out, following up. I know you spoke to the governor at the event in Schenectady. Is it something you might be interested in? I think you could be great for it.
And what'd you tell him?
I appreciated the outreach and the follow-up, but I had actually accepted an offer in the intervening period for the Attorney General.
Did he try to persuade you to change your mind?
Oh, come on, you want to be in the governor's office? That's where the real stuff happens. We're going to do marriage equality. We're going to tame the beast in Albany, kind of thing. And I was like, I appreciate that, and hopefully down the line I won't miss an opportunity to join the team later on. But right now I think this is what's best for me.
So you're leaving the door open a little bit.
Yeah.
So after the meeting with the chat with the governor in January 2011, what's your next substantive interaction with Governor Cuomo?
I believe it was the following year, in 2012, we were negotiating iStop, which is this prescription drug package. It was a big initiative for the Attorney General, and I was his point person on negotiations. And so it became pretty clear pretty early that if I wanted to get it done, I had to win the governor's office over. And so I worked with Jim Malatras, who at the time was his policy director, and Larry Schwartz, who was secretary to the governor, and sort of brought them along and said, this is something that we could do together. People don't generally think of our offices as working well together. Here's an opportunity. And they agreed. And so Jim Malatras and I together worked on that. And through the course of negotiating that legislation, I would be in Jim's office. The governor would walk in occasionally and say, hello, how are the negotiations going? Just small talk.
How did the negotiations go?
Great. We passed the package.
How often were you in meetings with Mr. Malatros or Mr. Schwartz during that time where the governor popped by?
I would say it's sporadic. I mean, I was in meetings with Jim Malatros constantly, but it was like, it was incidental. Like if he happened to be passing through, and he would stop in and just make small talk.
And which office were the meetings in?
Jim's office.
In 633?
No, up in the state capitol. During legislative session, typically we're in Albany, and then non-session days we're in the city.
Where is Mr. Malatros's office in relation to the governor's office?
Across the hall.
So after the negotiation of ISTOP, when's your next substantive interaction with the governor?
I don't think again until they recruited me to come over in 2013. I'm sure that I saw him at events and said hello, but nothing that stands out.
When you joined as communications director, what was your responsibility?
I oversaw the second floor is shorthand for the executive chamber, the second floor's press operation, and I was also responsibility for the communications of 56 state agencies and authorities. I would hire and fire PIOs at the agencies. It was my job to do overall strategy, rapid response, press. If we were trying to pass a massive piece of legislation, it was my job to win over the editorial boards and push back on detractors and make the best argument. I spoke to reporters frequently.
You said PIOs at agencies. Can you tell us what PIOs stands for?
Public Information Officer. I apologize.
It's okay. Did you have any responsibility for hiring or firing anyone else other than the PIOs?
No. I mean, within my press shop, sure, but not outside of communications.
So within the communications team, you had hiring and firing authority?
Yes.
Okay.
And that was deputy press secretaries, press secretary, deputy comms directors, assistants.
What about the briefers? Were they part of your responsibility and oversight?
No. I didn't interact with the briefers really at all.
And then you said at some point you added strategic advisor as a title.
Yes.
What was your responsibility as strategic advisor?
They didn't really change. It was more a reflection publicly that my role was broader than just doing comms. I had a very predominant role in what issues we would take up during State of the State or during the legislative session. I would run a lot of the campaigns, be point person. And so the thought was that if we tacked that on, it was reflective of the fact that I was his strategic advisor, but also that in the outside world, people would be more responsive and recognize that my role wasn't limited to communications.
Did someone have the role of strategic advisor before you?
No.
It was a new role created for you? Mm-hmm. You gotta say yes.
Yes, I apologize.
It's okay. How did it come about that you were going to get this newly created role?
Fred Dicker did a New York Post column at the very end of 2014 as we were transitioning from term 1 to term 2, and he wrote that it was rumored that I was leaving the administration. And so the governor and I spoke about how best to rebut that rumor. And I said, I'm happy to just say that I'm staying here. But I said to him, I would also appreciate it if you entertained me adding on this additional title to my role. I want to continue to grow. I'm more than just comms. I was, Eric's chief of staff. I was state director for Obama. Like, I don't want to just be pigeonholed in comms. And so if we did that, it would not only say I'm staying here, it would affirmatively, also, send a message that I wasn't going anywhere. So it's not just that I'm not leaving this minute, but that I'm not going anywhere.
So creating the role was your idea?
Yeah. Creating I was still comms director. It was comms director and strategic advisor.
Sorry, creating the title was your idea.
Mm-hmm.
Had you talked about the creation of that title with anyone else before you raised it to Governor Cuomo?
It was actually an idea.
And you said there was a New York Post article with a rumor that you might be leaving the executive chamber. Had you been considering leaving the executive chamber?
No.
So no truth to that rumor?
No, but Fred Dicker doesn't really care about the truth.
So So you added the title of strategic advisor, but your duties remain the same.
Largely, yes. It was more actually reflective of what I was already doing.
And when you were the comms director, did you do the role more expansively than the prior comms director? So these strategic responsibilities you're just talking about, were those responsibilities the prior comms director had?
Every comms director does the job a little bit differently, but yes, I would say that who had the job before me, who's now the VP at CNN, Rich Bamberger, who had the job before her, like he was a TV guy. So they were much more focused on tell the story, who's the victim, how do we, the most compelling way convey the message. And I think I was much more tactical, strategic, hand-to-hand combat with the reporters. These are the issues we should be focusing on. The party's shifting this way. We should get there first. It was just a different approach. But I think that was also because traditionally my role was larger than, oh, I'm sorry, can I go back? I forgot when I was in my resume, I served as Deputy Press Secretary to Nydia Velázquez as well. So I'm sorry.
What year was that?
2006. It was right after the Democrats took back the House. So there was some comms in my background, and when I worked for Cordo and Company, it was Director of Communications and Legislation. People knew I had very good relationships with reporters, but I wanted to be more than that.
There were any reporters at that time you didn't have good relationships with?
I mean, you always fight with certain reporters.
Who were the certain reporters that you were fighting with?
Fred Dicker.
Anyone else other than Fred Dicker?
I mean, Brendan Scott occasionally. He was also a Post reporter, Liz Benjamin. But, when you say fight with, it's, hand-to-hand combat, and then everybody goes out and has a drink afterwards.
I'm not a comms person, so I don't know when you say hand-to-hand combat, I don't know what you mean.
It's, everyone has a job to do, and they want to write a story, and it's your job to shape the story or kill the story, and so a lot of times that can be contentious.
And then after you took on the role of strategic advisor, you became secretary to the governor, is that right?
Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff, sorry, to the governor. How did that happen?
The role had become open. It was first held by who was viewed largely as like a political communications person in the administration. Then it was held by Josh Vlasto, who had been press secretary and also, did a lot of politics. And so I thought that it was the next natural step for me, following sort of the same path as the two males that were before me. And so I asked for it.
When you say you asked for it, you asked Governor Cuomo for it.
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, do you think it's going to disrupt the team at all? How will Jill feel about it? How will Joe feel about it? How will feel about it? And I said, I don't know, but I'm happy to have those conversations with your blessing. I don't want to do anything to sort of disrupt the apple cart, but I think I've earned it. And he said, have some conversations, and if you still feel like it's what you want, then I'm on board.
What is your understanding of why the governor thought it might disrupt the team?
Chief of Staff is a very tricky title in our administration because really the Chief of Staff is the secretary to the governor. Chief of Staff in our administration was more focused specifically on executive operations, politics, comms, advance, like that side of the world, not just running, when you're Chief of Staff to the governor, you run all the agencies. You're responsible for the agencies. You're responsible for the working of government. Chief of Staff is sort of a unique carved out role. So when people would get that title, sometimes it ruffled other people's feathers because they would think, oh, are you my boss? Or where does this put me in the world vis-a-vis you? And like any organization, you have to manage, egos.
So did you go and talk to Jill, Joe, and...
I did.
All right, tell us about the conversation with Jill.
Jill was excited for me. She was like, congratulations, absolutely, you deserve it. I'll do anything I can to support you.
What was her title at the time?
I think that she was, at that point, director of scheduling, but Joe was just about to leave, and she was going to take Joe's title, which was executive deputy secretary.
And what about the conversation with Joe?
Joe thought it was great. I mean, he was leaving, and so I think he wanted to make sure that he could leave feeling good that the organization was fully intact and running in a way that the governor could rely on. And I think that he viewed me as someone who was very steady that would help that transition.
think you said. Mm-hmm. Tell us about that conversation.
I had just been named secretary. I had known since I was a kid. I had actually gone to him for advice out of college for like what to do with my life. And he had always sort of been a mentor to me, and he said that he thought that it was the obvious next step and a well-deserved title that would suggest more about what I was doing and more reflective of my value to the organization, and that I should absolutely take it.
Did you talk to anyone else about taking the role of chief of staff?
No.
So what happened?
Well, I mean, I like my husband.
Other than your husband and Jill, Joe, and did you talk to anyone else about taking the role of chief of staff?
I don't have any specific recollections, but I'm sure I talked to my sister. I'm sure I talked to my best friend, you know, like people like that.
Anyone else in the administration?
No.
Did you talk to Stephanie Benton about it?
No.
Josh Vlasto?
He wasn't in the administration at that point.
Did you talk to Josh Vlasto about it?
No.
Rich Bamberger?
No.
Steve Cohen?
No.
Larry Schwartz?
No.
So after you have those conversations, you take the role, is that right? Did you go back to the governor to tell him about the conversations? And what did he
Yes.
say?
I said I had the conversations. Everyone's really supportive. I'm excited. They're excited. If you really feel like it's okay, it's an opportunity I would like.
And what did he say?
He said that's great. It was a moment of transition. Who had been our budget director was departing. We had just successfully recruited Robert Mujica to come in as budget director. And so we thought we could announce those two changes at the same time.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
So what was your official start date as being chief of staff?
I think it was December of 2015 or January of 2016, in that range.
And as chief of staff, who reported to you?
So there's the, like, who was supposed to report to me versus the in practice. As I took that job, Jill got elevated to deputy executive secretary, which had been Joe's role. And traditionally, the chief of staff did more of the like personnel, hiring, but Jill had been training to do that under Joe, and so she kept that portfolio. I took legislative affairs, intergovernmental affairs, communications, and policy. And she kept coming from, you know, she had been the director of scheduling. She took briefings, advance, staffing, personnel. And so we sort of split the responsibility.
So in your oversight of legislative affairs, comms, intergovernmental affairs, and policy, were you responsible for hiring and firing of people who served in those roles?
Yes, I certainly had a role in it. I wasn't, you know, it depended on what level, obviously. I wasn't involved in every hiring and firing.
But ultimately, you had say over who got hired and fired into those teams.
I certainly had input, yes. I mean, there were some times I would not feel like they needed my input. There were some times when I felt like I wanted to have a say.
But it was up to you whether you had the say or not had the say.
Yes, not solely up to me, but up to me.
Okay. Then,
Secretary to the governor is the person that has the ultimate say in those things. So if he wanted to exert himself, and I deferred a lot to Jill.
okay. So Secretary to the Governor ultimately has responsibility for hirings and firings in the executive chamber.
Yes.
Does that include transfers as well?
No, I mean, when I say ultimately has discretion, it's like they're the ultimate boss, so they can have the discretion. But the secretary, like, I can't imagine was involved in any hiring or firing decisions or transfer decisions. I feel like it's a role you can sort of defer or you can interject depending on whether or not you see fit. But Joe was primarily the person that did the personnel decisions. And then when he left, that became Jill. And then we have an appointments secretary who right now is, who previously was held by a number of people, others, and they play a role in those decisions as well.
Okay. So when you were serving as chief of staff, the Secretary of the Governor had ultimate oversight over hiring and firing, but on a day-to-day basis, that was handled by Jill DeRosa.
Correct. And then the state operations director is the person that's chiefly responsible for the agencies. And so, you know, if we're hiring a DepSec or if you're hiring a commissioner, generally speaking, you defer to those people, to the state operations director. It was Howard Glazer. Now it's because those are the people that they manage. They'll oftentimes ask for your input or sit for an interview, tell me what you think, but you defer to their judgment.
So then you become secretary to the governor. How did that happen?
Had told the governor he would serve for 2 years. His 2 years were coming to an end. And sort of, I imagine how it is in other organizations, you find your replacement. So he came to me and said, you're the obvious choice. You should take over as secretary. I want to recommend to the governor that you become secretary.
Anything more said in that conversation?
I told him I didn't want the job
Why not?
because every time that I have moved up in my professional career, there is a focus on my father, and it's attention that I don't like. And I knew that going from chief of staff to secretary, because it's such a big job, because my father is who he is, that it would all become about him.
You said in the past that the focus had been when you had been promoted on your father. Can you give us some examples of that?
When I was named acting chief of staff in the Attorney General's office, the New York Times did a write-up, and they described me in 2 sentences. The second sentence was, she's the daughter of powerful Albany lobbyist. Whenever people wrote articles about anything that I was doing, they would always tack on a line. Sorry, I get emotional about it. Tack on a line about who my father was. And
Do you want
Do you want to take a break?
to
Ms.
take
DeRosa?
2 minutes?
It's okay. I'm okay.
so anyways, it was unwanted attention.
And when you told me, are you sure you don't want to take a break? When you told me that you did not want to take the position because the focus would be on your father, what did he say to you?
He said that in life, if you were going to advance, you had to be prepared to take hits and keep going. And that if you showed people who you were, that's all that would ultimately matter. And so, he wanted to push me to do it. I'm okay. I'll get it together. Give me just 1 second.
Did you talk to anyone else about taking the position or not taking the position?
Yeah, my husband,
Other than, did you talk to anyone else about it?
my father.
Okay. And tell us about the conversation with your father. Yeah.
He thought I was crazy not to do it. He was like, you would be the first woman secretary, you've earned it, you're smarter than everyone, you wake up earlier, you run faster, you jump higher, you would be crazy. This is one of those things you get in life, and then, you always have that.
Did that change your mind?
It was encouraging, but I still wasn't completely sold. And then I had a conversation with the governor and together where they sort of tag teamed me, and they were like, you're going to do this and you're going to be great.
All right. Tell us about the conversation that you had with the governor.
They were saying that I was they were like, you aren't an option, you are the option. You already in a lot of ways play the role internally. People respect you. When you speak, everybody listens. You're so assertive, you have good judgment, you look around and you can see where the policy is going, you know how to move legislators, you know how to deal with press, this is what you should be doing, and then you do this, and for the rest of your life you've done this, and you don't have to do it forever, but it's something that you really can't pass up.
Did you raise in front of the governor the concern about your father and the focus on your father if you took the role?
He and I have had many conversations about that over the years.
Okay. And tell us about
It's not
this.
all that dissimilar to his situation with his father. So he's another, voice who always says to me, you can't spend all of your time worrying about how people are going to judge you vis-a-vis your dad.
Anything else you remember the governor saying during that conversation?
No, they were just very supportive.
Other than being concerned about the focus being on your father if you took the role, did you raise any other concerns about taking the position?
Well, for a half a second, I was like, oh, I already work so much. I'm going to have to work so much more. But that was sort of like a joke because there was no way to work more than I already was working. It was just going to be a little bit different.
But did you say that, though?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they say in response?
You're young. This is when you're supposed to work. Public service has a shelf life at a certain point. You go into the private sector and make lots of money, and you go on vacations and you read a book, but that's not what you're supposed to do at this point in your life.
I can't tell whether you're telling me this is what the governor said to you, Or this is what you're saying about your view? So
No, this is what they were saying
Okay.
to me.
All right. So how does the conversation with the governor end?
I said, okay, I will do it. And, celebrated because he got to go back to Blackstone and get on a plane to Bermuda.
Did you negotiate salary at that point?
No, actually said to me, you're going to be getting the salary that I have.
And what was the salary that?
I don't remember. It was like, but it wasn't a discussion. It was like, you will get the salary that I have.
You didn't ask for more than he got?
No.
Do you remember talking to anybody else about that, other than the people that we've talked about taking the role of secretary to the governor?
No, I mean, frankly, it was a very small circle because I didn't want it to leak. So
How long between the first ask and you saying, okay?
a couple of weeks. It started like in the middle of March probably, and I think I accepted the middle of April, and we announced at the end of April.
And what changed going from chief of staff to being secretary to the governor?
There was a lot more focus on the agencies, which I didn't really love out of the gate, in terms of, all of a sudden I'm thrust into negotiating the capital plan for the MTA and dealing with New Jersey on Port Authority matters, dealing with DEC and DOH when Hoosick Falls happened. It became a lot less about the day-to-day on the governor's movements and hit the events and the comms and the politics and a broader shift to the actual running of government.
Did you still have legislative affairs, intergovernmental affairs, policy and comms reporting to you?
No, those went under Jill. I'm sorry. I think first Linda got that title, and then we named Jill chief of staff when Linda went to DFS. So for a short period of time, Linda became chief of staff. And I actually think when Linda became chief of staff, we sort of redid the roles and we shifted those over to Jill as deputy executive secretary. And then a short time after that, Linda became the head of DFS, and we promoted Jill to chief of staff, which was a very well-deserved promotion.
When you say Linda, you mean Linda Lacewell.
I'm sorry, Linda Lacewell.
And you say we promoted. When you say we promoted, who do you mean?
I mean the organization writ large, but I consulted the governor on those moves, of course.
And was that in your capacity as secretary to the governor, consulting him on those changes?
Yes.
Okay. So is that part of the role of secretary to the governor?
Yes. Not always, but I mean, we were talking about the governor's chief of staff. Yes.
So high-level changes in roles?
Yes.
Okay. So any other aspects of being secretary to the governor that we haven't covered?
No, I mean, it really is just you're responsible for the day-to-day functioning of government. I don't really know how to be more specific than that. It's not really, it's like being chief of staff to the White House.
Maybe we can flesh it out a little bit. Who did you report to?
The governor.
Who reports to you?
The chief of staff, state operations director, senior advisors, policy director, and the deputy executive secretary.
Who doesn't report to you?
Everybody else.
Who does that include?
So the DepSecs, which a DepSec is a deputy secretary. They each have a portfolio. So there's like a DepSec for Health and Human Services, and they have aging, OTDA, DOH, and they all report up to them. So it's like there's 56 agencies. So it's broken up by portfolio, and then those commissioners report up to a DepSec. The DepSecs then report to the state operations director, and the state operations director reports to me. And I had comms director, which wasn't necessarily
So just hold
traditional,
on,
but,
let's pause there. So actually the DepSecs do report to you
well, no, they
Through-
report to,
through the state operations director?
yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who
Do you mean
doesn't
direct
have a
reports or?
What?
Do you mean direct reports as opposed to indirect reports?
anyone who doesn't have a chain of reporting that ultimately goes to you?
Everyone does,
Okay.
except council,
Who does council report to?
directly to the governor. And Stephanie Benton, or executive assistant.
She reports directly to the governor.
Yes.
Are there any council roles that reported to you?
No, it all flows up through council's office. And that's a statutory position.
What's the protocol for being in communication with the governor?
What do you mean?
Right, so is there a protocol for communicating with the governor?
I don't understand the question.
Is there a protocol for getting a meeting with the governor?
You would ask, like, is our current chief of staff. If she wants a meeting with the governor, she will ask Stephanie, she'll ask me, she'll ask the scheduler. You go to one of the people that talk to him the most directly, and you say, this person's requested a meeting. In a perfect world, it all flows through the scheduler, but that's not how it always happens.
Okay, so the other ways that it happens are you can either go through the scheduler, you can go through you.
You go through the secretary, you go through the scheduler, you go through Stephanie, who's his executive assistant. But ideally, the protocol is you go through the scheduler to avoid mayhem.
Do you
I'll
always-
do one-offs, but
Say that again?
said I'll do like one-offs, but it's not. You can't run an operation like that.
What's a one-off?
The head of the AFL-CIO calls me and says, I really need to get the governor on this Teamsters bill. Can you get me 5 minutes? And I'll go directly to him and say, who really wants to talk to you. Can you squeeze in 5 minutes? And he'll say, yeah, tell him I'll call him in an hour. And then I will tell the scheduler and say, FYI, I had this conversation, so at noon he's planning to call. But that's not the way it's supposed to work.
Anyone else who can do that? Anyone else who can do a one-off?
Anyone else can, in theory, do a one-off, and sometimes people do. The way that the governor functions is he's a very flat manager. So if he runs into a deputy counsel in the lobby of 633 and that person raises the subject with him and says, Governor, I really want to make sure you have this thing on your plate, he'll say, great, let's set up a meeting on that. You know, call Jill, and then I'll get a call from that person's boss and say, I'm so sorry, this person saw the governor, asked for this thing, it's totally not baked. Like, can we undo this, or can we do a meeting quickly to try to get ready for it? But he will, you know, if given the opportunity, he'll engage with anyone. But it becomes mayhem if you run an organization like that.
But that happens
It does,
often,
not often, but it happens.
regularly.
Sometimes.
What do you mean by
I wouldn't say regularly. I would say it is the exception, not the rule, but it happens.
by exception? How often?
I don't know, once a week, once every couple of weeks.
So if you want to get a meeting with the governor, you can have a one-off, right? You run into the governor and you ask for a meeting or raise a topic he's interested in. You could talk to Stephanie Benton, you could talk to you could talk to the scheduler. Any other way to get a meeting with the governor?
Those are the ways, but again, like, if someone went to who's our chief of staff and said, I really need 10 minutes, could, because she speaks to him all the time, raise it with him directly. We just as a team try to keep each other informed or do it in a uniform way to avoid craziness.
So we just added the chief of staff as someone who you can go to get a meeting with the governor. Anyone else?
I mean, when you say can, like, again, like any senior staff person, if were to see the governor, she could say, you know, we really need to do a meeting with DOT. She doesn't traditionally. And if she did, she would tell us beforehand or flag it right afterwards. It's not the usual way. But there are people that have access to the governor. Robert Mujica, chiefly, Beth Garvey.
So in the normal course of events, if someone on the senior staff said they wanted a meeting with the governor, said we should talk about X with the governor, they should inform the scheduler afterward?
Yes. We do staff meetings every morning at 9 a.m. And traditionally on those calls is a time where who runs the call right now, or I used to do it when I was chief of staff, Jill did it when she was chief of staff, will say, does anyone have anything that they need to raise with the governor? And that's supposed to be the opportunity when people say, I really need to get a meeting with him on X, Y, or Z, or I saw this person at an event and they really want to talk to him. You know, I'll delegate it down, but I think he should know that that person wanted to reach out. And then the scheduler is responsible for going to him and saying, these 5 people want to meet with you. And that's generally done, you know, on that call, we'll say, no, that person doesn't need that meeting. Melissa will call them back, or Robert will call them back. But we'll all sort of agree as a group which things actually need to be raised to him, so you keep the knucklehead stuff off his desk. And then it will go to him through the scheduler or through the chief of staff.
What are the roles that attend the everyday 9 a.m. staff meeting?
It's a senior staff meeting, so it's comms director, it's legislative affairs director, it's policy director, it's state operations director, it's council, it's budget director. I join when I can, which is sort of how it's always been with the secretaries. Secretaries like join when they can, so not every single day.
Anyone else attend those meetings?
The scheduler, Stephanie, tries to join when she can.
Anyone else?
I may be missing somebody, but not that comes to top of mind. Press secretary.
So we just kind of talked about the way in which you get a meeting with the governor. What's the protocol for staffing the governor?
It's sort of changed over time, but generally speaking, it was always Jill. I mean, whether she was scheduler, whether she was chief of staff, whether she was first deputy secretary, it was primarily, or whether she was, executive deputy secretary. She was chiefly responsible for, I mean, we have a saying, it's like in our office, you change jobs, but it's like you take your responsibilities with you and then you just get more responsibilities. That had always sort of been Jill's role since she was scheduler when I first got there in 2013, and that was never really a role that she shook. So, we do a staffing plan for any event. If we do a meeting, you ask the governor who he wants in the meeting, or you ask the meeting lead who would be the appropriate people to be in that meeting, and then you run it by the governor to make sure he's comfortable with that. But it was really Jill who always did it, and now it's who has taken over for Jill since.
Maybe we should step back and define staffing the governor. So when you say staffing the governor, what do you mean?
I mean, for any event that you do, there's a staffing plan. So who's the advance person? Who's the press lead? Who's the lights person? Who's the sound person? Who's the body person? Who's the person on the ground who gives him the acknowledgement card? There's a full staffing plan. In terms of staffing him, like in the Capitol, it's traditionally Stephanie, and then she has a couple of assistants who sit outside of her desk in Albany, and one person who sits outside of her desk in New York. And it's generally Stephanie, and then with the support of whoever those people are.
And if the governor needs coverage or staffing outside of, from the sort of executive assistant perspective, outside of normal working hours, recognizing that maybe there aren't normal working hours, how does that happen?
So there's always like an on-call list. I've never been directly involved in how it happens, but from what I understand, they will ask, the briefers, anyone who's generally around, who's available this weekend or who's available after 7, in case you need somebody to either jump on the phone with him and take dictation or go staff him while he's writing a speech. And so they sort of self-select into who's available. I know some people prefer to do it because they have overtime and it's more money. And then some people are just happy to do it because they live around the corner. They are all friends with each other. And so I think that they try to coordinate with one another to be respectful of each other's personal time.
How'd you come to this understanding?
Just osmosis.
And when you said you mean?
Yes.
When you said you mean?
Yes.
Do you have any role in staffing the governor?
No.
Have you ever had input into who is going to staff the governor?
No, except if he's doing like a PowerPoint. The governor has a tendency of, in my opinion, caring about things he shouldn't care about. Like, is available. That kid works every weekend. Don't make him work this weekend, to which I say, but is the person who's best at PowerPoint. So with all due respect, I'm going to overrule you because it will make my life and everyone else's lives easier if he is the person working with you. So if there's a situation like that, I may potentially intervene, but otherwise, no.
So sometimes the governor has input into who's going to staff him.
Yeah, he'll say who can jump on the phone. I think that there are some people he's more comfortable with than others based on their skill level, based on their past performance. If somebody doesn't do a great job once or twice, he's not going to ask them back. And then, he is also like very wary. It's the same thing with the mansion staff. Oh, I hate to have them working this weekend. Let them go home at 3. It's their job. No, but they have families. He tries to be sensitive to other people's schedules and personal lives. And so if Stephanie says, or Jill says, so-and-so is available this weekend, he'll say, we work all the time. Don't find somebody else. Give them the day.
How many times does that happen?
It happens. I wouldn't say it's like an every week occurrence, but it certainly happens.
How do you know about it if you're not involved in staffing?
I'm CC'd on pins with the draft and confidential that go out every night. And so generally those conversations that happen on those pins.
We haven't covered this, but what's a pin?
A pin is a direct message from BlackBerry to BlackBerry.
Have you had a BlackBerry your entire time as secretary to the governor?
I've had a BlackBerry my entire time in government, when I worked for Eric and the entire time I've worked for the governor.
Did there come a point in time where some people in the chamber switched from BlackBerries to iPhones?
Yes.
And you kept your BlackBerry, is that right?
Yes.
Who else kept their BlackBerries?
Anyone who communicates with the governor.
And why is that?
So we were changing over from BlackBerry to iPhone because allegedly, although I just think Harold makes it up, the BlackBerry server was going to come down. So it was no longer going to be an option. So they started to transition the chamber and the agencies from BlackBerries to iPhones in anticipation of that change happening. The governor is very technologically inept. The thought of having to train him on a new device was something that all of us were very apprehensive about. So we said to Harold, when is the drop dead that the governor has to change over and leave us, like those of us who communicate with him on a regular basis, with BlackBerries, and then when he actually has to change over, we'll all change over. So they issued us those the iPhones. That's what I mentioned to you earlier, but I have never turned it on. So me, Robert Mujica, Beth Garvey, Rich Azzapardi, Peter Jamian before he left, Stephanie, the scheduler. There's a handful of senior staff that kept their BlackBerries with the anticipation of when the governor switched over to the iPhone, that's when we would all switch over to the iPhone. But Harold was bluffing, and the iPhone server was not going down, and so we still have them. Although as recently as a month ago, he tells me, for real this time, it's happening soon.
You say Harold was bluffing, and then I think earlier, so you didn't trust Harold's advice on this point?
I mean, I love Harold, of course I do, but he kept saying that the BlackBerry was going to stop working one day, that one day we would turn on our BlackBerries and they wouldn't work. And I was like, okay, Harold, well, when that day comes will be the day that we move over to the iPhone.
Other than the governor being technologically inept, is there any other reasons that he and the team, the senior staff, kept their BlackBerries?
No.
Why does the governor use PIN messages?
It's a secure way to communicate.
And by secure, what do you understand that to mean?
It doesn't go across servers.
And what's the advantage of it not going across servers?
Well, we have had several hacks at my time being secretary to the governor. Just before COVID, for example, an agent of the Iranian government actually hacked into the New York State server. Our technology is terrible. Harold has been trying his best to transition all of us over, but it's very vulnerable. And we communicate on highly sensitive topics routinely. And what Harold had told us always was that the pin-to-pin was the most secure way to communicate. So if, God forbid, there was a hack, it wasn't something we had to worry about.
So how do you tell staff that they should communicate confidential information on PIN? How does everyone know that?
It's not confidential communication. It's like instead of texting, you PIN. If there's a document retention policy that the state dictates on certain documents that have to be retained. It's mostly official memos. But beyond that, there's no requirement to save anything. And so it doesn't matter, unless you're under a litigation hold or you're involved in a lawsuit.
Sorry, maybe I didn't make myself clear. So you were saying that the reason that you wanted to use PIN messages, or the executive chamber uses PIN messages, is because they're more secure and to prevent confidential information from being hacked.
And just generally sensitive information. You're communicating with the governor. You're communicating with the budget director.
Right, and so how did staff understand what they should and should not communicate over PINs versus what they should communicate over email?
Well, people that were communicating with the governor primarily communicated over PIN. If I was communicating with Jill or Rich or Peter or Stephanie would maybe send a pin. A pin has a different noise and a pin stands out. I get inundated with thousands of emails every single day. And so the pins were sort of easier to flag. And when they came in, it was more like, this is an internal communication you need to respond to quickly.
Okay, so now I understand you guys are using pin messages both because they're more secure and because the noise is more obvious. Is that right?
It's not just that, but it's like for me, for my organizational stuff, like when I see my email, I'll see 2,000 emails and I may not scroll through them. If I see a pin, I'll look at it immediately because I know it's Jill or Peter or Stephanie or the governor or somebody communicating and it's something I should get back to.
Right. Circling back, though, so what I was asking about is you explained to me that you're using pin messages because you were concerned that other modes of communication were not as secure, correct?
No, I said it is a secure mode of communication.
Okay, but then you gave me the example about the New York State server being hacked, right?
Right. I understand you guys don't like pins.
I didn't say I liked pins or I didn't like pins. What I'm trying to understand is when you're using pins because they are more secure, what is the executive chamber communicating about the use of other communications devices?
Well, there's a lot of people that don't have BlackBerries, and so you just use emails. Some people use text message. You're not supposed to use your personal email in order to communicate about government-related matters, so that's supposed to stay on your executive email.
Okay, and so when people are using emails, are you giving them instructions about being sensitive around the kind of information they communicate over email?
I'm not giving anyone instruction over what they're communicating over email.
Is there any guidance given to anyone in the executive chamber about using email?
When
and
you
being
first come in, you get a-
Sorry, and being sensitive to issues around confidentiality.
When you first come into the chamber, you have a, what is it called? You go through an orientation where you do a training, and then every year, I believe that there's a training that you get on ITS matters. But people are responsible to understand the document retention policy and what memos or what specific things have to be saved and archived, and otherwise you're sort of free to do whatever you want.
Okay, you're free to do whatever you want. So you're explaining to me that the concern is that you have a concern that if you don't use your BlackBerry, it's not as secure. So
I
what is-
understand that
what- can I
using the
finish
BlackBerry
question?
is the,
Mr.
well, because
Mr.
I think you're
Assistant.
mischaracterizing what I
Let me
said.
just finish the question, okay? Yeah, let me
Why
just
don't-
finish the question. So,
And when you finish this question, can we just take 5 and we'll go in like an hour and 15?
So you said that you're using the BlackBerry because it's more secure. So I'm asking, did anyone in the executive chamber do anything to communicate to executive chamber staff how to use less secure forms of communication to protect sensitive information?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. So you told me that you were using the BlackBerries because they were more secure, right? And you were concerned that information that wasn't on the BlackBerry could be hacked, for example, right? Right. So what did the executive chamber do to communicate to people about using communications devices other than BlackBerry PIN to keep them secure?
I don't think anything.
Okay. And did anyone in the executive chamber, for example, tell anybody there are certain topics you shouldn't communicate over email about because they could be hacked?
I know that the health, like certain agencies have concerns about certain sensitive information with identifying numbers for like DOH, for example. I know the tax department has certain restrictions over what they'll send over email and not send over email. But it's traditionally something that's involved in someone's personal identifying information, which if were to get out into the public could be very damaging.
Okay. Did anyone in the executive chamber explain to anybody what topics they should communicate about using PINs and what topics they
No.
and what topics they could communicate using other communications methods?
No, it's just the standard. If you're talking about government things, it should be on your government device. It should be through PIN, it should be through your executive email. And then to the extent that you were texting about it, you had to be prepared to have to turn that over, like all of your texts over, because our executive BlackBerries don't have text message. The function is disabled, so there is no ability to text on that. So inevitably, I mean, you can choose not to, but a lot of people text on their iPhone, but you're told that if you do that, you have to be prepared that should there be a FOIL or should there be litigation that you have to turn your iPhone over.
Did you ever give any instructions to anyone on topics that they should not use email communications to communicate about?
Not that I can recall specifically.
Did you ever give anybody instructions that they had to use BlackBerry PIN messages to communicate about certain topics?
No.
We can take a break.
Thanks.
Time 10:19 a.m. News Media 1 off the record. Time now is 10:31 a.m. This begins Media 2 on the record.
Mr. So before the break, we were talking about your role and what you did or did not have oversight of. What was your role as secretary to the governor with the PSU?
The PSU primarily works with the scheduler and Stephanie. It's largely a coordinating function, where he's going, when he's going, we need the helicopter. You know, we should have a driver on standby. And I talked to, when Vinny Strafacci was the head of the PSU while I was secretary, I would chat with him regularly when I saw him. I don't have any oversight function of the PSU, but I would see them obviously constantly.
As secretary to the governor, did you have any role in any of the hiring decisions for the PSU?
I don't think hiring decisions, I think that they sometimes will run things by me and say, we're going to do this, and I'll just say, okay. But I'm not making decisions about the PSU.
What kinds of things would they run by you?
There was a period where there was a lot of transition on the PSU. There were a bunch of members who wanted to go do investigative work, and so they were relocating them. And Vinny would say, for this position, I've got this person, they've staffed a bunch of events before, if you saw them, you'd know them, just talking through what the changes were. But I don't know any of them, individually enough to ever really weigh in a meaningful way.
Was there any issue with PSU that you ever weighed in on in a meaningful way?
I don't think so.
Any transfer decisions you ever weighed in on?
I don't think so.
Any firing decisions you ever weighed in on?
I don't think so. I was the head of the PSU for a period of time, and when he said he was going to quit, I tried to convince him to stay longer because I was concerned that there wasn't enough transition time to get somebody properly trained up, so I had a one-on-one conversation with him. But otherwise, nothing that comes to front of mind.
Any policy decisions you ever weighed in on?
I don't think so, except when COVID happened, of having the governor drive himself and how they would leave the cars and sanitize the cars before he got in.
And tell us about what is the change with the governor driving himself.
The governor used to be driven by a PSU member, and it would be a PSU member and another member of the detail in the car, and the governor would sit in the front seat. When COVID happened, obviously we were trying to limit the governor's exposure to anyone. And so the governor started driving himself, and I talked to Vinny about, when a trooper would drive a car to someplace where the governor would then get it, that they would wipe down the steering wheel and wipe down anything that anyone could have potentially touched, because early on it was especially we were unclear on the transmissibility of the virus.
Did Mr. Strafacci object to the governor driving himself?
Strafacci? No.
Was there any debate about the governor driving himself?
Not that I recall.
Do you have any input in any policies regarding how long someone had to be in service before they could join the PSU?
No.
Are you aware of any changes that were made to the policy regarding how long someone had to be in service before they could join the PSU?
Only because of a press inquiry.
Okay, and what was that press inquiry?
There was a Times Union press inquiry back in December, and they raised exactly that point, which I was unfamiliar with. And I believe the answer was that there had been a change that was made in a prior administration.
And what was the change that had been made?
I think it shortened the length of time that somebody needed to be a member of the state police before they could be considered for the protective unit.
And when you say prior administration, what do you mean?
Like the Patterson administration or the Spitzer administration.
And how did you come to understand that the prior administration had shortened the time you had to be in service before joining the PSU?
Because in the context of that press inquiry, I asked and Vinny Strafacci.
And what did they tell you?
I don't remember if it was or Vinny who told me, but they said yes. There had been a policy change years prior on the length of time that someone had to serve in order to be considered for the PSU.
And they tell you what year that change was made?
I'm sure they did at the time, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
Did they tell you why that change was made?
No,
Did you ask them?
no.
What information was conveyed back to the Times-Union reporter?
The Times-Union reporter was calling about a particular detail member, this woman. And they had a source that said that the governor saw her on a bridge and then said, hire her. So I called Vinny and said, what happened here? We have to get back to this reporter.
And what did Vinny tell you?
Vinny said, that's not what happened at all. There was an event, I don't remember if it was like an RFK event or a Kosciuszko Bridge event. It was some event in the city. It wasn't like they saw, like the way that the Times-Union reporter portrayed it was like you saw someone at a traffic stop and you were like, hey, like, you know, chickie, get in the car kind of thing. He was like, no, it was an event that there was in the city. She was a lead trooper on the ground. I think she was a member of Troop NYC, which is the state police troop in the city. And that she had been on the ground doing the event. She had done the advance work and she had done the event work that day. And that she was really talented and direct and spoke assertively and had like a great presence about her in terms of like being able to understand where the governor was going to move and how the troopers needed to move in response to that. And that she was very good and that Vinny said at the time we should hire her.
So Vinny told you it was his decision to hire her,
Yes,
and he's the one who recommended her to get hired.
yes.
And what was her name?
I don't know her last name. I believe she's still on the detail.
Still on the governor's detail.
Yeah.
And what year was this?
I think, in like best of recollection, and again, this is like in the context of getting information for a press inquiry, so this isn't from my original memory. I think it was 2018. And I think Vinny said that at the time he had said to me that he wanted to do this, and I said, great, more women on the detail. There's, you know, absolutely no diversity or gender balance on the detail. So if you think this person is great, great.
So after the Times-Union reporter called in December of 2020, Mr. Strafacci told you that he had consulted you about her hiring.
Yes. He said, I told you about it at the time, and you thought it was great to increase the gender balance.
And what was the connection between and this policy change I was asking about?
I don't think there was any connection. The Times-Union believed that there had been a change made for that purpose, and it became pretty clear that they had a source who was feeding them bad information. And once they understood that, they didn't run the story.
Anything else Mr. Strafacci told you about?
No.
Did he tell you how many years she had been in service prior to joining the PSU?
No, and I didn't ask. I got the information that was relevant to respond to a press inquiry and didn't have any further discussion about it.
It wasn't relevant how long she had been on PSU when one of the questions being asked was whether there was a change in policy.
She met the criteria.
You just wait till I finish
Sorry.
because she's going to go crazy
Sorry.
if we don't do that. So whether there had been a change in policy shortening the time someone had to be in service before joining PSU.
It wasn't relevant because the change in policy had occurred in a prior administration. So the way that the source had been conveying it to the Times-Union was like to appear nefarious, as if there had been a policy exception made for this one person, when in reality that change had been made years prior.
Anything else you remember about the conversation with, I'm going to call him Vinny for ease of this discussion, with Vinny?
No.
Okay. You said you spoke to him as well. What did you speak to him about?
I don't recall. I just remember, like, anytime we have incoming about the state police, I make sure that the head of the state police is aware. But I don't think that he just became the head of the state police, and so I don't think he had any specific information about it. I think it was Vinny had the information.
Why were you handling this press inquiry?
Rich as a party came into my office and said the Times-Union just called about this issue, and it made me really mad.
And why did it make you mad?
Because I thought it was sexist.
Why'd you think it was sexist?
Because the perception I had was that some trooper went to the Times-Union and tried to say that this woman only had her position because she was attractive. And so I said, let's get Vinny on the phone and get the facts. And Vinny gave me the facts. And when I learned the facts, I got even more angry.
Did you convey that to the Times-Union?
I did.
What'd you tell them?
I said, you don't have your facts straight. This woman, from everything I hear, is strong, smart, incredibly qualified, and does a phenomenal job. And you guys are trying to reduce her hiring to being about her looks. And that's what men do. If there's an attractive woman seemingly near any male-dominated field, you assume it has something to do with either their attractive level or who they're sleeping with.
That's what you said to the Times-Union?
Yes.
And what'd they say?
Casey Seiler actually agreed and that said he wasn't going to run the story, that clearly they had a bad source.
Did you look for any documents related to the policy around how long someone had to be in service before joining the PSU?
No.
After that phone call with the Times-Union, have you had any other conversations about that policy?
No.
Have you looked at any documents about that policy?
No.
After that call from the Times-Union, have you had any conversations with anyone else about a trooper named?
No. Only with counsel.
No, she's not asking about that.
Oh.
Other than conversations with counsel, have you had any conversations with anyone about a trooper named?
No.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
At the time, did you talk to the governor about the inquiry?
About the press inquiry?
Yeah.
I notified him after it was dealt with.
After they had reported back?
After Casey told me that he wasn't going to run the story, I told the governor what he said to me, what's going on? I hear you getting animated in your office, because our offices are like connected through a suite. And he said, what's going on? I could hear you getting animated. And I said, this is so crazy. The Times-Union called, and then I spoke to Vinny, and it was that I gave him a summarized version. And then the governor called Casey Seiler.
Himself?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
He said, don't get mad at Melissa for being so amped up. This is one of those topics that sends her off a cliff, and they had a nice talk about the holidays. It was like, I only know that because then Casey called me back and said it's an unusual day when you're the bad cop and he's the good cop.
Did you talk to him about the way in which this trooper was hired?
No, it was more of a just straight retelling of this is what happened. And this is what Vinny told me, and I dealt with it, and the story's not going to run.
Did he say anything about how he was hired?
No, he just said, get Casey Seiler on the phone.
And that's the extent of the conversation that day?
Yeah,
How about after that? Any conversations with the governor about?
no, there wasn't a reason. I hadn't even, remembered who was until the press inquiry.
Have you seen her since?
If is who I think she is, I think I saw her. We had an event for a bill signing on the 10th anniversary of marriage equality, and I think she was at the event.
Have you ever spoken to her?
I'm sure in passing, hello, goodbye, but I'm not like a small talk person.
Thanks.
Why don't you turn to tab 160 in your binder. Let me mark this as the next exhibit. Do you want to take a look at it?
I'm familiar with the article.
Okay. If I'm right, this is an article in the New York Times from May 14th, 2020, the title of which is Who Can Say No to Cuomo? His Top Aide, Melissa DeRosa. Did you speak to any reporters in advance of this article being published, about this article?
Ruth LaFurla I spoke to. I did an interview.
Did you know that Liz Smith was being interviewed by Ms. LaFurla?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Because Ruth asked who was managing the article, for friends of mine, colleagues who knew me well that she could speak to.
Did you speak to Ms. Smith in advance of this article being published about the article?
Yeah.
And tell us about that.
I just said thank you so much for talking to her. I really appreciate it. I'm nervous about this piece coming out, and I'm grateful that you're talking to her.
Did she tell you what she told Ms. Furla?
I'm sure that she did, but the specific conversation doesn't, it wasn't anything so significant that I recall.
Were you involved or consulted about any fact-checking on this article?
After the fact, when they ran it, there was a mischaracterization of my husband's role at Uber, and so we talked about how to get that fixed. And the press person from Uber called the Times, and they updated it.
In advance of the article being published, were you given a preview of the article?
No,
Were you consulted in advance of the article being published about any fact-checking for the article?
no.
Did you work with anyone in advance of this being published on the fact-checking?
I don't know what you mean by that. I did an interview, and then they pulled from the interview, and they clearly had done like a clip job on other stories about me. And if they had questions, they worked with me. And if she had a question about something, she would ask me.
Who's
Used to work for us. She does communications, social media. She's a good friend. She worked for us a few years ago. She left the administration, and then during COVID came back to help.
When you say us, you mean she worked at the executive chamber?
Yes.
And where does she work now?
She's currently not working.
Other than the mischaracterization of what your husband's role is at Uber, were there any other factual inaccuracies in this article?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Okay. In this article, Liz Smith is quoted as saying, if you're an Albany lawmaker and you get a call from Melissa DeRosa, you're essentially getting a call from the governor. Is that accurate?
I mean, that's a perception from people.
Is that accurate?
No, it's not accurate. But some people, I think, have that perception.
And what's not accurate about it?
The governor and I are not the same person, and if the governor is calling you, the governor's calling you. If I'm calling you, I'm calling you. It's not the same.
Have you ever made a call that the governor didn't know about?
Sure.
Okay. Did you ever make a call that you lied to the governor about?
I don't think so.
It goes on in the bottom of the article to say, it is not easy to match his confidence. You see that sentence? Oh, you have to go back to the first page. Yep. Confidence.
Sorry, where are you
It's not
pointing?
easy. The second
Yeah.
paragraph from the bottom. It's not easy to match his confidence, his sense of control during those briefings, but she does, Ms. Smith said. She is by no means a yes woman. As you may imagine, he does not relish hearing no. Is that an accurate description of the governor, that he doesn't relish hearing no?
I think that any person in power, there's a give and take. But I actually think that the governor takes criticism, constructive criticism, well and asks for it all the time. He actually doesn't like people who just yes him.
Who does he take constructive criticism from well?
Senior staff people that he respects, outside advisors who he respects, longtime friends.
Then why did, when Ms. Smith said, as you may imagine, he does not relish hearing no, why didn't you correct that as factually inaccurate?
It's a quote. I mean, you would have to ask her about it.
Did
I don't
she
know that the
preview
governor
for
ever
you
read
that
this.
she was going to say that?
No.
If you turn to the next page, the second paragraph from the bottom. It says, Ms. DeRosa is known to be unyielding in her support of the governor. Is that an accurate characterization?
I am very supportive of the governor, yes.
Are you unyielding in your support of the governor?
I don't know if I'd use that characterization, but
How would you characterize your support of the governor?
I'm very supportive of the governor. I don't really understand the question.
It says,
I understand what it says, but I don't really understand the question. I'm very supportive of the governor.
You can put that by under his head.
We're not going to talk about Karen. She's right there on the page.
Talk about Ms. Hinton later today. In the executive chamber, you talked earlier about receiving training, right, when you join the executive chamber. What kind of training do you receive?
When you first come on board, you do like an onboarding and you get a training on all kinds of different topics that's required.
Who does the onboarding?
Lauren Grasso does it now, but I think she's had that job for a couple of years. There have been different people who've had that job over the years.
Who did your onboarding?
I don't remember.
And what does the training cover?
There's ethics training, there's ITS training, there's sexual harassment training, and the trainings have grown over the years as we've added additional components. There's now like a gender identity training.
So now you just said that the onboarding includes sexual harassment training. Is that right?
Yes,
So when you got onboarded, did you get sexual harassment training?
yes.
Okay. And tell us about that training.
It was so long ago. I don't remember if I took it on a like on a video at that point, or if I used there's like a packet that they give you that you read, and then you certify that you've read.
And you don't remember when you onboarded which one you did?
No.
Have you ever done the video training on sexual harassment?
I've done the video training on ethics a couple of times. I don't remember if I also did the sexual harassment one early on, but certainly not for a few years.
Do you understand that the sexual harassment training is a yearly requirement?
Yes.
Have you completed it every year you've been in the executive chamber?
I believe that I have, although I know through this process that they don't have records of everything. But I don't know if that's because I didn't do it or if it's a record retention issue.
When was the last time you did the sexual harassment training?
In May.
When do you normally do the sexual harassment training?
There's generally a deadline, and our assistants are pretty good about standing over you until you do it. So whenever you're coming up on the deadline, you get constant reminders.
What's the deadline?
I actually don't know.
Is it at the end of the year?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Who would know?
Lauren Grasso?
So was the deadline in May?
No.
Did you do sexual harassment training in May of this year?
Yes.
And why'd you do that?
The assistants had all of the different trainings printed out, and they were offering them up to people, and I said, I should just get this done now.
Did you understand why the assistants had all of the trainings printed out?
I think that people were becoming more aware of everything, obviously, given this situation, and we didn't do any trainings in 2020 because of COVID, and so I think that there was a bigger push earlier on.
Did you have any role in the executive assistants bringing out the sexual harassment training and other trainings in May of this year?
I don't think so.
Did you instruct anyone to do the sexual harassment trainings in May of this year?
I don't think so.
Were you involved in any conversations in which it was discussed the need to do sexual harassment trainings in May of this year?
I don't think so.
You said, I think, that there's a video option and then there's a paper option.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me who gets to do the paper option and who does the video option?
I believe senior staff gets the option to do the packet that you read and then certify.
Okay. And why does senior staff get the option to do the packet?
Because everyone's schedules are so fluid that when they schedule the trainings, there was this constant issue of people missing them, and so this was a way to ensure that people were absorbing the material or reading the material if they couldn't make one of the trainings.
The video sessions have to be scheduled?
The video sessions are scheduled, yeah.
You can't just click and do it at your leisure?
I have no idea, but early on I know that they were scheduled. And to this day, like the ethics one, for example, like there's a scheduled time slot when you could do it.
Okay. And to your understanding, the sexual harassment trainings are also on some sort of schedule?
Yes, I think so.
Were you a part of the decision to offer the sexual harassment training to senior staffers in paper form?
I don't think I was a part of the decision. I think maybe I was notified, but I'm not even sure what year it happened.
You told me earlier you thought there might be a paper trail problem with you doing your sexual harassment training. Why don't you turn to tab 146 of your binder? We'll mark this as the next exhibit. Tab 146 is, it looks like your certification from January 4th, 2016 for the sexual harassment training is right.
It appears that way.
And on that date, you certified that you had read the course material, is that right? Mm-hmm. And that you had completed the learning activities. You see that?
I see that it says that.
What learning activities did you complete?
I don't remember.
Have you ever completed learning activities as part of sexual harassment training?
I don't remember.
Have you completed any surveys as part of sexual harassment training?
I mean, I remember reading the scenarios, like this person says this person says this, and then you read through the questions. Is that what you mean, or is it something separate than that?
Did you do that? Did you read through scenarios and then read through questions about those scenarios?
Yes.
And did you have to pick the answers for those questions?
You, like it says like yes or no, and then you just continue to read.
Okay, and in the reading, does it tell you what the right answers are to those questions?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that on January 4th, 2016?
I believe so. If that's what was required in that year, I know that I have done that.
Okay. Why don't you turn to the next tab, is 147. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. This appears to be your certification at having done two trainings. One is the mandated training on sexual harassment in the workplace, and one is on equal employment opportunity rights and responsibilities. Is that right?
It appears that way.
Okay, and this is from December 14th, 2016. Do you see that date? Mm-hmm. Okay. Tell me, what did you remember about the equal employment opportunity rights and responsibility training?
I don't remember from 2016.
Do you remember ever having taken it?
Yes.
And what do you remember about the content of it?
It's about employee fairness and how you treat one another in the office, and you make sure that you're not discriminating.
And was there a question and answer part of that training?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything that was different about this sexual harassment training than the one you took in January of that year?
I don't remember.
You go to tab 245. We'll mark this as the next exhibit. This is a certification from May 5th, 2021, signed by you to the 2021 mandated training program on sexual harassment in the workplace. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is the training we were just talking about that you took in May of this year. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember reading the course material?
Yes.
And how is that course material any different than course material you studied previously on sexual harassment?
I don't remember.
And do you remember what the learning activities were for this course material?
It was the questions.
The hypotheticals
Yeah.
you were just telling me about?
Yes.
Okay. There's no certification that's been produced for training for you for the years 2018 and 2019. Did you take sexual harassment training in 2018?
I think so, but there's no record of it, so I can't be certain.
Okay. And how would the record have gotten lost?
I don't know.
Did you take sexual harassment training in 2019?
I think so.
And there's no record of it. Do you have any idea what happened to that record?
No idea.
Do you have an actual memory of taking the training in 2019?
I have memories of my assistants every year coming in and saying, we have to make sure that this gets done. So I don't know why it wouldn't have happened in those 2 years.
And are your assistants responsible for making sure you sign the form after you've completed the training?
I don't know that they're responsible for it, but they've like taken on that responsibility.
And who does the certification go to?
I believe to Lauren Grasso.
Any reason to believe she threw out your certification?
I don't know that there was meticulous attention to record retention or that it didn't happen. But I find it hard to believe that when these things come around and everyone is very focused on we have to meet these deadlines, that it wouldn't have happened.
So you believe the training happened in 2018 and in 2019?
Yes.
Didn't happen in 2020, right?
No.
And why didn't it happen in 2020?
In COVID, we suspended a lot of the mandated rules and responsibilities around these trainings.
And why did you do that?
Because we were battling a global pandemic and no one had a minute to breathe.
When was it that suspension lifted?
I don't remember.
Who was involved in the decision to make the suspension?
Beth Garvey, and I'm sure myself.
And who was involved in the decision to lift the suspension?
Same.
And tell us about why you made the decision to lift the suspension.
Well, it wasn't a specific decision to lift the suspension. As COVID improved, we just began lifting all kinds of suspensions unless they were absolutely necessary to fight the pandemic.
And do you remember when the suspension on training was lifted?
No.
You ever talk to the governor about the suspension on training?
No.
You ever talk to the governor about lifting the suspension on training?
No.
What do you know about the governor having taken sexual harassment training?
Similar situation. I know that every year we have to do the trainings, and I know that Stephanie would go in there and make sure that he read the packet and sign the certification.
How do you know that?
Because I've gotten the question in the context of press inquiries.
Okay. And what was the question?
Did the governor take a sexual harassment training?
Okay. And who did that come from?
I don't remember originally. It may have been Nora O'Donnell.
And what did you do to find out the response to that inquiry?
I asked Stephanie and the governor
Okay. And what did Stephanie tell you?
that every year she would get a reminder about the trainings and that she would make sure to print them out and give them to him, and that he would review them and then sign them, and then she would give them to whoever, whether it be Lauren Grasso or whoever had her role before that.
Did she watch him review them?
No.
Okay. And what did the governor tell you?
That every year he would get the trainings and that he had to read a packet and sign something.
Did he tell you that he did in fact read the packet?
Yes, he said he believed that he didn't remember a year when he didn't have to do that.
And he said, did he tell you that he recalled the packet containing sexual harassment training?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you
all of the trainings. I mean, we generally do them all at once.
Did he tell you anything else about the sexual harassment training?
No.
Who went back to the reporter?
I don't remember if it was me, Peter, or Rich, one of the three of us.
And what was the reporter told?
That he completed the sexual harassment training.
Was there any discussion about whether the governor had signed his own certification or someone else signed it for him?
No.
That question wasn't raised by the press?
I don't think so.
Was that something you talked to Ms. Benton about?
No.
Is it something you talked to the governor about?
No.
Have you talked to anyone about that topic?
I don't think so.
After the question from Nora O'Donnell on whether the governor did his sexual harassment training, has there been any other discussions you've been a part of about the governor doing his sexual harassment training?
No. Again, like anything on this topic, I feel like conversations were had around the context of incoming press inquiries.
I'm not sure. What is that in response to?
You're asking about if there was ever any other conversation around this. So I think the only other time there could have been conversation around it is if there was an additional press inquiry, but the answer didn't change.
Okay. Was there an additional press inquiry about whether the governor
I
had
don't
done his
remember.
sexual? We just can't
Sorry,
talk over
sorry,
each
sorry.
other. Was there an additional press inquiry about whether the governor had done his sexual harassment training?
I don't remember, but there very well may have been.
Okay. Other than press inquiries, were there any other conversations you were a part of about whether the governor had done his sexual harassment training?
No. Not that I recall.
You ever seen the employee handbook?
Yes.
Do you do training on the employee handbook?
I don't think so.
Does the equal employment opportunity training that we just looked at, does that cover the employee handbook?
I don't remember.
Who's responsible in the executive chamber for making sure that the employee handbook is complied with?
I don't know.
Do you have that responsibility?
No, I think that it's personal responsibility.
Everyone in the executive chamber either directly reports to you or indirectly reports to you, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't think you have responsibility for ensuring that the employee handbook is complied with?
No.
Why don't we turn to tab 153? before we look at the handbook, does the governor have a role in making sure that this handbook is complied with?
I think that when you get the handbook, you're supposed to certify that you have read the handbook and that you will live up to the responsibilities therein, I think.
Did you do that?
8 years ago, probably. I don't think it's something we do annually. I think
happens.
it's something you do onboarding.
I apologize for interrupting you. It's something that happens when someone is onboarded to the executive chamber?
I believe so, yeah.
And what is done within the executive chamber to make sure that people do in fact comply with their obligations under the employee handbook?
I don't think that that's how the world works. Like, there's not one person standing over someone's shoulder saying, we have to make sure that you're adhering to every single one of these things. You're supposed to read it and take your own role and personal responsibility to make sure you're adhering to it.
Is there anyone who has responsibility for ensuring that the employee handbook is complied with?
I don't know.
Is there any sort of compliance function within the executive chamber
In which regard?
in ensuring that the handbook is complied with?
There's lots of things in the handbook. Like, what specifically? There's an ethics officer. There's somebody, you're supposed to clear things through counsel. You're supposed to clear things through JCOPE. I mean, there's not one person that's charged with standing over someone's shoulder and making sure that every line in this book is adhered to. No.
So there are people who have responsibility for ensuring that parts of this handbook are complied with. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay. And who are the people who have responsibility for ensuring that parts of this handbook are complied with?
Well, really, it's primarily yourself.
I think you just told me that it was. Let's back.
Yeah, there's a
There-
counsel. If you've got
Hold on just a second. I think what you just told me, there's an ethics officer, there's counsel, but now you're saying it's primarily yourself. So again, who has responsibility for ensuring that parts of the employee handbook are complied with?
You're asking an open-ended question when they think that there are specific answers. So there's someone that's supposed to make sure that you do your trainings every year. That's Lauren Grasso. It's supposed to be that if you have a potential conflict, that you run that through counsel's office and that you get the okay through counsel's office, and if that needs to be taken through JCOPE. So there are different pieces, but I think ultimately people have personal responsibility. Because it's not as if the counsel's standing over your shoulder saying, did you do this, did you do this, did you do this every day?
I'm not asking about someone standing over your shoulder. But you said that Lauren Grasso has responsibility for certain aspects of the handbook and that the counsel's office has responsibility for certain aspects of compliance with the handbook. Is there anyone else or any other function that has responsibility for ensuring compliance with aspects of the handbook?
And just before answering that, you may just want to look at the table of contents so you can see if that prompts a thought about whether there are people who have responsibility for aspects of this.
These are all of the different trainings that get broken out every year. I think it's generally that a supervisor is supposed to make sure that your employees are adhering to these. There's not like a one-stop shop.
Okay, so supervisors have responsibility for ensuring that the people they supervise comply with this handbook. Is that right?
Yes,
Are you a supervisor in the executive chamber?
I am.
Okay, so you have responsibility for ensuring that the people you supervise comply with this handbook. Is that right?
Yeah.
What did you do to ensure that the people who you supervise complied with this handbook?
If an issue came to my attention, I would make sure that it was addressed.
Can you give me an example?
No,
No issues have ever come to your attention that raised.
not top of mind.
Can you wait for me to just finish the question? Because then she's really going to get mad. There are no examples that come to your mind of issues that were raised to your attention that called into question whether this handbook was being complied with.
Not top of mind.
Who's
I don't know.
You've never heard the name?
I may have heard of it, but it wasn't something that sticks in my mind.
Where did you hear the name?
I don't know.
Where may have you heard the name?
I have no idea.
Who's
Somebody who worked on the floor doing health policy and now works at the Department of Health.
How did he come to work at the Department of Health?
He was transferred to the Department of Health after he had an issue with me.
And what was the issue?
We had a phone call about COVID in schools. He was responsible for making sure that we had all of the updated information and that compliance was occurring statewide. And we did these phone calls every day, every other day. And after about a half a dozen of them, when he didn't have answers to any of the repeated questions that he would get every morning, I said, I don't understand how it is that at this point you don't have the answers to these questions. You're talking about matters of life and death. You're talking about people's children. And yet you come to these calls every day completely unprepared. And if you can't do this, then we're going to need to find somebody else who can. And then following that, it was relayed back to me that he, apparently after the call, called me a number of things, including a bitch. I got a phone call from a lobbyist that said that he had said it to multiple people and that a bunch of the lobbyists were talking about how he was running around calling me a bitch. And I believe it was someone that he worked with may have reported it.
When you say reported it to who?
I think told a supervisor, but I'm not sure who.
And you said he called you a number of things. What else did he call you?
All I know specifically was bitch, but that was enough.
And after it was reported, what's the next involvement you had with?
I don't think I did. I spoke to Judy Mogul and Beth, and I told them what had happened.
And what did you tell Judy Mogul?
Exactly what I just told you.
And what did you tell Beth Garvey?
They were on the phone together.
Did you ask that he be transferred?
I said I didn't feel comfortable with him working under me if in reaction to me asking him to do his job and pushing him on questions of life or death, that his response to that was to say I was bitch and say it to a number of people.
Did you ask for him to be removed from the second floor?
Yes. I said I was no longer comfortable with him
Sorry, you
in
said
that position.
you were no longer comfortable with him and you wanted him off the second floor?
I don't remember the exact words that I used, but I said in that position. So that's the sum and substance of the takeaway.
Okay. And him calling you a bitch is the thing that made you uncomfortable?
Yes.
And then what happened?
And then I believe that they counseled him, and I think he requested the transfer to DOH.
Okay. When you say counseled him, what do you know about his counseling?
I don't know anything about it beyond the fact that Beth Garvey spoke to him and I believe counseled him
How do you know that Beth Garvey spoke to him and counseled him?
because she told me afterwards
Okay. And what did she tell you happened at the counseling?
that he acknowledged it and that he wanted the opportunity to apologize to me.
And what else did she tell you happened at the counseling?
Nothing.
Did he apologize to you?
No.
Did you tell Ms. Garvey that you did not want him to have that opportunity?
I said it was unnecessary
And why did you think it was unnecessary?
because it was unnecessary.
Why was it unnecessary?
Just was.
Can you help me understand that? He had made you uncomfortable. Why was it unnecessary for him?
Because
to
I didn't think him apologizing.
Sorry,
would-
let me just make sure she got the question. Hold on a second.
Melissa. Okay, slow down.
Okay. Can you help me understand why you think it was unnecessary?
I didn't think that an apology would do anything to resolve the situation. It was what it was. It was just unnecessary.
But you thought transferring him would resolve the situation?
I thought that it wasn't appropriate to have somebody who was working for me after having a difficult conversation where they were held accountable to then react to that by running around and calling me a bitch.
Did you talk to anyone else about this incident with other than Ms. Mogul and Ms. Garvey and the lobbyist?
Not that I recall.
Who was the lobbyist? I think you said requested a voluntary transfer. Is that right?
I think so.
How did you come to that understanding?
I think that's what Beth told me. Or Judy, one or the other.
Earlier, you told me that one of the purposes of the employee handbook is to make sure people, I think you said behave appropriately. We can go back and look at, but words to the effect of behave appropriately in the executive chamber and show respect. Can you think of any other occasions when you've been involved in a situation where someone wasn't behaving appropriately or with respect in the executive chamber?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you know?
Yes. Well, no, but I know the name.
Oh, okay.
I don't know him, but I know the name.
Okay. And how do you know?
He had an incident with.
Okay. And tell us about that incident.
I don't know anything about it. I just know that there was a conference call where I think that she asked a question, and in response to that, he called her.
How did you come to that understanding?
Judy told me.
Why was Judy telling you?
Can we just establish what, is that a privileged conversation? I just don't want to.
I'm not aware that it is, but we could take a break and you guys can think about it.
Do you know the answer?
Yeah, it is. Can we just take a break though?
Sure, why don't we go off the record?
Time's 11:16 a.m., includes media 2 off the record. Time's 11:22 a.m., this begins media 3 on the record.
Before the break, Ms. DeRosa, we were talking about an incident involving. Can you tell me what you know about that incident?
Yeah, to the extent the information you have is only through discussions either with your counsel or with Ms. Mogul, I'd instruct you those are privileged discussions. So you can talk about any other discussions or information you have independent of discussions with counsel.
Do you have any information about the incident between that did not come either through Judy Mogul or through your personal counsel?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any occasions on which anyone in the executive chamber made a report to Goer?
Yes. Who was formerly our counsel made a report to Goer about an agency matter, but I can't recall the specifics. I think Jill may have done a report to Goer on an employee years ago. I'm sure that there are more, but those are the only ones that come to top of mind.
Okay. Tell us about the report to Goer that was made by.
I don't remember. I remember that at some point in June, she asked for a conference call. I don't remember what the specifics of the incident were.
In June of what year?
2020.
And you said it was related to somebody at an agency?
I believe so. I don't think it was an executive chamber employee. I think it was an agency matter.
You said she asked for a call. A call with whom?
I remember this based on, admittedly, like re-reviewing documents. So my knowledge of that is not like a unique memory. It's from looking at emails. It was, I think, me and Judy and maybe Beth, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And do you recall what you were told on this phone call?
I don't remember the exact incident of what occurred, but I believe that it resulted in the person being referred to Goer. I think maybe ultimately fired. I don't know.
The person who was complaining being referred to Goer, or someone else being referred to Goer?
No, a person like that had been alleged to do something. But I don't remember any of the specifics.
Okay.
So I don't want to say something I don't know.
Was the governor briefed on anything about this incident that was reporting on?
No.
What was your understanding of why that incident was being reported to Goer?
I think it was a sexual harassment incident, but I don't remember the specifics.
And because it was a sexual harassment incident, it was being reported to Goer.
Yes.
And is that consistent with your understanding of what the employee handbook requires?
So from the training, from what I understand, is that it can either go to Goer, or you can report it to your supervisor, or you can report it to counsel within your agency. And then once one of those people are aware, they can help you navigate. But ultimately, Goer does sexual harassment investigations.
Okay, so ultimately it's Goer's responsibility to do sexual harassment investigations?
Yes.
So whether someone brings it to Goer directly, or brings it to their supervisor, or brings it to counsel, ultimately it reports to Goer?
Yes.
Okay. You said you came to that understanding from the training.
Yes.
When did that become your understanding?
Always.
The entire time you've been in the executive chamber?
I think so, yeah.
There's no point in time at which the law changed regarding
Well-
the reporting of sexual harassment issues to Goer?
I don't think so. The legislature has a different mechanism. They report through JCOPE, I know that we changed the law around the standard of sexual harassment, but I don't think we changed the law around the reporting mechanism, but I might be wrong.
We'll come back to the change in the law in a few minutes, but then the second incident you said you were aware of that went to Gower that involved the executive chamber came through Jill DeRosa and was about. Tell us about that.
I think, and this was a long time ago, but I think that there was an incident where had been on the road at an event and invited somebody to his room and answered the door wearing like boxer shorts with a drink in his hand. And then that person, I believe, went to Jill, and then Jill reported it. I think maybe quit or something. I think this led to his dismissal.
How did you become aware of this?
I believe Jill briefed me at the time.
And what was your understanding as to why Jill was briefing you?
Because this incident had occurred and it needed to be dealt with.
And what was his role?
I think he did intergovernmental affairs, but like a regional position. He was in her line of command.
So he worked in the executive chamber.
I don't know if technically he worked in the executive chamber or if he was on an agency line, but he certainly did work supporting the chamber.
Who was the complainant in that situation?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was an employee of the executive chamber?
It was certainly an employee. I don't know if it was of an agency or the executive chamber.
What else do you remember about Mr. Rosier telling you about that incident?
I remember just that she told me about the incident and that ultimately he was dismissed. I don't remember if in between, I don't know if he quit on his own, if he was fired. I just don't remember the details.
And she told you it was being reported to Gower?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you brief the governor on that incident?
I think afterwards. I think after he was gone.
Okay, and what did you tell the governor?
I don't remember specifically, but I assume, well, I shouldn't assume. I let him know that he was gone. I don't remember how I conveyed the exact circumstances.
But did you tell him being gone related in some way to him having engaged in the behavior you described?
I don't think I was specific, and I'm not even sure I said sexual harassment, but I think I told him it was a disciplinary issue.
And was it your conclusion that he had engaged in sexual harassment?
That's not my job to interpret, but it seemed like inappropriate behavior.
Let's go back to, you said there was a change in the law on sexual harassment. Tell us what you know about that change in the law on sexual harassment.
In 2019, we changed the law to go from severe and pervasive to no longer having to be severe and pervasive. So, and it could just be in the mind of the person who's being harassed, like if you feel uncomfortable.
Make sure I understand this. So before the law that was passed in 2019, in order to be sexual harassment under New York state law, the conduct had to be severe or pervasive. Is that right?
Correct.
And the law that was passed eliminated that requirement.
Correct.
Okay, what was your involvement in getting that law passed?
I was a chief proponent of it through the Council on Women and Girls.
And what does it mean to be the chief proponent of it?
Internally, a lot of times different staff people will take a lead on a certain policy matter or issue area, and this was one that I was very vocal on.
Okay. And why did you think this policy change needed to be made?
In conversations with stakeholders within the Council on Women and Girls, they thought that the standard legally was set in a way that discouraged reporting or that was too murky for plaintiffs to be able to come forward.
Did you agree?
Yeah.
And so in part, you wanted the law to get passed to encourage reporting?
I wanted the law to get passed so that victims would be able to have an easier time reporting.
And how does that law make it easier for victims to report?
It's not actually about the reporting, I guess that's the wrong word, just the standard. So that if there is an incident of sexual harassment, that the standard is lower so that people would be held accountable in a different way. So it wasn't on the victim to prove and like what does severe and pervasive mean and how have the courts interpreted it.
What was the governor's role in this change in the law?
He signed the bill.
Other than signing the bill, did he have a role in the change of the law?
I don't believe it was an issue that he personally negotiated. I think that that was me and Alfonso David. But obviously, he was like always briefed on what we were doing, and that was a component of the women's agenda that I spearheaded that year.
Do you remember briefing him on this change in the law?
I'm not specifically, but I'm sure it happened. I'm sure that in the context of negotiations, I think we did it in the budget. We explained to him that this was one of the things that we were moving forward on.
Are there documents reflecting that briefing?
I don't think so. They're verbal, not written.
What do you remember about that verbal briefing?
I don't. I mean, I just know that on high-level issues, especially when you're coming down to it at the end, and it's like, what are we going to get? What's falling off the table? That would have been one that we mentioned.
Did you brief him on why the law needed to be changed?
I think Alfonso briefed him on why the law needed to be changed, like before an event on it, to explain so he understood.
Do you remember what event that was?
I think we did a bill signing with a bunch of the women's rights advocates.
Okay. Why don't we? Can you turn to tab 153?
153 again, the handbook?
153.
The
The
handbook.
same handbook?
Yep. Turn to page 17. So if you look at the prior page, just so we're all oriented, the prior page has sexual harassment at the top. This is the section of the handbook that is on the definition of sexual harassment. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay. And you see on the page 17, the definition of hostile environment. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the definition says, hostile environment sexual harassment includes, but is not limited to, words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence which are of a sexual nature or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Did you understand that to be part of the definition of sexual harassment while you were working in the executive chamber?
Which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Not limited to. I thought that there's also like an unwanted component of that.
That's a separate part of the definition on the prior page. Do you want to look at that?
Sure.
On the bottom of page 16, it said sexual harassment includes unwelcome conduct. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's one part of the definition. See on page 17, this is a different part of the definition. Mm-hmm. Hostile environment sexual harassment includes. You see that?
Yes.
Is that your understanding of a part of the definition of sexual harassment while you worked in the executive chamber?
I know that there is sex-based harassment, and then there's like quid pro quo sexual harassment. So I think this would fall under the category of the sex-based harassment, right?
And do you know what hostile environment sexual harassment is?
Yes.
Okay, and that is this the definition of hostile environment sexual harassment?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were working in the executive chamber, this was your understanding this was your understanding of the definition of hostile environment sexual harassment?
Yes, I mean, I don't know that, word for word, but the thrust.
Okay, and when were you made aware of this definition?
I mean, I just have always known what a hostile work environment is. It's just like a term that I'm aware of. I don't remember like a moment, you know what I mean? Like a moment where I became aware of what that term meant.
This handbook, you said you read it when you were onboarded, is that right?
No, I said you're supposed to read it when you're onboarded. I believe that I went through it. I don't know that I can say I read it word for word.
But you told me you had to certify that you had read this when you were onboarded, is that right?
That you had to review it, yes.
You told me you had to certify that you had read it, right?
I think so.
Okay, and you told me that you had in fact certified that you read this handbook, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you read this handbook when you were onboarded?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, a version of this. I think this is a 2018 version. I don't know how it changed from 2013.
Yep. After you were onboarded, have you had any occasion to review this employee handbook?
What do you mean, had an occasion?
Was there a time when you looked at it?
I don't think so.
So since you were onboarded, you've never looked at this employee handbook?
I don't think so. I think we just do the annual trainings.
You told me there's no annual training on the employee handbook, right?
Sexual harassment has
That's-
its own
wait,
training.
Wait, hang on. I don't think that.
You
actually-
told me there's no training on the employee handbook, correct?
Actually, she said that the components of this are what they train on.
Let's ask the question.
Okay.
So is there a training on the entirety of the employee handbook?
I don't think so.
Okay, there's sexual harassment training, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so other than the sexual harassment training, have you had occasion to read this employee handbook since you were onboarded?
I don't think so.
If you go further on page 17 into the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth full paragraph, see the sentence that begins furthermore?
Page 17.
1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph, the last sentence that begins furthermore?
Yes.
Okay. Furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Did you understand this to apply to you?
Yes.
You are a supervisory or managerial employee.
Yes.
Is there any occasion on which you have reported conduct of a sexually harassing nature?
Yes.
What was that occasion?
There was a woman who I believe was at DCJS, who after I gave a speech on sexual harassment, sent me a letter detailing to me a situation that was happening with her. I consulted with counsel at the time and referred it to the Inspector General's office. When I became aware that Charlotte Bennett said something in a bar about an interaction she had with the governor, I immediately called Judy Mogul and reported it.
Any other occasions?
Those are the two I remember specifically.
Okay, let's talk about the.
Oh, and
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Brittany Camiso.
Any other people?
I don't know how Alyssa McGrath was handled. I don't know if ultimately she was claiming sexual harassment or not, but that was handled by counsel's office, and I believe referred to the Attorney General's office.
Anyone else?
I think that's it.
Okay, let's start with, said she worked for DCJS. What's DCJS?
It's a state agency that handles criminal justice issues.
Okay, and what did the letter say?
I don't remember.
Tell me the thrust of the letter.
I honestly don't even remember, except that the thrust was that she believed she was the victim of sexual harassment.
And the victim of sexual harassment by who?
I believe it was her supervisor.
Do you remember any of the details of what she alleged had happened to her?
I don't now. If you asked me 4 years ago, I could recall them, but I don't remember.
And did this occur in 2017?
2017 is when she reported it to me. I don't remember if it happened in real time or if it had happened earlier.
You said this was a letter you received. Was this a physical handwritten letter
I think it was an email.
on your executive chamber email?
Yes.
Have you seen a copy of that email recently?
No.
And what did you do after you got the email?
I went to Alfonso David, who was our counsel at the time, and said, I just received this email. What's the best protocol to handle this? Given that it's not an executive chamber employee, they don't report to me, but I've now become made aware of the situation.
And what did he tell you?
He advised that we refer it to the Inspector General's office for investigation.
Do you remember why he said to go to the IG's office?
Sorry, can we just pause for a second?
Was this counsel conversations?
This is while he was
Counsel?
counsel?
Yeah.
I think that's privileged.
Right. Are you aware of how that complaint was handled other than from Alfonso David?
You mean the aftermath?
Yes.
I believe the supervisor was ultimately fired.
How did you come to know that?
I think it was reported in the paper.
Okay. Did you brief anyone on the letter from?
No, except I think there was a press inquiry about it.
And what did you say in response to the press inquiry?
I don't remember, but I think in that context, I had to talk to the communications team about it.
In preparation for today's testimony, did you look at any documents related to?
No.
Did you brief the governor on?
I think at the time I told him, because it was right after I had given a speech, that this had come through and that he might get a press question on it at an event, and that the matter had been referred. But I don't believe I told him the specifics.
Meaning the specifics of what
The allegation.
had alleged had happened to her?
Yes, correct.
Any other conversations with the governor about?
Not to my knowledge.
We'll come back to the other three. Sure. You look at that same document. Let's turn to page 40. Just so everyone's following along. On page 40, there's a section that has a bold heading that says retaliation. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Were you made aware of this section on retaliation as part of your role in the executive chamber?
I'm sure that I read it at some point, yes. Like when I onboarded. And I think it's also a part of the annual sexual harassment training. I think there's a modified section on it.
Other than during your onboarding, when you read the employee handbook, or during the annual sexual harassment training, have you had occasion to review this definition of retaliation?
I mean,
Outside discussions with counsel.
no.
Outside of discussions with your private counsel, have you had occasion to review this definition of retaliation with anyone in the executive chamber?
I don't think this definition of retaliation, no.
Okay. So is there any occasion other than the onboarding or the annual training where you looked at this definition of retaliation?
I don't think so, no.
And at the bottom of page 40, it says adverse employment action. Retaliation occurs when an adverse action or actions is taken against the employee by the employer. The action need not be job-related or occur in the workplace. Unlawful retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable worker from making or supporting a charge of discrimination. Did you understand that to be the definition of retaliation while you've been employed at the executive chamber?
I don't know word for word, but the thrust.
You understood that that substance was the substance of the law on retaliation, is that correct?
Yes.
And that this was the executive chamber's policy on retaliation, is that correct?
The thrust of it, yes.
Okay. And if you flip over to the next page, it says actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. Did you understand that to be part of the executive chamber's policy on retaliation as well?
Yes.
And it goes on to say this can include giving an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee. Did you understand that to be part of the executive chamber's policy on retaliation?
I don't know specifically, but the thrust.
So you understood substantively that an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee could be a form of retaliation?
Yeah, or unwarranted, yes.
Okay. You can go ahead and put that aside. What is the process for somebody getting a transfer from the executive chamber to a state agency?
I think it's person by person. There's no set process.
And when you say person by person, you mean you'll work it through individually with any person who wants to transfer to a state agency?
Not anyone who wants to, but if somebody wants, has an interest in going to an agency, either because it's less hours or it's an area of interest, or they think it could be a better fit if that person is qualified and there's an opening available, we're generally happy to facilitate that.
Does the executive chamber try to place people into state agencies or generally keep them in state government rather than going to private?
If they're like a good, talented person and they say that they want to leave, of course you like lobby them to see if you can keep them. Public service obviously doesn't pay as much as the private sector, and when you have someone who's skilled and talented, you want to try to hold on to them.
Have you ever called a state agency and asked them to, in substance, revoke an offer that had been made to someone in the executive chamber?
I don't think so.
Have you ever called anyone at a state agency and told them you wanted them to stop trying to hire somebody from the executive chamber?
I don't think so.
Are you aware of either of those things occurring on anyone else's behalf in the executive chamber, meaning that somebody else in the executive chamber do those things?
Not specifically.
Generally?
I know that when, like earlier in the administration, when Joe did personnel matters, that sometimes that he would weigh in on those kinds of things, but not anything specific.
When you say Joe, you mean Joe Percoco?
Yes.
And what do you know about Joe Percoco weighing in on those things?
Nothing specific, just general. That like he would get involved.
And get involved how?
And decide whether or not he thought people should be transferred into agencies.
Okay. Is there anyone specific that you're aware of that Mr. Percoco decided could not be transferred to a state agency?
Not specifically.
Generally?
I mean, just what I just told you.
Okay. How did Andrew Ball leave the executive chamber?
Which time?
Okay. How many times has he left the executive chamber?
He changed roles a number of different times.
Within the executive chamber?
I don't know if he was moved onto agency lines during his time in the executive chamber.
Are you aware of him leaving the executive chamber?
Yes.
What do you know about the circumstances under which he left the executive chamber?
He had a really difficult time after the Percoco case. He had to testify. I think it was really hard on him psychologically. He, following that, was a very disruptive force internally, interpersonally, and in terms of substance. And we kept trying to give him different roles, and nothing fit, nothing worked. And he spoke to Judy Mogul a great deal during his time there and trying to figure it out. And it ultimately, I sat him down with someone named and Jill to try to come up with a new system for events where I made each of them a captain and they would each have their own teams. And I thought it would be really productive for the governor, for Jill, for the operations team. I thought it would give each of them a leadership opportunity to grow. And Andrew was not happy about that and then basically said that he wanted to leave.
And where did he want to go?
Just go.
Did he want to go to a state agency?
I don't think so.
Is there any point at which Mr. Andrew Ball expressed, or you became aware of him expressing a desire to go to the MTA?
He wanted to go be, I'm sorry, you're refreshing my memory. He wanted to go be chief of staff to,
And why didn't that happen?
because he wasn't,
And how did they come to understand that he was?
didn't want to hire him as his chief of staff
How do you know that?
because I spoke to,
Okay. Tell us about the conversation with.
I don't remember it specifically, but I know that it was like offboarding somebody at a certain point and saying like, will you take this person? And he thought that Andrew Ball was someone who, and that if he went over to the agency that he would be really, and he would have this big title and that it wouldn't be productive and that he wouldn't be as his chief of staff in the agency.
So you were trying to convince him to take Andrew Ball and he was resisting.
Early on. And I think I even asked the two of them to sit down and have coffee at one point.
And did they?
I think so.
And so from your perspective, the reason Mr. Ball did not get that position is because he didn't want him to have the job.
Didn't want him to have the job. It would have to be some other different job. And then I don't remember how it ultimately came to a flat out end with trying to find Andrew something, but it became clear that it was time for Andrew to go.
Okay. And I think you said earlier that it became clear it was time for Andrew to go because he was, and he had interpersonal challenges. What did you mean by that?
He had a history of a lot of the staff. He would get on conference calls and speak over people. He wouldn't take direction from. He thought he should have been a boss. He had an of his role in the chamber. I had him work for at one point, who was state operations director. He's like a pro's pro, and he went to go work for and said, like, Andrew, you're gonna learn some things. And then he said to in response, you're gonna learn some things from me. And he came to me and said, I'm not doing this with this. Like, I don't know who. I tried to put him with at one point. There was a similar negative back and forth. I think Andrew believed that he should have been her boss. And at a certain point, was very exasperated with him and how was the team. Anytime she did calls on events or tried to move any project forward, it was almost like he would be for the sake of being.
You said he was staff. Can you tell me what that means?
Well, it was in the Percoco case. Like, he would belittle, be mean to, make fun of, openly condescend to staff, both his contemporaries and his juniors. I think he thought of himself as a mini Joe Percoco.
And you said that had negative back and forth with, what was that?
Similar to the situation where she would give him a project or ask him to do something, an assignment, and he would be flip about it. It was beneath him. It wasn't something that was up to his level of sophistication. And he was, like a younger staff person. I think he felt a certain level of because of the amount of time that he had been with the state, but it didn't match with his, like, for the first 5 or 6 years he was there, he really was like an advanced person, a body person. And so we kept trying to give him opportunities to grow that were a little bit separate from the governor. Go work for the state operations director, go work for at one point. And he, at any time he did, it would just blow up. Mm-hmm. And the person would come back and say, I'm not taking this anymore.
How old was he?
I want to say Andrew was like.
Did you view this course of conduct that he engaged in as consistent with the employee handbook?
What do you mean?
Well, so earlier you told me that one of the purposes of the employee handbook was to ensure that there was, I think you said, respect in the workplace, right? Did you view his conduct as consistent with respect in the workplace?
No.
So what did you do about it?
The Andrew issue, ultimately I said it's time to go. I tried him in a number of different positions, but Andrew's in the workplace far predated my being in a senior role. Like, this was when I was comms director, it's when I was chief of staff. He really was like a Joe person, and I think that he accordingly.
So you were the person who ultimately decided that Andrew needed to leave the executive chamber?
I just said that I was done trying to find him another position.
Did you ever consider making a report to Goer about Andrew's conduct?
No, I reported it to Judy. At one point I actually said to Andrew, I'm not comfortable being in a room with you without a lawyer anymore, because he grew increasingly. And I told Judy and reported it to Judy.
And what did Judy do about it?
You don't have to describe discussions you had with Judy. Are you aware of Judy taking any action after you reported to Judy?
I don't think official action. I think that she tried to mentor him and support him. She had been his lawyer during the Percoco stuff, and so she had a relationship with him. And I think that she encouraged him to try something new.
Meaning new in terms of his...
No, I mean new in terms of like...
Leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in a like you have to leave, but in the like you've been here for 10 years. Like, if you're going to grow, you need to be in a different environment. Try something new.
So counsel him out.
She wasn't, I don't think that was her, like, I didn't tell her to counsel him out. But I think in counseling him, he came around to that decision.
Okay. I'm actually asking a slightly different question. I apologize if this wasn't clear. But while he was in the executive chamber, were there any efforts that you were a part of to try to get him to change the way he interacted with other members of the staff?
Jill spoke to him multiple times. I spoke to him multiple times. Alfonso David certainly sat with him multiple times. Judy sat with him multiple times.
And when you sat with Andrew to talk about the way he was treating other staff members, what did you tell him?
That just because you're in a position where you can make decisions, that doesn't mean that your role is to constantly berate people, talk over people. Like, part of your job is to foster their own growth, get them to lift themselves up. A team is only strong as its weakest link. You don't want to push people down. Trying to give him positive, like, different ways that he could be to be positive.
Like coaching.
Yeah.
And is what Jill and Alfonso did, to your understanding, similar?
Yes.
Okay. And that coaching didn't stick?
No.
And that's ultimately why you decided he had to leave the executive chamber?
Again, I didn't tell him he had to leave, but I was done trying to find him another. Like, we had moved him around 9 times in 8 years. It was counterproductive at a certain point. He wasn't showing up to work. He would come in for half days.
Where we started talking about Andrew Ball, we were talking about employees who left the executive chamber and any role you had or you were aware of in the executive chamber preventing someone from taking another job or saying someone shouldn't have another job. We started talking about Andrew Ball. I'm going to butcher his last name, but what do you know about how he left the executive chamber?
He went to the Port Authority.
Okay. And how did that come about?
I think he worked with Jill. He really wanted to go to the Port Authority, and she helped facilitate it. After years of sitting on this desk outside of Stephanie's office.
Do you know how, you said years, so it took him a long time to go to the Port Authority, is that right?
I mean, I don't know how long he had been requesting the transfer to the Port Authority, but I'm saying I know that he sat outside of Stephanie, as like Stephanie's assistant for years.
You have no knowledge about how long he had been asking for the transfer to the Port Authority?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of any calls that Jill made to the Port Authority about him?
Not firsthand.
Secondhand?
No. I mean, I can imagine that he called.
Not imagine. Do you have any knowledge?
No.
Okay. Prior to going to the Port Authority, had there been any other positions that you're aware of he had expressed an interest in?
I don't remember.
How did she leave the executive chamber?
I don't remember.
Do you know who she is?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge about where she went?
No.
What was her role in the executive chamber?
She was an assistant working on that same desk that she worked on, and she was also a press assistant for a period of time.
You have no idea where her next job was after the executive chamber?
I don't remember.
You know she left, right?
Yeah, years ago, but I don't remember.
Was there any discussion about why she was leaving?
No.
Was she good at her job?
Sure. I mean, she was a press assistant. It wasn't, someone I came into a lot of contact with.
Did you field any calls about her when she was leaving the executive chamber?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
What was your role, if any, in his leaving the executive chamber?
I don't think I had a role in his leaving the executive chamber.
What do you know about why he left the executive chamber?
I don't remember. It was after all the Joe stuff. I don't remember.
Do you have any memory of having discussions about why he was leaving the executive chamber?
I don't remember.
Were you part of any discussions about his potential future employers?
I don't remember.
Were you part of any discussions about contacting his potential future employers?
I don't think so.
How did Annabelle Walsh leave the executive chamber?
She quit.
Okay. And what's your understanding of why she quit?
I told her that I didn't think that she was succeeding as scheduler. I wanted to move her into a different role. She could stay in the chamber, she could go to the campaign, she could go to an agency, but that it was time to have a new scheduler. And she made the decision to seek outside employment.
Where did she end up?
I think WeWork. I don't think, obviously, that she was working with my friend I don't remember where she went. I thought it was WeWork, but the expression on your face leads me to believe otherwise.
That was that expression. But she went to a private employer.
Yes.
Did you have any contact with her private employer?
No.
Did you tell her she shouldn't go?
I told her I really wanted her to go to the campaign. I love Annabelle. She's like a little sister, and I wanted to keep her in the family, and just because the scheduling rule didn't work out, I didn't want her to interpret that to mean that she needed to leave. I wanted to keep her around somehow, but that's not what she was interested in.
Sorry, I think you just said keep her in the family. What did you mean by that?
Just like, I have like a little core group of staff people that like I consider like little brothers, little sisters, and she's like a little sister.
Who else would you put in that category?
Danny Lever,
Anyone else?
Peter Jamian.
Anyone else?
I mean, over the years, sure, but those are the ones that like come to mind of the most recent.
Sure. Over the years, who else has been in that group? Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else?
That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
And so just to be clear, this is a group of people that you think of as sort of part of a family, like you think of them like little brothers or little sisters.
Yeah.
Are all these people younger than you?
Yes.
And if you're part of this group of people, so what do you do to support this group of people?
I've tried to mentor them over the years, give them advice about their career trajectory, personal relationships.
Anything else?
No.
Have you ever tried to leave the executive chamber or thought about leaving?
For like 5 minutes after the campaign in 2014, but it was fleeting. And right now I'm considering my options.
Who did you talk to in 2014 about your fleeting idea of maybe leaving?
I think Joe at the time.
Joe Percoco?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I think the governor.
And tell us about the conversation with the governor.
It wasn't like a memorable conversation. I think at the time I had just left. Matt Wang, my husband, had just left. He had gone to the campaign and he decided he wasn't coming back. And then I was trying to decide whether or not I should go or stay. And I think both Joe and the governor said, you have so much growing to do, you should stay and continue to be in public service. But it was never like a real conversation.
Did you talk to anybody else about potentially leaving in 2014?
I think like
And who's,
a friend of mine who's in public relations.
were you considering going to work with?
He offers me a job once every 6 months. It's like one of those people that
And had he offered you a job in 2014?
I think that he's like, when the time is right, which is the same thing he says to me when I see him like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, did he offer you a job?
No, I'm being facetious. I'm sorry.
Any other occasions in which you've considered leaving the executive chamber?
No, I thought about going over to the campaign in 2018, but ultimately decided not to.
And why not?
I agreed to do the reelect, and so we didn't need both of us.
Any other occasions in which you've considered leaving the executive chamber?
No.
You said you're exploring your options right now. What did you mean by that?
There's a possibility, given where we are in the election calendar, that I would go work on the reelect or pull together the coordinated effort for Democrats statewide,
And who,
which is sort of the same conversation we had in 2018.
I see. When took the role.
Yeah,
So that would be that role.
maybe, or some hybrid of, but he was really focused on the campaign. This would be more global.
And who are you talking to about that?
I've had some conversations with the governor about it.
Okay, tell us about those conversations.
Literally just that. We're at the point in the calendar where we have to think about the political apparatus and who's going to run that, and we've got a bunch of Nancy Pelosi's holding onto the majority by 4 seats. We can't afford to lose any of the congressional seats. We should try to shore up a couple. And so we've had very preliminary conversations around that.
By when does that decision have to be made?
There's no deadline.
When is that decision normally made?
It depends on the year. I think it's going to be a really tough year politically next year with crime rising and with, everything is now so controlled by Democrats. I think there's like a swing more center that we have to consider. So I would think that we should be getting something up and running sooner rather than later.
When she took the role, when was she appointed or announced to that role?
She came in, she did just the reelect, but she came in, I want to say it was something like February or March. But at that point, the primary calendar was different. The primaries took place in September. We've since changed the law and they take place in June. So everything like bumps back.
Why don't we go off the record?
Time now is 12:07 PM. Concludes media 3 off the record.
So I'm going to switch. I think you were actually a little slower. We should ask.
Time is 1:01 PM.
contest.
Begins media 4 on the record.
All right, great. Let's shift the focus of our conversation a little bit and talk about some specific people, okay? Do you know who Lindsay Boylan is?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first meet Miss Boylan?
I don't remember specifically, but sometime I would say 2016-ish, 2017-ish.
And when you met her, what was her role?
Chief of Staff to Howard Zemsky, who was the CEO of Empire State Development Corporation.
Can we call Empire State Development Corporation
ESD.
ESD? Okay, great. And do you remember the first time you met her?
I don't specifically.
Okay. And when she was the chief of staff to Howard Zemsky in his role at ESD, how often did you interact with her?
Not that frequently. She would come on some trips. She would be in some group meetings. But I didn't ever focus that heavily on economic development as a portfolio of mine, like in the division of labor and senior staff. That more went to the budget director. So I didn't interact with her a ton. There are many more people on the second floor who interacted with her more.
Who were the people that interacted with Miss Boylan more?
I would say Jill, DeRosa, Annabelle, Rob, mainly, because she would be involved in projects and events. So she would come to briefings with the governor about what those projects or events were. Sometimes she would come to events. And so it was sort of like the events side of the world, like more the logistics, or like Robert Mujica, who did the finances.
Okay, so Lindsay's interactions were more with Jill and Annabelle on the events side or on the briefing side, and then with Mr. Mujica on the sort of policy economic side.
It's correct.
And 2016 and 2017 was budget part of your portfolio?
Everyone works on the budget, but Robert is the point person. In 2016, I was chief of staff, and then in 2017, after the budget, I became secretary.
And you said she went on trips. What kind of trips did Ms. Boylan go on?
Economic development announcements. We traditionally have relevant commissioners and their senior staff attend announcements, and they're generally part of briefing the governor beforehand and then working with the press office on the back end to answer any questions from the media.
Were you ever present when Ms. Boylan briefed the governor on one of those events?
I'm sure that I was. I don't have any specific recollection, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay, you have no memory of what happened during that briefing or how they interacted?
No, not a specific memory.
Did there come a time when you had more interaction with Ms. Boylan?
When she transitioned over to the second floor.
Okay, and how did it come about that she transitioned over to the second floor?
We needed somebody on the second floor who could be more focused on economic development, and she was seemingly very competent, and it seemed like it would be a good fit. She came over to be DepSec, which was a little bit tricky because technically a DepSec is then the boss of the commissioners that are under their portfolio. So it was a little bit strange because she's going from being chief of staff to Howard Zemsky to then being technically his boss. But we thought that she would be a good fit. So she became DepSec for economic development. And I think we also gave her a title of senior advisor to the governor, which is something she had wanted.
Okay. Was the DepSec for economic development a role that was created, or did that exist beforehand?
It existed.
And who filled that role
Lindsay.
before Lindsay?
Oh, I think, which I would never have remembered except that you mentioned him earlier.
And you said she became Dep Secretary, and you said senior advisor to the governor?
Yeah,
I think you said that was a title she wanted.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and what's your understanding of why she wanted that title?
I think that it projects that you're doing more than just that portfolio. I know that she had an interest in learning about and being involved in more than just economic development. And it wasn't an uncommon thing. We have a number of people who have the title senior advisor.
Is it similar to when you had your title of strategic advisor?
I think so. It's comparable.
And you said we decided she would come over. Who's the we?
Jill, we had the opening, so we had to fill it. I believe that it was me in consultation with Jill and who at the time was state operations director and the governor.
And what do you remember the governor saying about filling that role, the role left by?
I don't remember anything specific, but he, I think, also believed that she was competent and strong and would be a good fit.
Are you aware if the governor had any conversations with Ms. Boylan in advance of her taking the position?
I am aware that he talked to her about coming to the floor
Okay. And how did you become aware of that?
because he told me.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
Nothing specific more than I spoke to Lindsay. She's open to the role. I think she'd be great.
So this was around the time she was being considered for the
Yeah.
role? Okay. And do you remember anything else he said about the conversation with Lindsay?
Nothing specific.
Okay. Do you remember the governor ever telling you that Lindsay Boylan had conveyed that she thought you didn't like her and that made her worried about taking the position?
No.
Anything like that the governor said to you?
No.
Any conversations the governor had with you about concerns Ms. Boylan had about taking the position in the executive chamber?
No. Other than the trickiness around Howard.
Any concerns other than the trickiness around Howard that Ms. Boylan raised about taking the position in the executive chamber?
Not with me.
So she took that role when?
January, February 2018, I want to say. Which I only remember more specifically because everything that's come back up.
Just to go back a second, you said the governor had a conversation with Ms. Boylan about the role that he told you about. Was that a one-on-one conversation?
I think so.
And do you know if that conversation was in person or over the phone?
I have no idea.
Did you ever ask?
No.
Sorry, just so the record's clear, which conversation, one-on-one?
The
one-
conversation that the governor had with Ms. Boylan about taking the role, was that in person or was that
Do you know?
over the
I
telephone?
don't know.
You don't know, okay. And you never asked anybody whether it was in person or over the phone?
No.
Okay. So she takes the role in January, February, sometime of 2018. Did you observe her interact with the governor?
Sure.
Okay, and tell us about what you observed.
That she was generally a competent voice in the room. There are certain people that interact with him better than others. If you speak in an assertive way, if you're able to answer second question, the third question, the fourth question, you tend to be much more successful with him. People who are a little bit more meek or unsure of themselves or don't have that information don't succeed as well. And I remember being in briefings with her where questions would come up about specific projects, and I remember thinking, she can handle these questions.
And why were you involved in those briefings? If sort of her area isn't under your portfolio, why do you end up in the briefings?
Sometimes when we're getting ready to do an event, you'll go through the whole day. So it'll be like prep for Thursday, pull everyone in that has some piece of Thursday. And so he'll run through, meeting by meeting, and then the person who has to be in the room has to answer the substance. You've like the substance person, the logistics person. And sometimes I would work on things that she was involved in, just not predominantly.
Other than the interactions in which you observed her sort of briefing the governor, did you observe any other interactions between her and the governor?
Not really.
Did you observe her and the governor ever touch?
No. I mean, it wouldn't be a crazy thing if he hugged her because he's someone who hugs people in the office, but nothing specific that stands out.
Did you ever observe him hug Lindsay Boylan?
I can't specifically recall, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Right, but you don't remember it happening,
No.
yes or no?
No.
No, okay. And you ever observed the governor yell at Ms. Boylan?
There was one call that I was on. I don't remember if she was in the room or on the phone. I wouldn't say it was yelling, but he was stern with her.
Okay, and what was that call about?
I think it was about an MTA-related project.
And what happened?
She didn't have the answers to the questions that he was asking.
And what did he do?
I think he said, everybody go back and get your act together before you come talk to me again.
Is that something out of the norm for the governor?
No.
And what happened after that with Ms. Boylan?
I don't remember anything remarkable immediately following that.
You were present for that,
Again, I don't remember if it was on the phone or in the room.
but you overheard it.
Yes.
Did she ever speak to you about that occasion?
No.
Okay. Did she ever speak to you about any occasion or any issues or concerns she had about her interactions with the governor?
No.
Did she ever speak to you or raise any concerns she had about her interactions with anyone in the executive chamber?
No, not that I can recall. Oh,
Okay. And what did Ms. Boylan raise to you about?
it was bizarre. We were on the second floor of the Capitol in Albany, and something happened between the two of them in the hallway. And Lindsay came to my office and said, I'm not dealing with that little shit anymore. He is so disrespectful. I just asked him for something, and he snapped at me.
And what happened after that?
I called him to my office.
And what happened?
I took her side, like, with the perspective that that wouldn't be an uncommon thing that how he would behave. I was perhaps not the best manager in that moment and didn't ask him questions. I assumed that what she told me was correct, and I said to him, you can't speak to Lindsay that way. It's unacceptable. She is a senior person in this office. She is someone who's above you. And he started saying to me, she went on me. I did not say anything to her. I literally just walked by and said, hi, Lindsay, and she started screaming at me like, it's not fair that you're assuming that what she said was correct.
And how did you resolve that situation?
I apologized to him for not hearing him out first, and I said that I would go back and talk to Lindsay, and that I wanted the two of them to be respectful to one another, and that this shouldn't be a situation where people are yelling at each other in the hallway. And then I went back to Lindsay, and I said to Lindsay, says that something different happened, and she was very defensive. And it was almost a situation of like a agree to disagree. Like the two of them, their versions of the story could not have been more black and white. And the ultimate outcome in both of their conversations with me was like, we have to move forward. Whatever it is that happened here, like we're all adults and we have to move forward. And we have to be respectful.
Was it an isolated incident having two senior members of the governor's staff yelling at each other?
Like that, yes.
And what made that different than other occasions?
I wouldn't say people yell at each other, and like it's a very high stress environment. It's very high pressure jobs. People go through long periods of time where they don't get a lot of sleep. There are times when people can be short with one another or be stern with one another or raise their voice, but it's not common that you would just see two adults screaming at each other in the hallway of the second floor of the Capitol with absolutely no basis. Like that was a very The fact that I'm remembering that is like, that was a very specific thing.
What about screaming at each other in their offices? Is that an occurrence that you've seen in the executive chamber?
Early on in my tenure,
And who was involved in those occasions?
Joe and Larry, Howard and Joe,
Anyone else?
those are the people that I recall most specifically.
Have you ever screamed at anyone in the executive chamber?
I don't think I scream at people. I certainly have raised my voice.
And who have you raised your voice at?
Rich has a party. Howard Zucker. I mean, I don't view it as yelling. I get animated. I get short with people sometimes. But it's not like gratuitous screaming for the sake of screaming.
Okay. And on the occasion that and Ms. Boylan were engaged in the hallway, you thought that was gratuitous screaming?
It was nonsensical. There was no basis for an argument. It was just two people were screaming at each other in the hallway.
Okay. And so the line you're drawing is between sort of, it doesn't make sense to be screaming versus we're having some sort of legitimate disagreement.
Policy-
in
sorry, I
which-
didn't mean to speak
That's
over you.
okay. A legitimate disagreement about something, and then that's okay to raise our voices about that.
I'm not saying it's ever okay to raise your voice, but I, in my mind, differentiate between if you're having a disagreement over a policy or if something is going on and you're attempting to hold someone accountable for a subject matter versus just gratuitous eruption.
Have you ever had a gratuitous eruption?
Well, I guess that's in the eye of the beholder. I don't think so.
Has anyone ever told you that they thought that you had erupted at them?
No.
Anyone ever told you that they thought you had treated them disrespectfully?
Lindsay Boylan.
Anyone other than Ms. Boylan?
I think Kelly Cummings on one occasion. I think on one occasion. No one else I can recall specifically.
Have you ever had someone mentor you about your management style?
Yes.
Who?
I mean, like lots of mentors over the years.
And on what occasion mentoring you on your management style?
There were instances where he thought that people were too siloed and that it would be beneficial to do more than just the 9 a.m. morning meeting, to do lunch meetings once every 3 days. He thought that if we didn't have to be working 24 hours a day, perhaps we shouldn't be. You've got to let people put fuel in the tank. You've got to let people, unplug every once in a while, like those sorts of things. This is like such a digression, but she, was the most powerful woman in New York politics when I was a kid. I looked up to her. She was the one that taught me sort of the opposite of those things, which is like 24 hours a day, you sleep with the BlackBerry next to your head. Like if you get an email within 5 minutes, you respond. Like as a woman in this business, you are always going to be held to a higher standard. You have to work harder. You have to know more.
Did anyone in the executive chamber ever offer you mentorship or coaching about your management style?
No.
Did Jill DeRosa ever speak to you about the way you treated anyone in the executive chamber?
Jill would give me feedback.
Okay, let's talk about the feedback. What kind of feedback did Jill DeRosa give you?
Jill would say, I think you're being a little bit too hard on that person. Like, you got to give them time to get room to run. Or, if that person doesn't get back to you right away, call me and I'll track down the answer. I think that she understood that I think that Jill thought that I was a little bit too hands-on and micromanaging in some regards. And so she sought to put a little bit more cushion between me and some of the people that she felt like that management style wouldn't be effective with.
So who are the people that Jill was trying to put a cushion between you and them?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember any specific person that Jill came to speak to you about and give you feedback about?
I feel like Andrew Ball at one point. I hate that name keeps coming up, but I think that's it.
Anyone else?
It's possible, but not that I remember specifically.
Okay. And let's circle back to Lindsay Boylan. You said that there had been, I can't remember your words exactly, and I don't want to scroll through, but there had been some interaction that was negative with Ms. Boylan. Can you tell us about what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not wanting to stay this time. Is that better? Lindsay, when she came to the floor, anytime that I heard about Lindsay, it was in the context of Lindsay being a problem. It was coming to me and saying, I am not going to work with this woman anymore. She treats my assistants terribly. She is a bully. She refuses to come to meetings. It was Jim Malatris, who at the time wasn't even working for the chamber, but I brought him in to help with the state of the state process. He used to be our state operations director. I'm sorry, I'm going to speak more slowly. And our policy director, he's someone I lean on a tremendous amount in terms of his brilliance. And I brought him over as a favor to help us with state of the state. She was really nasty with him. You're just over here because you're a man, and I should be leading these discussions. She just had this natural tendency to be very aggressive and obnoxious to people, regardless of their station, age. It didn't matter. It was everything from the assistants to the commissioners and to her boss, who was the state operations director, and has zero ego. She's just not somebody who needs to be recognized or acknowledged or praised. She just really genuinely cared about the functioning of government, and this was a constant issue. And then she also had a number of altercations with Annabelle and Stephanie and Jill.
Can we focus on the interaction she had with you?
Sure.
Okay. So what was the interaction she had with you?
I rarely interacted with her. Mm-hmm. There was one interaction with her which has been reported, which was in July of 2018. Jill called me and she was very upset. Let me stop. I don't remember if it was over the phone or in person, but I believe she called me from like across the office. She was sitting in her office. And there was some project event that they had been working on, the events team, and Lindsay had gone around the group, the team, directly to the governor. And Jill called me and said, I'm not doing this anymore. It's her or me. She's so out of control. She's not a team player. She does this all the time. I'm not doing this anymore.
Were those Jill's words?
Not necessarily verbatim, but that was the sum and substance.
Okay, and it was because, Jill's comment that it's her or me stemmed from, you said Lindsay had gone around the team and gone to the governor. Can you tell us more about that? What happened?
I don't remember specifically if it was a project or an event, but the way that it works with the governor, the way it's supposed to work, is that we reach consensus as a team and then we go in unified. If you don't do that, it doesn't function. And everyone has an opportunity to raise their perspectives or objectives, opinions, but ultimately you come to a group consensus and then you're all together. You don't undermine one another. And the whole system breaks down when people go directly to him and it undermines people, and then he has a different expectation or he thinks something's ready that's not ready. And this was a recurring theme with Lindsay. And Jill had reached her breaking point.
What was the specific incident that Jill was telling
I don't
you
remember,
about?
as I said, if it was a project or an event, but it was something where she had gone around.
And earlier you told me there were occasions on which people would go directly to the governor, right? And that
Yes.
wasn't the preferred protocol, but it happened. In fact, you did that, right?
Well, I'm secretary to the governor.
Right? And you said other people did that too, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so
But
what made
that, as I said,
Can you just pause for a second? What made Lindsay's attempts to speak to the governor different?
well, as I said, that was the exception, not the rule. And it was not the preferred protocol. And generally it happened with people not in the executive chamber. It would be a deputy commissioner sees him in the lobby and it's their one opportunity to speak to him. The people inside the chamber especially have a sympathy to making sure that the whole team succeeds and making sure that we're all on the same page. And so especially within the executive chamber, people don't do that. With Lindsay, it was chronic.
Was there any other individual in the executive chamber who had broken protocol the way you're describing Ms. Boylan did?
Not chronically, no.
Anyone ever do it?
Sure, as I said.
Okay. Who else did it?
As I said, occasionally Rob Mahika, occasionally, state operations director.
Who at the time was who?
but very rarely. She was very good about that.
Okay. And when you say Ms. Boylan broke this protocol chronically, what do you mean by chronically?
Exactly what the word means. She did it all the time,
Okay, all the time. It's like every day?
multiple times a week.
Multiple times a week. Okay. Prior to the call in July 2018 from Jill DeRosa, did you speak to Ms. Boylan about your preferred protocol for bringing issues to the governor's attention?
When she came over to the floor, we talked to her, me, Alfonso, Jill, about how we operate as a team and interact with him.
And what'd you tell her?
That we reach team consensus. We go to him with one unified voice. We don't always get our way, but, sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You stand with the team. You present an idea. If he calls upon you, of course, you should answer him directly and give your perspective, but that it wasn't functional for people to run to him constantly with ideas and work outside of the protocol. There's just too much going on.
Is that a normal part of the onboarding process for new members of the executive chamber?
Not formally, but when you're bringing someone in to be a part of senior staff, then yes. Like I remember having that conversation with he became state operations director. I remember having that conversation with Danny Lever when she was first brought in. Like that was, we would talk each other through it. You want each other to succeed, and so you try to get everybody going on the right foot.
Okay. So what happens after comes to you and says it's her or me?
I called Lindsay.
Okay, tell us about that conversation.
I don't remember it exactly, but as she says it was, I said something to the effect of, "What the fuck?"
Okay, you're saying she says that, but do you remember
She
saying
said it to
that?
Ronan Farrow. I don't have specific memory of what. Well, I'm just saying.
Just tell me
Just
what you
answer what you
remember.
remember.
Oh, okay.
What do you remember?
I remember that I called her and I wanted an answer as to why she was doing this.
Okay, and what else do you remember about the conversation?
I remember that she responded screaming, "I don't want to do this anymore, forget this," and hung up the phone.
Okay, you just imitated her voice. Can you tell me what your voice was like on that call?
I think how I did it.
Just like right now?
Yeah.
Your voice was that level?
No, I'm sure it was, I'm sure I said like, "Lindsay, what is wrong with you?" Something like that.
Okay.
In like a stern,
And you're not disputing that you might have said, "What the fuck?"
I'm not.
Okay. And then she said and then what happens after she says, "I'm not doing this"?
She hung up the phone and I believe left the office for the day.
Okay. Did you think she was resigning?
I don't think I knew. I think that like she had a tendency to have outbursts and then come back the next day. So I don't think I knew. It was also in the middle of the 2018 campaign. I was like splitting my time between the governor's office and the campaign. I was taking a lot of personal time off. And so I had very little bandwidth, and this was like a constant problem.
You said she had a tendency to have outbursts like this. How many other outbursts had she had like this where she left and you weren't sure if she was coming back?
I don't know if any of them were quite like that, but it wasn't uncommon for her to have an outburst.
And when you say outbursts, what do you mean?
Respond to somebody yelling and then either like close her door or leave for the afternoon.
Okay.
But not saying like, "I quit."
Right. And on this occasion in July, she didn't tell you she quit, right?
I don't think so.
You just weren't sure if she had or not.
Well, I wasn't sure if she had or not. I wasn't sure what her intention was after that phone call.
Okay. And are there any other occasions in which Ms. Boylan had an outburst and you weren't sure what her intentions were?
Yeah, the day that Alfonso David confronted her.
You're talking about in September of
2018.
2018.
Yes.
Any other occasions in which Ms. Boylan had an outburst and you weren't sure what her intentions were?
Not specifically.
Okay. So she hangs up and leaves, and then what happens?
I told Linda, Alfonso, and Jill about the incident.
Okay. So Linda Lacewell, Alfonso David,
I'm
and
sorry.
Jill DeRosa. It's okay, we'll
Yeah.
fill it in together. Okay, so what did you tell Linda Lacewell?
I summarized the conversation.
You did this over the phone or in writing?
No, I think in person.
Okay. With all three of them?
Yeah, the 39th floor of 633 3rd Avenue, there's not that many offices, so if you're, dealing with something sensitive, typically you like huddle in somebody's office. It's just walking, a couple of feet.
All right, tell us about the huddle.
Wait, hang on one second.
Oh, because Alfonso.
Well, I'm just trying to understand. We're talking about this
July
is in 2018?
2018.
I had understood that the executive chamber was asserting privilege over that discussion with council. If I'm wrong, happy to be
I mean,
corrected.
they've produced text messages between you and Ms. Lacewell and Mr. Rosier about this incident and Mr. David. So,
I'm fine with asking her about those, obviously. I'm not the one drawing the lines, so I don't want to get her crosswise with the decisions the chamber's made about privilege.
okay, so for that conversation, you're going to instruct her not to answer on the grounds of executive chamber.
I'm happy to take a break and call Mitra Hermosi or Paul Fishman.
Let's not do that today. So after the privilege conversation that you had with Ms. Lacewell, Mr. David, and Mr. Rosier, what happens next?
I sent Lindsay a text message and said something to the effect of, I'm sorry that it was a tough conversation. Hope to see you back tomorrow. Fighting to make New York a better place, and if you need me, I'm here.
Were you sorry?
I'm sorry?
Were you sorry?
I was sorry that it was so heated.
And then what happens after that?
She responded in a text message that night, responding essentially, I don't mind tough days. I can't handle conversations like that. And sorry, I should wait for you to ask another question.
What happens next?
I didn't respond because I didn't think it would be productive.
Do you have an understanding as to whether Ms. Lacewell reached out to Ms. Boylan?
The next day.
And do you have an understanding as to whether Mr. David reached out to Ms. Boylan?
I think Alfonso talked to her the same day that I spoke to her.
Do you have an understanding if Mr. Rosier spoke to her?
It's my understanding Jill and Lindsay had a conversation first. And that's what prompted Jill to call me and why I then called Lindsay.
After you called Lindsay, did Jill have a conversation with Ms. Boylan?
Not that, I don't know. I don't think that day.
After that day?
Well, she came back to work, so everyone talked to her again at some point. But Linda was the one who had a conversation with her after that incident.
And what do you know about the conversation between Ms. Lacewell and Ms. Boylan?
I don't know anything specific, just that Linda said, you're an important part of the team. We all need to work together. I hope that you're part of the team, something like that.
Guys, question? So the chamber's not asserting privilege over the discussion
know.
between Ms. Lacewell and Ms. Boylan, but they are asserting privilege over the discussion between Ms. Lacewell and Mr. DeRosa.
Say that again?
Okay, so we just asserted privilege over the conversation with Mr. DeRosa that was had by Ms. Lacewell and Mr. David, right?
That she was listening in on. That she
was
on.
present for,
Yeah.
right? And now we're talking about a conversation that Ms. Lacewell had with Ms. Boylan, but the chamber has not directed you to assert privilege over that.
You mean between Lacewell and,
No, Ms. Lacewell and Ms. Boylan.
well, I don't know whether they're asserting privilege over that conversation, but she's not in it, so.
They're not, she's going to tell me now what just happened in the conversation, but the executive chamber hasn't instructed you to assert privilege over it.
Do you know? I don't know the answer to that. I don't have a clear instruction on it, so I just don't know.
Can I be helpful?
No,
Not on the record.
no, we can take a minute. if
Why don't you
want.
take a minute, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you go off the record?
Yeah. Look, I'd rather have her just talk.
Times
Yeah.
134.
We'll
Yeah,
take it-
I mean, this
was
is
being
the
called off the
issue,
record.
right? The issue is, right?
Times 1:41 PM. This begins media 5 on the record.
I think where we left off is, what was your understanding of the conversation that Ms. Lacewell had with Ms. Boylan?
I don't have a specific memory, but I've seen the texts. And, the texts I think are self-explanatory in that she says, I spoke to her. I don't know if she'll be back, but we'll see.
Do you have a memory of that separate from the text messages?
No.
Okay. And how did how did the situation resolve?
She came back.
And was there any discussion after she came back about that incident?
Not that I recall.
Was there any suggestion that Ms. Boylan get coaching?
No, I don't, not that I recall.
Was there any suggestion that she get counseling?
We had an ongoing conversation with Alfonso about the fact that this kept happening, and then it all sort of came to a head in September, which is when she was getting counseled.
So prior to July of 2018, you're saying that there had been conversations about getting Ms. Boylan counseling?
About like, this is not stopping. In fact, it's only getting worse and more widespread, her behavior, and we need to do something about this. But I mean, unfortunately, and this is not a great human resources answer, but in a world where there's like a million things going on, it's like you'll have that conversation and then unfortunately not follow up. And it wasn't until September when ESD actually asked that she be removed from the floor and from the payroll because of her treatment of subordinates on the floor, that they came with that formal request, made a formal complaint. There were a number of...
Pause just for a second.
Sorry.
Right, so the question was, prior to July 2018, was there any counseling that was provided to Ms. Boylan?
No,
But
not that I know of.
Okay, but you said there were discussions about providing her counseling.
I think in the summer. I don't think earlier than that conversation that I had with her.
So you think after July 2018, there were discussions about counseling for her?
Yeah, I just remember in the run-up to the ultimate September parting of ways, that there were conversations that it wouldn't be tolerable in the long run. We had to figure this out.
But that counseling did not occur between July 2018 and September 2018?
I don't know if Alfonso had independent conversations with her. I don't know.
Okay. But to your
But
knowledge?
not that I recall.
To your knowledge, no counseling occurred?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Can you recall anyone else I think we covered this earlier, but remind me, anyone else in the executive chamber who had received counseling?
Those are the two I remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are more.
Okay. And what did he do that resulted in counseling?
Who used to work for us complained about his treatment of her, and so he was formally counseled.
And when you say, we're talking about counseling, let's make sure we have the same definition. When you're saying counseling, what do you mean?
I mean that Alfonso and one other person, generally Camille Varlick or whomever the ethics officer is at the time, would sit someone down, go through complaints that are made against them while obviously protecting complainants' names, and their behavior in the office, review how they are supposed to be behaving per the handbook, and advise them on how things needed to change moving forward.
And did Mr. counseling result in him leaving the executive chamber?
No.
Okay, what happened with him?
He understood that how he behaved towards was not acceptable, and from my understanding, he changed his behavior towards her.
And who did counseling?
I believe Alfonso and Judy at different points.
Anyone else you can remember getting counseling?
Those are the only ones I can remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
And counseling, did that directly result in him leaving the executive chamber?
No. I think that he finally understood that it wasn't going to work and it was time to find something new.
So my understanding is right, that the purpose of the counseling is to get someone to change their behavior.
Yes.
Improve their behavior.
Yes.
So that their behavior is consistent with the handbook.
Yes.
It's not a you're getting fired message.
Correct.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, so why don't we look at what's tab 4 in your binder.
These are very intense binders. Okay.
All right, so this is, if I'm right, what you're looking at is a series of text messages between you, Jill DeRosa, Alfonso David, and Lindsay Lacewell from July 26, 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
and there's an attachment that you send, and that attachment appears to be what's on page 2, which is a snapshot or screenshot of a text message between you and Lindsay Boylan. Is that right?
Correct.
Is this a text message between you and Ms. Boylan you were referring to earlier,
Yes.
where she says, "I don't mind tough days at all"?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon? Oh, yeah, let's mark this as the next exhibit. Sorry. And then the next day, Ms. Boylan writes, "I'm not sure why Alfonso couldn't pick up the phone or ask me himself. What I said and why I was asking him, Alfonso, to join the meeting. That's not a team. That's either because he is afraid of me or doesn't respect me." Do you have an understanding what she's referring to there?
No.
You said that the interaction with Jill was about disregarding protocol. What was Alfonso David's role in that protocol?
I don't remember. I've seen this exchange in the lead into this interview. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you remember generally what the issue was with Mr. David?
No.
Okay. And then she says, this is after I had already been read the Riot Act by Jill. Do you have an understanding what she meant by being read the Riot Act by Jill?
I think in like looking at this and refreshing my memory, it's what I said earlier, which is I think that my conversation came after the conversation Jill had with her.
Okay. And that she was interpreting her conversation with Jill as having been read the Riot Act.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. David wrote back in the next set of texts on the next page, "I'm not doing this. She is certifiably, one day is one person, the next day it is someone else." Do you remember that?
I've seen this, so in that context.
Do you have any independent?
Sorry, the questions she's asking her about your memory are going to be like your memory, not just do you remember seeing this text in prep. That's not the question.
I don't want to know about what you saw with your lawyers.
Okay, so no.
Okay. Do you remember any conversations with Mr. David about Miss Boylan being one day one person and the next day someone else?
This was a constant dialogue. I don't remember a specific conversation with Alfonso in the lead into September, but this was a constant refrain.
I'm trying to understand, this was a constant refrain before July 26, 2018?
Yes, it started earlier.
Okay, and so the discussion about potentially giving her counseling started before July 2018?
No, I don't remember specifically when we talked about quote unquote counseling her.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was before July. But Alfonso may have a different recollection.
Okay, if you flip through on the 26th, let's see, on the bottom it says 4837. Ms. Lacewell says, but she didn't say it's over. This is after Ms. Lacewell has a conversation with Ms. Boylan. What did you understand Ms. Lacewell to mean by she didn't say it's over?
What I said before, that it wasn't necessarily that she was leaving.
What did Ms. Boylan say to you was her perspective on this issue of breaching protocol?
The conversation she and I had was very short. We didn't talk about it again.
You never spoke again about the issue of protocol for contacting the governor with Ms. Boylan?
Not based on my recollection, no.
Did anyone else between July of 2018 and September of 2018, to your knowledge, have a conversation with Ms. Boylan about the protocol for contacting the governor?
Rob talked to her a lot about it.
Okay. And what do you know about the conversations between Mr. Mojica and Ms. Boylan about the protocol for contacting the governor?
Lindsay and Rob had a very friendly relationship, and I think that he was trying to coach her to be successful and not take things so personally. She would pin the governor or call the governor and say, "I have this idea for this project," and the governor would say, "Great, run that by Rob." And then she would go to Rob and say, "What does he think? I'm stupid? You know, this is so insulting. I have to go run it by you." And Rob would say, "Lindsay, nobody just runs to the governor things. We talk these things through. Like, it shouldn't be insulting to you that he's asking you to talk to me about a project. I have 25 years of experience in this area. He's the head of development for the MTA, and he wants us to all be a team and talk to each other about these things." And I know that, she would constantly run to Rob and, complain or vent about her frustrations on these things, and that he would try to give her positive feedback to improve. I think that they've had a friendly relationship.
And the conversations that you understand were had between Mr. Mojica and Ms. Boylan, what did she say was her perspective on why she was going directly to the governor?
She was just defended that she didn't have that direct line, that she felt like she should be able to go directly to him, and that if she didn't, it's because she was being disrespected in some way.
Did she ever say that she felt that other people had a direct line to him and that she should also?
I don't know.
Do you know anything else about what Ms. Boylan said was her perspective to Mr. Mojica?
No, I mean, I know that she told Rob that she hated Annabelle and Stephanie and Jill, that she thought I was I had, and that she felt like she was being discluded from things that she should be in charge of because she had more talent in her pinky than everyone in the building.
Are those all quotes you're offering us from Mr. Mojica that he said Ms. Boylan said?
The Annabelle, Stephanie, Jill, yes. The yes, and I believe she put it in writing. And the part about the more talent in her pinky, I think she expressed it in writing.
And when did you learn about these things?
With Rob, I learned about them after the fact in March of last year when she sent her threatening text message to him. With the more talent in my pinky at the time, because that was sort of a breaking point when she came to me and said, her or me, I'm not doing this anymore.
Sorry, when you say you learned about all the things about Annabelle, about Danny Lever, about Stephanie Benton, about the comment and the comment, and about her complaining about being excluded, those were in March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And that the talent in the pinky was when?
It was in an email that Lindsay wrote to in September of 2018.
Okay. And when was the last time you saw that email?
In preparation for today.
You're talking about outside of prep? I'm not, look, did you have a recollection of having seen that at the time?
It was a pretty unforgettable email.
Okay.
And you said that it was either her or Miss Boylan?
Yes,
And when was
in
that?
sum and substance. In September of 2018, she sent me a series of emails where assistant had inquired as to the location of the DepSecs because there was going to be a storm, and that's a traditional thing that the state operations director does, figure out where all the commissioners are, figure out where all the DepSecs are so you can deploy assets and resources around the state. Lindsay responded essentially saying, how dare you ask where I'm going to be, and if the governor or senior staff need to get me, they can get me whenever they want, they have my phone numbers. And then separately, she refused to get on State of the State calls that and her deputy running because she felt it was a waste of her time and beneath her if she wasn't involved in conversations with and Jim Malatras because they were really the decision makers, and that she wasn't going to participate in anything with her anymore. And finally reached a point where she started forwarding me these emails and was like, Melissa, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this with her. Like, either she goes or I go. And at this point, again, this was like right around the time of the primary in 2018. I was taking a lot of time off working on the campaign, and there was like any time that I was getting any outreach, like that there were issues in the office, it always seemed to be associated with Lindsay.
And what did you do after Miss outreach?
I forwarded the emails to Alfonso.
And what did you ask him to do?
I said, please create a file for Lindsay.
Sounds like you remember that email, so why don't we pull it up?
Sure.
Tab 165. Okay, so let's mark this as the next exhibit. At the bottom, the very bottom is an email from Lindsay Boylan. And then there's an email from to you, Ms. Lacewell, and Mr. Rosier that says, I'm sick and tired of the way she treats people. Is this the email you were referring to?
One of, yeah.
Okay. And it says, Ms. says she needs to be counseled. Was that a reference to Lindsay Boylan?
I'm sorry, let me just, it's okay. Yes.
And then in the next email, you respond to Mr. David, Ms. Lacewell, and Mr. Rosier, and you say, Alfonso, please create a file for Lindsay. Please put this in it.
Yes.
Okay, is that the email you were just referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you mean by create a file?
In my experience, when you have personnel issues, you have to document them. And so I was saying, we have an issue. State Operations Director, who is her official boss, is saying she needs to be counseled. So I think you have to start to create a record.
Okay. And had you ever asked Mr. David before to create a record or a file for someone because of a HR issue?
I think, and I don't think I asked him to do that. I think that Jill did, but I knew about it.
Anyone else?
Not that I recall.
Anyone else you were aware of that had a file like this created for them?
Not that I recall, but I'm sure there are others.
What about,
Oh, I'm sure.
how are you sure?
Well, I take that back. I'm not sure. I assume.
Don't assume. Do you know the
I
has a
don't.
file like this?
I don't. I don't know.
And then Mr. David responds, we manage all allegations, claims using the same process and applying the same standard. Accordingly, given that this was independently forwarded to counsel's office, we have already begun compiling information regarding this and other allegations regarding this employee. What did you understand Mr. David to mean when he said, we use the same process? What was the process?
I think his words mean what they say. That he was saying that, I think that he was responding to the fact that I said create a file for Lindsay to make clear that this was not a unique situation, and with any complaints, they're handled the same way, which is that you begin to compile complaints.
Okay, so you understand that what he was writing back was, this is normally what we do. We create a record of the complaints.
That's how I understood it.
And what was your expectation about what Mr. David would do after he created the file with this document in it?
Counsel Lindsay.
Okay. Did you have any other expectation about what he would do?
No.
Did you expect him to investigate?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you expect him to investigate?
Talk to the people who were making official complaints to get their side of things, and also speak to Lindsay.
Were you aware of Mr. David having done that type of investigation in any other circumstance?
With the situation,
Anyone else?
I don't remember off the top of my head. That's just one that specifically sticks out.
And to your knowledge, is that what Mr. David did?
I think so.
And what do you base that on?
Because I remember that he spoke to me at the time, and I remember that said that she appreciated that I had taken her complaint to Alfonso, and so I assumed that that meant that he was managing it from there.
Did you understand to be making a complaint about Ms. Boylan?
Yes.
Did you understand to be making a complaint about Ms. Boylan?
Yes.
And what is your basis for saying that you understood to be making a complaint about Ms. Boylan?
Not dissimilar to they had nasty email exchange, which then was forwarded to Alfonso and said, I want to make a complaint.
Did that?
It was either she or but they were both on the same chain.
And they said, your recollection is that in those documents, they said, we want to make a complaint.
Yes.
And so did Ms. Boylan get counseling?
An attempt at it, yes.
And by attempt at it, what is your understanding of what happened?
That Alfonso, am I allowed to talk about this? That Alfonso sat her down. Am I allowed to talk about this?
Hang on. I think this is privileged.
There are
I think the
piles of documents about this.
Can you, look, I don't want there to be an issue. Can you use the documents and ask her about those? If they produce the documents, go for it.
I'd like to know what she knows. So what do you know about what happened with Ms. Boylan, and how do you know it? Why don't you start with
Do
how do you
only
know it?
Do you only know it through discussions with counsel, Alfonso David in
Yeah.
particular? Have you seen documents relating to it separately?
The memo that was put on file subsequently.
Are you going to allow her to testify in the moment
The
what
memo's
Mr. David
produced,
told
right?
you? The memo's been produced.
Yeah,
This has all been waived. I mean, there's press articles about this.
Yeah, sorry. The subject of Lindsay Boylan or Alfonso David has been waived as far as a number of people have testified about it. I mean, it's our view that it's sort of a sword and shield, but
Yeah.
consultations with, and what they did with Lindsay Boylan, that's been
Go ahead.
openly discussed.
Okay.
Okay.
Following their meeting, Alfonso and I spoke. I don't remember if it was on the telephone or in person, but he told me that he had sat her down with, I think, Camille. But there was definitely another person present, and that they talked to her about the complaints that had come in, the 3 women at ESD, and the fact that Howard Zemsky and the council at ESD had formally requested she be removed from the ESD line and the floor, and feeling that she mistreated them. And I can't remember if there was more than that, but at least those instances, and that they attempted to speak to her about it, but it didn't go very far, that she pretty quickly erupted and said, "I'm quitting," and she left. And then I found out subsequently that day from a lobbyist that she had sent out a blast email to her contacts saying, "Today is my last day in the executive chamber."
And before that conversation with Mr. David, were you aware of the 3 women at ESD who had raised concerns about Ms. Boylan?
Yes,
And how did you become aware of that?
from Alfonso. It's like a very serious thing when an agency requests to have somebody removed from the floor and the line. I don't have
Yeah,
any
I think
memory
the
of that
question I
ever
asked was,
happening.
how did you become aware?
Yeah.
You became aware of it through Mr. David?
Yeah.
So prior to the conversation after the meeting with Lindsay Boylan, between Mr. Boylan and Mr. David, that was not the first time you heard about these 3 women?
No,
Okay. And so then you said after the meeting, at the meeting, Mr. David reported that Lindsay Boylan had said she quit?
yes,
She told Mr. David she quit,
yes.
okay? And then she
I,
said,
I think so.
your recollection is that Mr. David
Yes,
told
that's
you
my-
that Ms. Boylan had
That's
quit?
my recollection.
Okay. And this was?
I'm hedging a little bit because I don't remember if it was a situation like when I spoke to her on the phone and she left the office and we were unsure of what was going on, but I know that shortly afterwards she sent out a blast email to her contacts saying that today was her last day in the executive chamber.
Okay, so in between the meeting with Mr. David that you had and you learning of the blast email, it sounds like you had some concern that maybe you were in this, what is her intention place, like you had described to me before. Is she quitting or is she not quitting? Is that right?
No,
No.
I'm saying I don't remember if Alfonso said to me that she declared in the meeting that she was quitting, or if it wasn't until afterwards. So I don't want to characterize what I knew at the time as saying I was in that place of I don't know. I'm just saying to you my memory isn't clear.
Okay, your memory is not clear as to whether you understood, based upon your meeting with Mr. David, that Ms. Boylan had quit.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and that she had on prior occasions caused some confusion about whether she was quitting the executive chamber.
At least the one instance with me.
And you were aware of any other instances?
No.
You told me that she had had multiple outbursts like the one with you, right?
Yes.
And on those other outbursts, I think you already told me that her intention as to whether she was going to remain in the chamber was unclear. Is that right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
There were other times when she had outbursts with staff and she would act out, but I don't remember any other specific time when I thought to myself, is she not coming back or coming back? That doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen, but I only recall that one time.
I see, meaning it didn't happen with other people, just not you.
That's what I'm saying. I can't, speak to every incident.
Okay.
Jen, can I just jump
Yeah,
in?
sure.
So you said the ESD wanted her removed from their floor. Why didn't she move to the executive chamber floor when she switched from ESD to becoming deputy secretary?
So she had a very big office on 37, and all of the offices on 39 where the governor sits, which is sort of viewed as that's where all the senior staff are. there were no offices that were similar to the one that she had on 37. So when she came over, she requested to stay on 37 so that she could keep her office and her assistant, because otherwise she would have been either severely downgraded in terms of office size, or she would have gone to the 38th floor, which she viewed as like beneath her.
It was her request to stay on 37?
Yeah.
Did she tell you that she viewed being on the 38th floor as being beneath her?
Not in those specific words.
And what were the words she used?
I didn't have the conversation with her. Jill had the conversation with her, and I believe, based on my recollection, that Jill said either you can have one of these smaller offices on 39, or we can give you a bigger office on 38, and that she didn't react well to the idea of being put on the 38th floor.
Okay, and what else did Jill tell you about her not reacting well?
That Jill's takeaway was she viewed it as being beneath her.
All right, so circling back, so now you're not sure exactly the memory of what Mr. David told you about whether she was quitting or not, but then you become aware that there is an email that Ms. Boylan has sent. Were you on that email?
I don't remember. I didn't, let me put it this way. If I was, that wasn't how I learned of it.
Okay. And you learned of it from?
A lobbyist.
Okay, which lobbyist?
I think it was, but I don't remember. I think it was him.
Okay, so after you learned about the email, what did you do?
I think I called the communications department and said, we may get press incoming on this.
Okay, and by calling the communications department, who did you call?
Danny and Rich.
Okay. And what did they say?
I just said, I'm flagging this. I feel like you could get press incoming. If you do, let me know.
Okay. Did you make any attempt to reach out to Ms. Boylan?
I don't think so.
Did you speak to anyone else in the executive chamber about the email other than Danny Lever and Rich as a party?
I think Alfonso.
And what do you recall about your conversation with Mr. David?
I don't. I think I just was like, well, she sent this out. So I guess that's that.
Did you start looking for a replacement?
Not in 2 days. But yeah, pretty immediately.
How immediately after that email did you start looking for a replacement?
That's an important job. So I don't remember specifically, but sometime in the near future.
Did you ever speak to the governor about Ms. Boylan's leaving the executive chamber?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation.
Alfonso and I spoke to him together. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's privileged, unless Alfonso's already disclosed it.
So just to be clear, the executive chamber's position as communicated to you, sorry, I just got to make a record. The executive chamber's position as communicated to you is that you can disclose the conversations with Ms. Boylan, but you can't disclose the conversations with the governor related to Ms. Boylan.
I don't know that that fairly captures it. There are some conversations we were aware of and got guidance of. This isn't one of them. Can we put a pin in this and come back to it after we get an answer? We already have an inquiry in, but we don't have an answer yet.
Okay, let's put a pin in it. Sorry, I'm just making a note. So after the conversation with the governor and Mr. David, did you have any conversations with the governor one-on-one after that about Lindsay Boylan and her quitting?
Yes. She called the office and attempted to talk to the governor, I think twice. And Stephanie didn't know what to do. And so Stephanie sought advice from Alfonso. And, okay, so I flagged for him, FYI, it sounds like Lindsay has called a couple of times, and Stephanie's dealing with it with Alfonso. And then she sent Stephanie an email saying, I love the governor, please let me talk to him. I'm the only one who has his best interest at heart.
And what happened after that email?
Stephanie forwarded the email to Alfonso and copied me.
Other than in preparation for today's meeting, when was the last time you saw that email?
Not back then. I looked for it, and
Were you able to find it?
no.
Do you know if did you ask Ms. Benton to look for it?
We both looked for it.
Was anyone able to find it?
No.
after the email, did you have any conversations with the governor after that email came in, about the email?
We had a conversation about the advice we received from council on how to deal with it.
And we're putting a pin in that. Any other conversations with the governor about Ms. Boylan in September of 2018 about Lindsay Boylan?
No.
Other than what you've just described in terms of the incident in July, the incidents that led to the September attempt at counseling, and your concerns about Ms. Boylan's breach of protocol, did you have any other concerns about Ms. Boylan's performance in the executive chamber?
No. No.
Did you have any other concerns about Ms. Boylan's behavior in the executive chamber that you haven't raised to our attention?
No, she was just incredibly ornery, and it for me just became a headache. Like every time I turned around, someone was complaining to me about Lindsay.
Did you ever have any concerns that she had behaved inappropriately from a sexual perspective in the executive chamber?
Not in the executive chamber, no.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that she had behaved inappropriately outside the executive chamber?
When she was at ESD,
Okay.
and I wouldn't characterize it as inappropriately.
Tell us about that.
I heard, I believe from, this is going to be tricky again, who was counsel at ESD. Can I keep going?
You learned just facts from,
So
or was it discussion, did it include legal advice from?
well, she was like reporting it up.
Do you want to go off the record?
Yeah.
Can we go off the record?
Times 2:13 p.m. concludes Media 5 off the record.
I think Sean got it.
Time now is 2:24 p.m. This begins Media 6 on the record.
Okay. So earlier you told me that you had a conversation with Alfonso David and the governor about Lindsay Boylan. Can you tell us the part of that conversation that did not involve the provision of legal advice by Mr. David?
We let the governor know that Lindsay had, obviously, like in the aftermath of her resignation, reached back out to get her job back, and following that had been attempting to contact the governor directly.
And what did the governor say?
How should I handle this?
Okay. And then Mr. David provided legal advice?
Yes.
As to which your counsel instructed you not to testify?
Well, the chamber has instructed us that they're not waiving privilege
Okay.
as to that advice.
And how did you come to know that Ms. Boylan had reached out to get her job back?
Alfonso called me that weekend.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
Exactly that she had reached out, I think that Sunday morning, and said that I'm fine with this stuff, right? Okay, so she said that she acknowledged that some of the things from the complaints were accurate, that she thought that this stuff went both ways, it wasn't just one-sided, that she felt like they also were difficult with her, and that I think that she was surprised by the complaints, which was interesting to me because it's like the most vocal, and that she wanted to come back to the chamber. She wanted her job back.
Okay. And what did you tell Mr. David?
We discussed whether or not it was a good idea.
Yeah, and did Mr. David provide you with legal advice?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm guessing the executive chamber is instructing you not to answer questions about what that legal advice was.
About legal advice, right?
Okay. And going back to the conversation between you, the governor, and Mr. David, anything else that the governor said other than asking what we should do?
No.
Was the governor surprised at any of the information that you conveyed to him?
I think that he was surprised at the ultimate, her storming out while Alfonso was counseling her. I try to keep stuff off his desk that he doesn't need to be to know about. There's like so many important things going on. So I think that he was aware that there had been complaints about Lindsay, that Lindsay had had altercations with members of the staff, but I don't think necessarily realized that it had reached that point.
How did you come to understand that the governor was aware that there had been complaints about Lindsay before the September 28th incidents?
I think that Stephanie had said something at some point. I think that I had said something at some point. I think Robert said something at some point.
To the governor?
Yes.
What did you say to the governor prior to September 2018 about Ms. Boylan?
I think I told him about the incident that I had with her because I didn't know if she would go to him directly about it. And so I wanted to make sure he wasn't blindsided.
So earlier I asked you if you had talked to anybody else about that incident. You didn't say the governor was one of the people that you talked to, but now you're remembering you spoke to the governor?
Yes, I think.
Okay. And what was the governor's reaction to you telling him about that incident?
He traditionally doesn't like to weigh in on, like,
Just, do you remember that conversation and what his
not
reaction was?
specifically, except that he didn't engage it.
Meaning you told him and he didn't react to your recollection?
Right.
Okay. And can you remind me again, I'm sorry, why did you decide to give him a heads up about the July 2018 incident?
Because she would potentially go to him directly.
Had she told you she was going to go to the governor?
No.
And you said you think Ms. Benton had a conversation with the governor prior to September 2018 about Ms. Boylan. What do you understand about those conversations?
I don't have any specific knowledge, but I know that the Lindsay stuff with Lindsay was pretty intolerable, and I assume that Stephanie would have talked to him about it.
Okay, don't assume. Do you
Okay.
know that Stephanie Benton
No,
spoke to the governor?
no, I think.
We just can't talk over each other, okay? That's okay. So do you know that Ms. Benton spoke to the governor about Lindsay Boylan prior to September of 2018?
No.
Do you know if at any time Ms. Benton spoke to the governor about Lindsay Boylan?
No.
And then I think
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Not to speak over you. I don't know if she told him about that email that she received, separate from the conversation that Alfonso and I had with him.
Okay. When you say that email, what email are you referring to?
The one that she said, "I love him. I'm the only one who has his best interest at heart. Please let me talk to him."
Okay, so you're aware of whether Ms. Benton told the governor the existence of that email?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. That would be something where I would think that could have come up.
And what about Mr. Mojica? What do you know about his conversations with the governor about Lindsay Boylan prior to September 2018?
I was in the room one time when there was a difficult conversation on the phone that Lindsay was a part of. And Lindsay got vocal, like got her voice raised. And when the governor hung up, Robert was like, "It'll be okay, I'll talk to her. Like, it's fine," kind of thing.
And do you remember why Ms. Boylan's voice was getting raised?
I believe it's because the governor was asking her questions about a project and she got offended.
And what did you understand, or how did you come to understand that she got offended?
By her reaction.
How did you come to understand?
I shouldn't characterize it. Her voice raised. She was clearly frustrated.
Okay, why don't we do this? You tell me what Mr. Mojica told you about that meeting. Were you there?
Yes.
Okay, so what happened in the meeting?
There was a call on speakerphone with a group of people about a project. I think it was an MTA project. This is around the time that I was telling you about how Lindsay got upset because the governor said speak to Robin about it. And that on the phone, the governor was doing what he generally does, which he refers to as peeling the onion, where he asks a million questions. And as he was asking questions, she didn't have the answers, and then he would ask the next question, and she was getting increasingly aggravated, which was obvious by her raising her voice and getting frustrated. And then the call ended, and it was like one of those situations, I'm sure we've all been in these moments where you're in a meeting with the room, and everyone looks at each other like, and Rob was like, I'll talk to her. It'll be fine. I'll talk to her.
And was that the end of it? That was the end of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an understanding as to whether Mr. Mojica reported back to the governor on his conversation with Ms. Boylan after that?
I don't know.
Do you know if Mr. Mojica did in fact speak to Ms. Boylan about that incident?
I believe, based on the text messages that I saw in, what month are we in?
I don't know, July.
In February, that yes, that he had talked to her and attempted to calm her down.
Okay, and what was the context in which you saw text messages in February between Mr. Mojica and Ms. Boylan?
It was December, I'm sorry. When Lindsay made her initial claims on Twitter, Rob came to see me and said, Melissa, you have to see this. He recalled that in the prior March, she had made pretty direct threats against the administration, and he believed she was making good on the threats. And so he came to show me the text message. And in the course of that, I said, is there anything else I should know? And he like scrolled back and was just reading a bunch of them out loud.
Okay, let's put a pin in that and come back to that in a few minutes.
Okay.
And then you said that in the course of this incident, you learned that Ms. Boylan had told Mr. David that she believed the conduct with went both ways. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So were ever counseled after that?
I don't know.
Who would have done that counseling?
Alfonso?
Did you ever ask for them to be counseled?
No.
Did you ever inquire as to what Ms. Boylan meant by it went both ways between her and?
No. But I understood it to mean that to the extent that she thought that they thought that she was disrespectful, she thought that they were disrespectful.
Right. So, but you didn't inquire as to what the basis was for her believing they were disrespectful to her.
No.
Didn't
At
ask
that point,
anybody. Didn't ask anybody to investigate that.
No. At that point, she had quit.
Right. But were you comfortable with the idea that was potentially being disrespectful to people?
Based on Lindsay's behavior towards her assistants, her boss, people she viewed as beneath her, people she viewed as her contemporaries, I did not believe that was the problem.
Okay. So you just decided that Ms. Boylan was not right about that.
It wasn't my place to do that one way or another. This was in the hands of counsel.
So did you have an expectation that counsel was going to look into that allegation?
If there was warranted follow-up, I believe that they would do it, yes.
Are you aware that they did look into it?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask?
No.
Circling back, we had put a pin in a conversation you had with related to Ms. Boylan. Tell us about that conversation.
I didn't have the direct conversation with. I don't remember if it was Linda or Alfonso, but one of them told me that I had received a complaint.
So that was reported to you either by Ms. Lacewell or Mr. David?
One of the two of them.
Okay. And what were you told about what was going to happen with that allegation?
The concern at that point was and so we thought it was important to ask the direct question and make sure that she was aware of her rights.
Did that happen?
Yes,
And how do you know that that happened?
because it was reported back to me.
Okay, who reported it back to you?
Alfonso.
What did he tell you?
And that he counseled Lindsay as to what was in the employee handbook, places that she could go to report, asked the direct question if she had ever been the subject of harassment, to which she unequivocally said no, and wanted to make sure that she understood that if there was any situation going on, that she had a safe space to report, either through Alfonso, through ESD's counsel, or directly to Goer.
Have you seen any documents related to that conversation?
Yes.
And what documents have you seen?
There was a memo that was done memorializing it.
Okay. And who has that memo? Mr. David?
The chamber. I don't know that it's in Alfonso's possession.
And you said the incident, right?
Yes.
And did the incident?
Yes. Yes.
Did they speak to anyone else?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, but are you sure?
I don't think so.
You're sure they didn't speak to anybody else?
That's not what I said. I said I don't think so.
Was that the end of that?
Yes.
You ever have any conversations with the governor about that?
No.
Ever speak to anyone else in the executive chamber about it?
No.
Ever speak to anyone outside the executive chamber about it?
No. Are you talking about the rumors about that specific incident?
I'm talking about that specific incident.
No.
And when was that?
Actually, I don't know that that's right.
Let's pause and we'll come back to that. When was that incident? When Mr. David told you that there, or Ms. Lacewell told you that there was this allegation made about?
It was either December or January of 2017, 2018. Whatever the date is on the memo, we took action pretty quickly.
When was the last time you looked at that memo? Other than with your counsel and preparing for today?
Not in years. I don't even know that I saw it at the time
When was the first time you saw it?
in preparation.
You just made reference to rumors. What are those rumors?
There were rumors that
Okay. Did you do anything about those rumors?
exactly what I just told you.
Other than the incident involving, did the rumor have any facts to it?
No, it was just general chatter.
Okay, so what led to the conversation about with Mr. David was actually a report from someone else,
Yes.
right? So did you ever do anything about the rumors about?
No. I frankly thought that they were mean.
During Ms. Boylan's time in the executive chamber or at ESD, were you aware that she got flowers from the governor?
No.
Can I ask a follow-up question? You had said that you might want to correct something when you said when
Oh, yeah.
Jen asked whether you had spoken to anyone about that incident.
When Lindsay started tweeting in December, I believe a reporter from the New York Post asked about it, and as a party and I spoke about it and said we're absolutely not engaging this.
About what? About the. They raised it and you said we're not talking about it?
Yeah.
Had you spoken to anyone else within the executive chamber about the rumors generally?
No. I thought it was really mean.
Mean in what way?
Mean in the way that who knows if it was true or not true. And I didn't want to be a part of spreading that.
So I think before Mr. Kim asked you those questions, I had asked you if you're aware that Ms. Boylan had ever received flowers from the governor.
Can I answer that question in a nuanced way?
Sure.
I did not know
Just the answer.
I did not know specifically Lindsay, but he has a tradition of sending out flowers to the women on the second floor on Valentine's Day.
Prior to February 22nd to February 24th of 2021, were you aware that Ms. Boylan was a recipient of flowers from the governor? on
Not
Valentine's
specifically.
Day? You
Oh, I'm
just let
sorry.
me finish. It's okay.
Not specifically.
Okay. And you said he has a tradition of sending flowers to everyone on the second floor on Valentine's Day?
Yeah,
Everyone or just women?
women. The mansion staff does it pretty automatically at this point. I think it was actually a Sandra idea at the beginning.
There's actually no question pending, so just
Sorry.
hold up, okay? During Ms. Boylan's time in the executive chamber or at ESD, were you aware that she had traveled to Puerto Rico with the governor?
I think I was on that trip.
Okay. And what was that trip for?
I don't remember. Hurricane recovery, I'm sure.
Did you see her engage with the governor on that trip?
Not that I recall.
Did she fly with you?
I don't remember.
Any other occasions in which you're aware that Ms. Boylan traveled with the governor?
I don't think so. I mean, other than like when you would fly to Buffalo to do a press conference.
Are you aware that Ms. Boylan flew to Buffalo with the governor for press conferences?
Yes. She flew all over the state for press conferences.
And some of those trips were with the governor?
Yes.
In the helicopter?
Some in the helicopter, some in the King Air.
When you say King Air, you mean the plane?
The prop plane, generously.
How many times are you aware of Ms. Boylan traveling with the governor, either on the helicopter or on the plane?
I don't know.
More than a dozen?
Probably. The governor travels a lot.
Are you aware of an occasion on which Ms. Boylan was involved in planning an event for the Regional Economic Development Awards?
I am.
And what was her role in that?
She was the DepSec for economic development. She was Howard's chief of staff. So as a result, she would be playing a lead role in that.
So by lead role, do you mean she's kind of planning and organizing the event?
Not the logistics per se, but the substance.
By substance, who gets the awards?
There's a grading process. Each region of the state has to turn in their list of projects, and then each region is awarded a certain amount of money based on the substance of the project, how many jobs they believe they're going to create, et cetera.
Where are the awards hosted?
In Albany.
And when Ms. Boylan was there, who was the MC or host of the awards?
There's a different one every year.
Okay, who were the ones that hosted when Ms. Boylan was a member of the ESD or the Executive Chamber?
Generally speaking, it would be a news anchor. So one time it was a local person from the Albany area. I think one or two times it was Maria Bertaromo. And I don't remember the rest.
Do you remember who the local person was?
I don't. Teresa something, I think.
Do you remember whether Ms. Boylan traveled with the governor and Ms. Bertaromo for that event?
Only in the context of a recent news inquiry.
Okay, and tell us about that recent news inquiry.
Ronan Farrow, I believe, was Ronan Farrow. There were a lot of press stories in the spring. Said that she claimed that she felt degraded, that she was going to fly on the plane instead of stay back and talk to people.
And sorry, just to flush that out. Mr. Farrow told you that Ms. Boylan felt degraded that she was going to fly on the plane back from Albany
Yes.
to New York City,
To be clear, I never had a direct conversation with Ronan Farrow. He had that conversation with Peter Jamian.
and then it was relayed to you.
Yes.
Okay. And after that conversation was relayed to you by Mr. Ajamian, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you do to look into that allegation?
Asked Annabelle. And I don't think we talked to Jill about it. Asked Annabelle.
Annabelle Walsh?
Yes.
Why'd you ask Annabelle?
I believe her allegation in the Ronan Farrow article was specific to Annabelle, that Annabelle had made her fly on the plane.
That
Or
Annabelle,
had told her she was supposed to fly on the plane and that she was upset about that and let that be known.
okay. And who spoke to Ms. Walsh?
I did, Peter did. I think we conferenced her into a call we were doing about the article.
Who else was on the call?
There was sort of a revolving group of people that were involved in press responses, so I don't want to give you a complete list because I may be wrong, but certainly me, Peter, Rich, probably Liz, probably Jeff, and I'm sorry, Liz Smith, Jeff Pollock, probably Josh Vlasto, some iteration of that group, probably, and then we would always have the lawyers on, so either Linda, Beth, Judy, some iteration of the legal team.
And what did Ms. Walsh say about that allegation?
That she didn't, I don't remember specifically. I can tell you what my takeaway was, but I don't remember what words she used.
Okay. Do you remember any words she used?
I don't.
Or any documents she pointed you to?
I think that we pulled the flight log to see if she was even on the plane, and she wasn't even on the plane. And so we were all sort of confused by that.
Was the allegation that she had been on the plane?
The way it was presented by Ronan Farrow led us to believe that that's what she was saying.
That's not ultimately what she said, right?
Well, we went back and said she wasn't even on the plane, so what are you talking about? And then I think he came back and said, well, that wasn't the issue. It was that she was being told that she was supposed to fly on the plane.
Okay. And so what was your takeaway from Ms. Walsh?
That it was not an issue.
And what do you mean by it was not an issue?
It wasn't something that rose to a level where she even remembered the conversation, that it's possible that she said to Lindsay, I need you on standby potentially to fly with the governor, Maria, down to the city. She was the substance lead. It was economic development. You're with a very important person who just hosted these awards. But ultimately, the governor decided who was flying and didn't ask for Lindsay.
And that's what Ms. Walsh reported to you,
That was her recollection.
that she didn't really remember it.
It was like we were putting it together based on the flight logs and trying to think back through how it would have gone.
Okay, so you thought about how it would have gone, but did Ms. Walsh actually remember how it did go?
That's what I'm telling you. I don't remember specifically the words that she used, but that was the takeaway from it.
Has there ever been, to your knowledge, any concern expressed by anyone about the governor being alone on a flight with Ms. Borderomo? I cannot say her name.
Bartiromo?
Borderomo.
Not that I recall specifically. They were good friends.
Okay.
They are good friends.
Was there any concern expressed ever, to your knowledge, about Sandra Lee finding out that the governor had traveled with Maria Borderomo?
No, and the flight logs are public.
Are you aware of any documents that express a concern about Sandra Lee finding out that the governor was traveling with Ms. Borderomo?
I don't think so.
And you said your takeaway was that the governor ultimately decided who traveled with him. Is that because the governor always decides who travels with him?
He can have opinions, cannot have opinions. It depends on the day.
Okay, and did Ms. Walsh convey to you that she had a specific recollection of the governor having an opinion about the flight from Albany to New York with Ms. Borderomo?
What I remember was that she had, what she thought, again, and I don't remember if this was a specific recollection, that she had asked Lindsay to be on standby just in case, but then ultimately the governor didn't ask anyone else to fly.
Okay. After Ms. Boylan left, well, before I transition to asking about after she left the executive chamber, Ms. Clark or Mr. Kim, do you have any questions about her time during the executive chamber? Ms. Boylan? Okay. After Ms. Boylan left the executive chamber, she ran for Congress, right?
Yes.
What seat did she run for?
I don't know the number. I think it's New York 18. It was against Jerry Nadler.
Okay. How did you become aware that Ms. Boylan was intending to run for Jerry Nadler's seat?
I don't remember. It may have just been on Twitter. I don't remember.
Did you ever speak to anyone about the fact that Lindsay Boylan was running for Mr. Nadler's seat?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, who'd you talk to?
I don't remember, like no one conversation sticks out specifically.
Did you talk to anybody in, I'm going to call it Nadler's camp, about Ms. Boylan?
Yes.
Okay, who'd you talk to? Can you spell her last name for the court reporter? Okay, and who is,
Jerry Nadler's chief of staff.
okay, when was this conversation?
I don't remember. I imagine either right before or shortly after she declared, but I don't remember what month that was.
So you were aware before she declared that she was
I don't
seeking-
remember. I think that
Sorry. It's okay. Were you aware before Ms. Boylan declared that she was running for Mr. Nadler's seat that she was intending to declare?
I don't remember, because oftentimes what happens is people will put out, leaks on purpose so that you like draw out a press cycle. And that will happen before someone officially does the podium press conference I'm running. So I just don't remember where in that calendar that happened.
Okay. So tell us what you remember about the conversation with.
That reached out and asked if I knew what was going on. Why was a Cuomo person running against Jerry? Were we going to get involved in the race?
Reached out to you?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you tell her?
I said, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't tell Lindsay not to run. I wouldn't tell Lindsay not to run. I don't have any sort of relationship with her.
Did you say anything else about her?
That was basically it, that I recall.
You recall speaking at all about Ms. Boylan's competency,
No,
speaking about her character,
no,
speaking about the circumstances under which she left the executive chamber,
no,
speaking about the fact that there was a file.
no.
Did you speak to anyone else who had connections?
Wait,
with-
let me back up. I think I said to her, in the context of me saying, like, look, I can't get involved, like, she didn't leave on great terms. Like, this isn't the kind of thing where I can, like, pick up the phone.
Did you say anything else about the circumstances under which Ms. Boylan left the executive chamber?
Not that I recall.
After the conversation with, did you relay that information or that conversation to anybody in the executive chamber?
I don't remember if I said something to, no, I didn't. I was thinking if I said something to someone at the state party, but that's not the executive chamber.
Okay, did you say something to somebody at the state party?
See what you did there?
I may have said something to the executive director.
Okay, who's the executive director?
Now it's Jay Jacobs. I can't remember who it was at the time.
Okay, and what do you recall you may have said?
There's always conversations about the inner party challenges, and so I think I said something to the effect of, heads up, Jerry's not happy.
And how did you come to understand that Jerry Nadler wasn't happy?
It was the conclusion I drew based on my conversation with him.
Is there something specific said that made you understand that Mr. Nadler wasn't happy?
I don't think anyone likes
Representative Nadler.
a primary challenge. It had nothing to do specifically with Lindsay.
Do you recall speaking to anybody else about Ms. Boylan's run for Congress?
I spoke to, because he told me she came to see him and ask his advice. Other than that, nothing specific.
And what did you talk about?
He said, she came to see me and ask for advice. I said, Jerry, like, tell me your justification. Why are you running? Like, Jerry's a good member of Congress. Like, convince me, pitch me kind of thing. And that she just kept coming back to, it's time for new energy and fresh blood. And he was like, that's not enough for me. And so he just relayed back to me that he wasn't particularly impressed and that it didn't seem like there was a real justification that would be sellable in a campaign.
Is your recollection that he reached out to you to convey this conversation?
Not specifically. And I are good friends. We talk all the time.
Do you remember how Ms. Boylan came up in the conversation?
I think he said, oh, hey, I sat with Lindsay Boylan. Didn't she used to work for you?
And did you say anything in response?
No,
Did you tell him anything about Ms. Boylan's time in the executive chamber?
no,
Did you tell him any of your personal opinions about Ms. Boylan?
no,
In the context of Ms. Boylan running for Congress, did you share your personal opinions of her with anyone?
not that I recall.
And in the context of Ms. Boylan running for Congress, other than telling me that she didn't leave the executive chamber on the best terms, did you share any opinions about her work performance with anyone?
No, not that I recall.
Let's look at tab 10 in your binder. Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. We're marking this as the next exhibit. So if I've done this right, this is a text message from you to Jill DeRosier, Rich Azzopardi, Annabelle Walsh, Stephanie Benton, Jim Malatras, Danny Lever, Robert Mujica, Beth Garvey.
I don't know
Peter-
that I'm looking at the right thing. I'm sorry.
I think you are. Yep, look at the first page.
Okay.
Flip back. Flip backward, Mr. Rose.
First page.
Right at the top. See that?
Okay.
There you go. That's what I was looking at.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so we're agreed that this is a text message from you to that group I just named.
Yes.
Okay, and this is from April 20th, 2019.
Okay.
And you appear to have attached a screenshot that has been heavily redacted. Who are the parties in this email?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
The bottom email on February 28th, 2019, where it says, "I was disappointed to read that you floated your name as a primary opponent to Jerry Nadler. It's a shame that you did not listen to me."
I don't know who sent that.
Is that you who sent it?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
It says, "If you run, I seriously doubt you will reach the 11% level his last opponent did." Do you understand what that meant?
I understand what it means based on reading this text, but
How did this get to you?
I don't know.
What'd you do? Do you recall why you sent it to this group?
I don't.
Did you ask anybody in this group to do anything in response to this email?
I don't think so.
You can put that aside.
Did I send this text message?
This is a text message. On the first page, it's from you.
No, I get it, but I'm saying this.
This is the attachment you sent.
But I don't know who sent it. I don't recall who sent it.
Right, that's why I'm asking you, because I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
No, and certainly not. I don't know.
Why do you say it's certainly not?
That's not his style. He would never write something like that.
What do you mean he would never write something like that?
He's like a very classy, nice guy. He wouldn't write that.
So you think this is not classy?
He wouldn't ever communicate with her like that. I don't think he ever communicated with her again. I have no idea who that's from.
Okay.
That's the question.
All right. I have no sense of what time it is. Okay, it's 3 o'clock, so we've been going for, I don't know how long. Do you want to take a break? We're going to shift. You wanna keep going?
You wanna wait?
Do you want to take like 3 minutes? I'll
Okay.
just run to the bathroom.
Sure. Yeah, let me move off the record.
Time now is 2:59 p.m. 6 off the record. Time now is 3:08 p.m. This begins media 7 on the record.
Mr. Rosa, do you know someone by the name of Charlotte Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know Miss Bennett?
She worked in the executive chamber.
How did she come to work in the executive chamber?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know who hired her?
I don't know.
What was her first role in the executive chamber?
I believe it was briefer.
Did she ever change roles?
Yes.
And what role did she change to?
She went to go work on the health team.
Before she went to work on the health team, did she have any role other than briefer?
I don't think so.
Was she ever the senior briefer?
I don't know.
Did she ever staff the governor?
Yes.
Okay. And then was that a different role than being a briefer?
They're sort of interchangeable.
Okay. Can you explain that to me? What are the responsibilities of a briefer?
A briefer is someone who compiles research, documents, relevant information for the governor for events, phone calls, meetings. And so they're relatively junior, but generally smart, ambitious, hardworking. And if need be, if there are certain people certain of the briefers that I don't really know how to say this, who are just generally like do well with the governor, then we'll ask them to help pitch in and staff if we're short-staffed with the executive assistant pool.
Okay. You said you weren't sure how to say it, but you said do well with the governor. Can we understand what that means?
Sure. It's sort of like what I said to you before. There are certain people that do interact better with the governor. People who are assertive, people who are obviously competent, people who, if he gives a task to, they perform the task diligently and well. And so if there are people like that who at different times, or Stephanie Benton, if they were short-staffed and they would, need to pull someone, occasionally a briefer would come help to staff, which meant answering the phones, taking dictation, running down documents, typical administrative work.
And so when I use the term staffing the governor, did you understand me to mean doing that typical administrative work?
Yes.
So at some point, did you understand that Ms. Bennett was both the briefer and doing that typical administrative work?
Yes.
And did that mean that Ms. Bennett was one of the people that interacted well with the governor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever observe her interacting with the governor?
Yes. Yeah. Yes and no. We would generally cross paths.
By cross paths, you mean she's coming out of the office, you're going into the office kind of
Exactly.
thing? Okay. Were you ever in the governor's office at the same time as Ms. Bennett?
Not that I recall specifically. Once during COVID, I got there at like 7 in the morning and she was in the office and I walked in to say hello. And as I was walking in to say hello, she was leaving.
So sort of your typical crossing paths with her?
Yes.
Okay, so there are no occasions on which you were observed in any meaningful way Charlotte Bennett interacting with the governor?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever talk to the governor prior to December of 2020 about Charlotte Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, and tell us about those conversations.
Charlotte, on that instance that I mentioned when I walked into the office as she was walking out, he said to me, "Did you know that she started a sexual assault nonprofit? You should get her involved in the Council on Women and Girls."
And that was on the occasion when it was 7 a.m., this was during COVID.
Yeah.
And did you ask him how he came to understand that Ms. Bennett had started a sexual assault nonprofit?
No.
Are there any other occasions on which you, prior to December of 2020, spoke to the governor about Charlotte Bennett?
Prior to December of 2020, in June of 2020, end of June, early July.
Okay. Prior to June, July of 2020, did you have any conversations with the governor about Charlotte Bennett?
Not that I recall.
At some point, did Ms. Bennett worked in which office when she started?
I don't know.
Do you generally know where the briefers are located?
No.
Do the briefers deliver a briefing book to the governor?
Yes.
Is that something that happens daily?
Yes.
Is that dropped off wherever the governor is located when the briefing book is completed?
Yes.
Does that mean that it can be dropped off at the mansion sometimes?
Yes.
Is there a protocol prior to June or July of 2020? Was there a protocol for dropping off anything at the executive mansion for the governor?
Not that I was aware of specifically.
Okay. Or were you aware generally of a protocol for dropping things off at the executive mansion for the governor prior to June or July of 2020?
Not really. It wasn't really my lane.
You were generally aware of any protocols about staff going to the executive mansion prior to June or July of 2020?
So there was one instance in which the governor reached out to Jill and Stephanie was upset that he had been in the mansion alone and he just happened upon a briefer dropping off a binder. And so at that time, Annabelle, he basically said, this can never happen again. So Annabelle, Stephanie, and Jill came up with a protocol where if any staff came to the mansion, they would pin Jill, Annabelle, Stephanie, me, and CC the detail and say, such and such is here, permission to enter. And generally either Stephanie or I would respond and say, permission to enter. And the assumption was that one of us would give the governor a heads up so that he knew if there was someone on the premises. So it was there that incident wouldn't happen again.
Okay. When was that incident?
I don't remember.
But it was before June or July of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And so what was the concern that the governor had?
But he's like, this is my house. If I'm wandering around my house, it's not appropriate that I just bump into a staff person.
Okay. And so the protocol became that when any staff went to the mansion, you, Annabelle, Stephanie, and Jill DeRosa would get a pin from the PSU to alert you to that happening.
Whoever was in the front gate.
Okay. Did that protocol cover every staff member?
No.
Okay. Who didn't it cover?
It didn't cover me. It didn't cover Stephanie. It didn't cover the mansion staff, so whichever chefs were on. When Larry Schwartz was living in the mansion during COVID, it didn't cover him. When was living in the mansion during COVID, it didn't cover him. The rationale was these were people that he needed to be aware were on the premises. Stephanie and I were the ones generally granting the permission and being the go-between, so it was unnecessary with the two of us. When Larry was living there, the assumption was he was constantly coming and going, and the same with, so the governor didn't need to be made aware as they were coming in and going out. And the mansion staff had a set schedule, so he knew when to expect that they would arrive and leave.
So was the premise then that if you were going to the executive mansion, you would alert the governor yourself to that?
Correct. And same thing with Stephanie.
Okay. Were there discussions with any members of the PSU about this protocol?
I believe Annabelle and Stephanie and Jill when we put it in place.
And did you have any discussions with the PSU about this protocol?
I don't think I did directly.
Did you have any communications with the PSU about this protocol?
I don't think directly. I think it went through Stephanie, Annabelle, and Jill, some iteration of that group. I was obviously aware of it. But
Did you become aware of any concerns that the PSU had expressed to Stephanie, Annabelle, or Jill about this protocol?
no,
Did you become aware ever that the PSU had expressed that they should be pinning about your and Ms. Benton's entries and exits to the executive mansion as well?
no.
We went on a little tangent there, so let's go back to Charlotte Bennett. So there were occasions in which Ms. Bennett dropped off the briefing book at the mansion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so you didn't know where her office was. Did you understand that at some point she had moved to Albany during COVID?
Not at the time.
When did you come to that understanding?
In June.
Okay. Prior to June, July of 2020, had anyone raised any concerns to your attention about Ms. Bennett's interactions with the governor?
No.
Had anyone told you that the governor was flirting with Ms. Bennett?
No.
Had anyone told you that the governor had been observed flirting and giggling with Ms. Bennett in his office?
No.
Had anyone told you that the governor was alone in his office with Ms. Bennett?
No, but I'm generally pretty observant. I know when people are back there because we share an office suite.
Are you always in the office when the governor's in the office?
Most, like 99% of the time.
Okay, were there occasions in which you knew that Ms. Bennett was alone with the governor in his office?
Yes.
Okay. Who are the other people who you have observed or come to know were alone in the governor's office with him, other than yourself and Ms. Bennett?
Rob Mahika, Beth Garvey, Rich Azzopardi, Danny Lever, Peter Jamian, all of senior staff at various points, and sometimes support staff when they're taking dictation.
By support staff, you mean the briefers or the executive assistants?
Correct.
Okay. So it sounds like it's not uncommon for members of the staff to be alone with the governor in his office.
Correct.
Did you ever, prior to June or July of 2020, observe an occasion on which Bennett was upset in the office?
No.
Did you ever observe her crying?
No.
Did you ever hear Miss Bennett sing?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever hear the governor sing in the office?
Constantly.
Constantly. What does he sing?
Random Italian songs. He sings Billy Joel. He sings, a million different songs. He has
Okay.
this baritone voice.
Does he sing Meatloaf songs?
Yes.
Paradise by the Dashboard Light?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
It is, yeah. I'm that good. Does he sing Danny Boy
Yes.
often?
It was a thing with him and Danny Lever, but yes.
And tell us what the thing was with him and Danny Lever.
He would sing it to her and she would sing it back to him, and it was it was just like a little thing between the two of them.
Did you ever observe anyone else singing Danny Boy with the governor?
Sure.
Who?
I can't remember anyone specifically.
But you're sure you have, other than Miss Lever?
He just sang it all the time, so I don't remember a specific person. I know, obviously, from press inquiries, but
Any occasions in which you observed the governor asking someone to sing for him?
not that I recall. Nothing specific.
So I'm guessing you do not recall an occasion on which the governor asked Miss Bennett to memorize the lyrics to Danny Boy and to sing it.
Not that I recall.
And it sounds like you don't recall watching that occasion and describing it as hazing.
No.
Is there any occasion in which you've observed something in the executive chamber that you would describe as hazing,
No. Not specifically.
generally?
No.
Can you recall any occasion on which you used the word hazing to describe something you witnessed in the executive chamber?
No. Not that I recall.
Were there any concerns raised about Ms. Bennett having too many responsibilities?
Not to me.
Would you have been the person to whom those concerns were raised?
Nope.
Did Mr. DeRosa ever speak to you about Ms. Bennett having too many responsibilities in the chamber?
Not that I recall.
Did Ms. Walsh ever raise that concern to your attention?
No.
Did Mr. Rosier ever complain to you about any of Ms. Bennett's job performance?
Not that I recall.
Did Ms. Walsh ever complain to you about Ms. Bennett's job performance?
Not that I recall.
Let's look at what's at tab 14.
Sorry, which number?
Tab 14, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so this is a text message chain between you, Ms. Benton, Mr. Rosier, and Ms. Walsh on November 6, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
You see it begins with Ms. Benton saying, "Who can go with MCU tomorrow?" Is MCU a reference to the governor?
It's trying to remember what it stands for. Mobile Control Unit.
Is it a reference to the governor?
It's, yes, when you travel with the governor and he's still doing remarks or preparing for a PowerPoint, it means that you are responsible for bringing a laptop, taking the dictation, and also bringing a printer in case you need to print a document out upon arrival.
Okay. And so as you flip through this, you'll see it says to Puerto Rico or to the plane. It says PR, Puerto Rico. And then Ms. Walsh says, I assume me, because we can't work Charlotte too hard, and is working on 57 PowerPoints, PPTS. Do you see that?
I do.
What did you understand about Ms. Walsh's comment that we can't work Charlotte too hard?
I'm sure I didn't give 2 seconds of thought to that text message.
Did you ever hear anyone, you can put that away, raise any concerns about working Ms. Bennett too hard?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever hear the governor raise any concerns about how hard Ms. Bennett was working?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever hear about the governor raising concerns about how hard Ms. Bennett was working?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever had anyone raise to your attention concerns about anyone in the executive chamber working too hard?
Sure.
Okay, who?
Brittany Camiso, Danny Lever, Rob, everyone. at
Everyone
various
except
points.
Ms. Bennett.
Charlotte was not on my radar. So to the extent that anyone was concerned about how hard she was working, it wasn't being conveyed to me in a meaningful way.
And why was how hard Ms. Camiso was working on your radar?
There was a pin conversation about it that, frankly, I didn't think about at all at the time that I reviewed before coming here.
But other than that pin conversation, was Ms. Camiso on your radar?
In the last several months of 2020, yes, because she came to be one of my executive assistants.
Let's go back to Ms. Bennett. So you said earlier you told us that in June or July you became aware of concerns Ms. Bennett was raising about interactions with the governor. How did you become aware of that?
Jill DeRosa.
And when was that?
Middle of June. I don't remember the specific day.
Middle of June 2020?
Yes.
And how did Ms. DeRosa approach you? Was this phone, in person, email?
It wasn't email. It was either phone or in person, but I don't recall.
Okay, and tell us what you recall about the conversation with Mr. DeRosa.
That she reached out and said that Charlotte had, I don't remember if it was came to see her or spoke to her, but said that she was uncomfortable continuing to be a briefer and that she wanted to move to the health team to work on health policy.
What else did Ms. DeRosa tell you?
That was it?
Did she tell you why Ms. Bennett was uncomfortable?
No.
Did she tell you she was uncomfortable being around the governor?
No.
Did you ask what she meant by uncomfortable?
No.
Why not?
It was COVID. There were a million things going on. As I said, like, this is a very junior person, and so I didn't spend any time on it. In retrospect, I should have.
And what did Ms. DeRosa tell you she was going to do?
She said that she wanted to move to a job on the health team that she had previously expressed interest in, and that she was going to facilitate the transfer.
And what did you say?
Okay.
What did you understand about why Ms. DeRosa was bringing this to your attention?
Jill generally makes me aware of personnel changes in the chamber as like an FYI.
Even for someone who's not on your radar?
Yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
You said she didn't tell you that she was uncomfortable being around the governor. Is that right?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so you were just told that she was uncomfortable, period?
Yes, that she was uncomfortable in her job.
And that it had nothing to do with the governor?
Not that I recall.
So you, to your knowledge, the testimony is you had no idea one way or the other whether it had anything to do with the governor?
I didn't think about it. I should have.
Whether
I
you
should
should
have
have or
asked.
not, the question is simply, your testimony is that you had no idea one way or the other whether her being uncomfortable had anything to do with the governor.
Not that I recall.
That Ms. DeRosier didn't tell you that.
No, not that I recall.
Ms. DeRosa says that she did in fact tell you that Ms. Bennett had said she had an awkward encounter with the governor that made her uncomfortable. Was she telling the truth?
I don't think of Jill as a liar, but I don't remember that.
Do you have any reason to believe that she would be lying about that?
I don't, but that's something that I think I would have followed up on.
Okay. Well, what did you do after you had this conversation with Jill?
Nothing. She said she wanted to transfer her, and I said, okay.
You didn't speak to the governor?
No. Not that I recall.
Were you aware that Judy Mogul was involved at the time?
I came to know that. In real time, I don't remember if I knew.
So that conversation in mid-June, the only person you talked to is Jill DeRosa. You don't ask anybody else about what happened with Charlotte Bennett.
No.
You don't tell anybody else that Charlotte Bennett's transferring to the policy team.
I think I mentioned it to Stephanie.
Okay, and what'd you tell Stephanie?
FYI, Jill said that Charlotte's moving over to the health team because she was someone that Stephanie would sometimes pull in to do administrative work.
Did Mr. Rosier ask you to tell Miss Benton?
I don't think so.
Did you tell Miss Benton why Miss Bennett was transferring to the health policy team?
I don't think so.
Did she ask you?
No, I don't think so. But it wasn't uncommon for the briefers to, like, briefing was like a stepping stone to someplace else. Nobody stayed in those jobs forever.
How long did you understand it was going to be between the conversation you had with Mr. Rosier and when Miss Bennett was transferred?
I didn't.
Did Miss Benton ask you that?
I don't think so.
After that conversation with Miss Benton, did you have any other conversations about what you learned from Mr. Rosier about Charlotte Bennett wanting to transfer to the health policy team?
Not until weeks later that I recall.
To your understanding, between June 12th and June 29th of 2020, was the governor informed about Miss Bennett's transfer?
I believe he was, but I don't remember how.
And why do you believe that he was?
Because we were doing a party for the 111th briefing, and we were going through who was going to be included on the list, and he wanted to make sure that the kids were invited. And I think Stephanie said she's not, working on the floor anymore. And I said, but she was a big part of COVID. Include her, include.
When was this conversation?
Either the day of or the day before the last briefing. So call it June 18th, June 19th.
And so it's your impression that as of June 18th or June 19th, the governor was not aware that Ms. Bennett had left the briefing team?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that he was aware, but was saying, in any event, still make sure to include the people who worked hard on COVID.
And what is your understanding about how he became aware that Ms. Bennett had moved to the health policy team?
I don't remember. I don't know.
And you said, someone said, make sure the kids were invited. Who were the kids?
Like the junior staffers. So it wasn't just Charlotte. I think there were a handful of the briefers.
And to your knowledge, was Ms. Bennett invited to the party that celebrated the 111th briefing?
Yes.
Okay. You saw her there?
Yes.
Did you interact with her there?
Yes.
Tell us about that interaction.
After the governor and his daughter went into the main house, a bunch of senior staff left, and some people lingered, and I stayed back and sat at a table outside the pool house, and there were a handful of people, and she was there.
You sat at a table with her? Mm-hmm. Okay, and tell us about what you talked about.
We were joking around about the last briefing, what was in the shot. There was a bobblehead in the shot. Everyone was trying to figure out whose idea that was. It was like very light-hearted conversation.
Prior to that, that event, how many times did you actually spoken to Ms. Bennett?
A handful.
How long did your conversation with her that evening last?
It wasn't with her, it was with a group, and it was probably 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Where does sit in relation to your office?
Outside my office.
Is she one of your executive assistants?
Yes.
And when you say outside your office, how many feet are we talking?
30. There's a good distance between my desk to the door, and then more distance between the door to her.
Do you know if she can hear you on the phone?
I don't know. Sometimes I know they listen in.
And when do they listen in?
If they connect a call, sometimes they listen.
Do you know if they connected you to the call you had with Jill DeRosa in the middle of June about Charlotte Bennett?
I don't. I don't think she was sitting outside then, but she was probably sitting across the hall. For COVID, we had no one sitting in that pen.
So what's the next involvement you have with Charlotte Bennett after the party for the 111th briefing?
I got a phone call from Jill June 29th or 30th saying that a bunch of the junior staffers, the kids, had been out the night before. And Charlotte cried and said something about the governor being inappropriate with her. I don't remember if the words were that she thought he hit on her, but something to that extent.
And what else did Ms. DeRosa tell you?
That's all that I remember specifically.
And what did you say in that conversation?
Get Judy and figure out what's going on.
Did you ask her who else had been with the kids that night?
I don't remember if I did in that conversation, but I think I have a rough idea of who was there. I don't remember which conversation I gleaned that information.
Okay, who was there?
I think like some of the younger female briefers.
Who are the younger female briefers who you think were there?
I don't know their names, but one of them.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
Is it?
Yes.
How did you come to learn that and were with Miss Bennett that evening?
Told Jill.
And then Jill told you?
Yes.
So let's dial this back. So you have a conversation with Jill. She says that Charlotte had been with a group of people and said the governor had been inappropriate with her. And she may have said that the governor hit on her. You told her to get Judy and figure out what's going on. Anything else you remember about that conversation?
No.
After that conversation, what did you do next?
I don't remember if I spoke to Judy also. I may have called Judy. I think I called Judy.
And what did you tell Judy?
But I think that is privileged.
Were you asking Judy for legal advice?
Yes.
Who else did you call after that?
I don't think anyone else at that point. I don't think anyone else at that point.
What happens next?
Jill and Judy sat with, I don't know if it was on the phone or in person, but they spoke to Charlotte for a number of hours
How did you come to know that?
because they called me afterwards.
And in between them calling you to tell you that they had met with Charlotte Bennett for a number of hours, and your conversation with Judy Mogul that you've been directed not to convey the substance of, did you speak to anybody else about Charlotte Bennett?
I think Stephanie.
And what did you discuss with Ms. Benton?
I told her about the conversation.
And, all right, so now let's go back. So how did you learn about the conversation?
From Jill.
All right, and what did Jill tell you?
Exactly what I just told you. That Jill called her and said that they'd been out the night before, that Charlotte had started to cry and said something about being inappropriate, and maybe that, I can't remember if she's used the word hit on her, but that was how I heard it.
Did you take notes?
No.
And what did Ms. Benton say?
She was shocked.
And can you tell me what she said that made you understand that she was shocked?
What are you talking about? That's crazy.
Those were her words?
That was the sum and substance.
What was
I don't remember verbatim.
What was your reaction to being told that Charlotte Bennett
I
had-
was shocked.
Can I finish
Sorry.
the question?
Sorry.
What was your reaction to being told that Charlotte Bennett had said the governor had been inappropriate with her and conveyed in substance that the governor had hit on her?
I was shocked.
Did you express that shock to anyone?
To Jill, Judy, and Stephanie.
Okay. What did you say to Jill?
What's going on? I can't believe this.
What did you say to Stephanie?
Similar.
Did you tell either of them that it was ridiculous?
I don't think in that conversation.
Was there another conversation in which you described it as ridiculous?
I don't know if I used that word, but I had doubts.
Why don't we get to the point where you had doubts and you may have described it as ridiculous? So after anyone else, you spoke to Stephanie Benton, you spoke to Jill DeRosa, you spoke to Judy Mogul, you speak to anyone else between, let's call it mid-June and June 29th about Charlotte Bennett?
Linda.
And what did you discuss with Linda?
I don't remember where she fell in the timeline. I think I spoke to her after Judy and Jill had the first conversation. I think that's when we looped her in. The June 30th.
Okay. So let's come back to that in a second. Between the middle of June and the conversation that you became aware of that Jill and Judy had with Charlotte, did you speak to anybody else about Charlotte Bennett?
Not that I recall.
Did you speak to the governor?
Not that I recall.
Do you understand that anyone spoke to the governor between mid-June and June 29th about Charlotte Bennett?
Between mid-June and June 29th about Charlotte Bennett, that she had moved.
Other than that?
No, not that I recall.
Speak to Liz Smith,
No,
Jeff Pollack,
no,
Chris Cuomo,
no.
Alfonso David.
Alfonso was looped in after the Judy, Jill conversation with Charlotte.
Okay. So you get a report on the meeting between Charlotte Bennett and Judy and Jill? What's the report?
I don't think I'm allowed to talk about
I
that.
think if it's a discussion with counsel, then the chamber asserts a privilege.
So our understanding is that to the extent you're seeking legal advice, and legal advice was conveyed, that you will not disclose that, but to the extent that facts were conveyed that had been learned from Ms. Bennett, that those are not privileged.
So that's fine. So just stick to the facts part.
Okay.
Okay.
So what did you learn from Judy and Jill that Ms. Bennett had said happened between her and the governor?
It was a very long resuscitation, but essentially that she had told the governor that she was a victim of sexual assault, that after she told him that she was a victim of sexual assault, that they had a long conversation in which the governor disclosed that he had experience dealing with sexual assault in his own family. And she told him that I don't remember exactly the timeline, but this is what I walked away with. She told him that she had moved up for COVID, that she didn't see her parents, that Hamilton College rejected her claim around sexual assault, and that she was in Albany and she was by herself and like very isolated. And then it was like fast forward May, June, that they had 2 conversations that she felt uncomfortable with. One was when she was writing a speech to give at Hamilton College, and she told him about the speech, and then he said, I'm happy to look at it or read it or something. And I don't know if she showed him a printed copy or if she read it to him, but that he listened to it and that he felt that she wasn't owning her story in a way that she should be. And he said, like, you were raped, you were raped, you were raped. And that she felt like he wasn't saying it for her benefit, and that she was shaken by that. And that he said something to the effect of, like, I'll help you rewrite it. And that she didn't appreciate that. It felt like he was, like, mansplaining to her or, like, condescending. And then that they had another conversation where she talked about getting mail, incoming mail, and that she was sorting through his mail and that there were all these love letters, and that he had said to her, okay, good, you can be in charge of finding me a girlfriend. And she said, oh, what's the age range that you're comfortable with? And he was like, I don't know, anything over 22. And that he asked her about being lonely in COVID, and that she said that she was lonely, and he said that he was lonely. And I'm trying to think if I'm missing any salient points. In the course of that conversation, Judy said to me that that Charlotte said, the governor asked who I was sleeping with. And that Judy said, he asked you who you were sleeping with? And she said, well, no, he asked me who I was hanging out with, but I knew what he meant. And at that moment, a light went off in my brain. I have been sexually assaulted, and I understand how, when you've gone through that kind of traumatic experience, that you can perceive things through a certain lens.
I want you to put that aside and just convey to me what it is that Ms. Mogul and Ms. DeRosa told you Ms. Bennett said.
Those things. It was, I'm summarizing, it was a very long conversation.
Were they reading to you from notes?
I think Judy was.
Do you recall them telling you that Ms. Bennett had said that the governor had asked her about monogamy?
Yes.
And that asking her about monogamy occurred after the governor asked her who she was hanging out with?
I don't remember the order in which it was conveyed, but I do remember the monogamy comment.
Mm-hmm. And do you remember them telling you that the governor had referred to her as Daisy Duke?
I don't know if I remember them telling me that at the time, but I know that now.
What was your reaction to hearing this?
Shock.
And why?
Because it didn't sound to me like the person that I knew. I mean, pieces of it I could see happening, but the way that it was being conveyed was not consistent. I can see a conversation where she says, I checked the mail, you've got all these love letters from Cuomosexuals, and that he said, great, you sort the mail, you can find me the girlfriend. When she said that he said, who are you sleeping with? And this exchange, which was very, in my mind, these two were they were having different conversations. When she said who are you sleeping with? Who are you hanging out with? And I know that he will ask people, who are you going out with at night? What are you doing to keep yourself busy? Are you okay? Is everyone being inclusive? He would have those conversations. But then the monogamy piece. And I was just digesting everything.
Can I ask a question? Did they convey to you that Charlotte Bennett had said that the governor asked her whether she'd been with an older man?
I don't remember if in that conversation, but at some point I came to know that she had said that.
Is that something you had heard the governor ask people?
No.
Did they tell you that the governor had said he wanted to get on a motorcycle with a woman on the back and ride off into the mountains?
Yes.
Did he tell you that he had said that more than once?
I don't think they told me he said that more than once, but I remember that anecdote.
Did they tell you that Ms. Bennett said the governor said he wanted to be touched?
Yes.
And did they tell you that Ms. Bennett had said in response to that, well, you have your daughters, and that the governor said that's not what I mean?
I don't remember if it was in that conversation or a subsequent conversation.
How did you convey your shock on the call with Ms. Mogul and Ms. DeRosa?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I don't remember specifically. But it was very difficult for me to believe, and I was upset. I was upset.
You were upset, why?
Because it seemed crazy to me.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what seemed crazy about it.
The whole concept of this conversation seemed crazy.
Were you upset for Ms. Bennett?
I was upset about the entire situation. I didn't know what to think.
Were you upset for Ms. Bennett?
Of course, I was upset for her, but I also didn't know what to think.
On that conversation, did you, in essence, describe it as ridiculous?
I don't remember, but I certainly had a reaction that I thought the whole thing was crazy.
Crazy meaning
guess-
what, made up?
No, I don't know if I used the word ridiculous. I very easily could have used the word ridiculous, but in that sense of this is ridiculous. This is crazy. What are you saying to me? I don't understand. I couldn't wrap my head around it.
What else do you remember about
Sorry,
that?
can I ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You couldn't wrap your head around the possibility that the governor said these things?
I was trying to, what is the word when you're trying to square one thing with another thing? It's I was trying to understand how this conversation could have happened and make sense of it with the things that they were telling me in the context that I had.
The context you had, meaning your experience with the governor. Is that what you're saying?
No.
What context?
I'm saying the context I knew about. I'm saying the context, I'm saying the red flag to me, which was who are you hanging out with? He said who are you or sleeping with versus hanging out with. I was trying to understand in my reconcile, that was the word I was looking for. Reconcile in my head, what if this was real, not real, what was the explanation for it? It all just seemed crazy to me.
What do you mean, what was real and not real?
If somebody says to you, the governor asked me who I was sleeping with, and they said, he asked you who you were sleeping with? And she responds by saying, well, no, he asked who I was hanging out with, but I know what he meant. that is somebody having a different conversation. And I have experience with sexual assault survivors and the prism through which they see the world.
I see. So what you're saying is your understanding, sitting in that conversation, was that it was a red flag for her to clarify that the governor didn't say sleeping with, said hanging out with, but she understood what he was saying because you knew she was a sexual assault survivor.
When you have a perception of that, and it's so different from the reality, you have to wonder what else is getting lost in translation.
Why did you understand it was different from reality?
Because she said it was. She said, when pushed, no, he didn't ask who I was sleeping with, he asked who I was hanging out with. And if someone asked me who I was hanging out with, I would not assume that person was inquiring about my sex life.
And so you didn't understand that when she said, I knew what he was saying, it was because he had also said he wanted to be touched, that he had said he wanted to get on a motorcycle and go away. They'd asked about the age of her sex partners, and then he had asked her about whether she was monogamous. And that's the basis on which she said, I knew what he was saying to me.
No, because it was my understanding. I thought that that came earlier in the conversation.
I see. So because it came earlier, then you thought the hanging out with was separate from those comments.
I don't know.
Did they tell you that the governor talked to her about a tattoo she was considering getting?
I believe that was in Judy's notes.
Do you recall them telling you in the conversation about it?
I don't recall specifically, but she read the notes, so I'm sure that she did.
By the way, did Ms. Mogul tell you that she found Ms. Bennett to be credible?
I don't remember at what point, but she said it at some point.
Did you try to reconcile in your mind also the comment about whether she'd been with older men?
Yes and no.
Okay, how did you try to reconcile? And how did you not?
I could see a scenario where the governor was trying to play therapist, where he, in his own experience with a sexual assault victim, would probe and ask questions about whether or not they were engaged in healthy relationships.
That's how you tried to reconcile it?
That was how I was reconciling.
Is that what the exercise you were going through? Every comment that was being reported to you, you would try to reconcile?
No.
Is that the way?
No.
Okay. So then, in your mind, the governor, you didn't question that, you had no reason to question that he had said that.
No.
You were trying to
Well,
reconcile it
beyond,
in a way that is not inappropriate?
let me back up. Yes, I had reason to question it based on the sleeping with, hanging out with. So I didn't know how much was being relayed verbatim or how much was being relayed through somebody's personal lens. But it wasn't really my job to.
So let me unpack that. Based on the fact that she clarified what was said, you had a basis to question whether she was telling the truth. When she also said the governor asked her whether she had been with an older man.
I
Is that your
would,
testimony?
I would not call her a liar. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that sometimes people hear things a different way than they are said, and only people who know what is said are the people in the room. And
So how did you reconcile? Do you think, were you thinking that Ms. Bennett had heard something different when she reported that he asked whether she'd been with an older man?
I didn't know.
You thought he must be playing therapist? That
I
is
thought that
thought
was a
went through your
possibility.
mind. What else?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you think for a second that maybe he was making an advance?
It was very difficult for me to wrap my head around that.
Let me ask you that question again. Did you think for a second that maybe he was making
No.
an advance? Not for a second.
No,
Why not?
because it's not who I know.
It's not possible.
It's not who I know. And I mean, Charlotte was like a sweet kid. Like, no, I could not see him coming on to Charlotte.
So in your mind, it was impossible.
It didn't really matter what was in my mind.
I'm not asking you whether it mattered or not. In your mind, was it impossible that he had made an advance on it?
Yes.
And that's how you treated her allegations?
I didn't treat it anyway. I left it to counsel.
That's what you assumed, that it was impossible.
I couldn't wrap my head around it.
Why don't we take 2 minutes?
Can we just finish it, please?
What's that?
Could I actually run to the bathroom?
I want to just finish out the conversation with Judy and Jill, okay?
With Judy and Jill?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so is any of what you just discussed with me, Ms. Clark, and Mr. Kim, what you conveyed to Judy and Jill on the phone call with them?
I don't remember.
What did you convey to Judy and Jill?
We have to figure this out. This is crazy.
Did you convey to them that you couldn't see the governor making a sexual advance on Charlotte?
I think so.
What else did you convey to them?
I don't remember specifically.
You remember generally?
Exactly what I've already told you.
You
That I
had-
thought it was crazy and that we had to figure out how to deal with this.
Did you call it a red flag that she had clarified the question about sleeping with her versus hanging out with her?
I don't know if I used that term, but I think I did, yeah.
And what did you say about that?
That to me demonstrated that it's possible that not everything she heard is what he said, and that we needed to figure it out. And I asked Judy to consult with Alfonso and Linda and come back and tell me how she was going to handle it.
Did you, in words or in substance, to convey to Judy and Jill that the governor could have never done or said these things?
I don't remember, but I could have.
Did you ask any questions about what Charlotte had conveyed to Judy and Jill?
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember generally?
No.
Did you ask them what they were going to do?
I think I said we need to figure this out.
Right, but did they tell you what they were going to do?
I don't think they knew.
Were you crying during this conversation?
I don't think so.
Was Jill?
I don't think so.
Was Judy?
No.
Were you aware whether Miss Bennett was crying when she conveyed this information to Judy or Jill?
I don't remember.
Did they describe to you what her demeanor was when she told them about her conversations with the governor?
No, because I don't remember if it was on the phone or in person. I just know it was a very long conversation.
I mean, it was a long conversation between Judy, Jill, and Miss Bennett.
I think like 3 hours.
And you don't recall them telling you anything about her demeanor?
They may have, but I don't remember. That wasn't the thing in that conversation that I remember.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and go off the record?
Great.
Okay.
3:58 p.m. Cruise Media 7 off the record.
How long do you want?
Time now is 4:14 p.m. Cruise Media 8 on the record.
You had previously told us in a conversation you had with Jill DeRosa about Charlotte Bennett in mid-June, you don't remember her mentioning that she was uncomfortable with the governor, right?
Correct.
You have to
Sorry,
answer.
sorry.
That's okay. And then in June, you come to learn that what Miss Bennett was uncomfortable with related to the governor, right?
Yes.
In June, you came to understand that what Miss Bennett was uncomfortable with related to the governor.
Yes.
Did you raise to Ms. DeRosa why she hadn't told you earlier that Miss Bennett's concerns related to the governor?
I don't remember if I talked to her about that, but in my mind, I remember thinking it should have been a flag. The word uncomfortable should have been a flag. I should have done something.
Not just the word uncomfortable, but wouldn't it have been important for you to know that the concerns were about the governor in mid-June?
I don't think I had a conversation with Jill about it later. Except that in my mind, I was like, I should have done something about this earlier.
But you didn't speak to Jill about the fact that she had not told you the concerns were about the governor.
No.
And that didn't make you angry that she hadn't told you that it was about the governor?
No,
Wouldn't that be important information for you to know?
I wasn't focused on that at that point.
And just wanted to know, so did the governor ever speak to you about age differences in your relationship partners?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever ask you how old someone would be that you would date?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever ask you your thoughts on monogamy?
Not that I recall.
Did he ever tell you that he missed being touched?
No,
Did he ever compare you to Daisy Duke?
no,
Did he ever tell you he was lonely and wanted to get on a motorcycle and drive away?
no. Go ahead.
After you learned this, learned what Charlotte Bennett said, he had said, did you ask the governor whether he'd said any of these things?
There's a conversation between the governor, Judy Mokel, and I.
And you were certain privilege with them?
Yes.
Other than that conversation, have you discussed Charlotte Bennett's allegations with the governor at all?
The following day.
The following day, day after what?
The day after I learned of all of this, so July 1st.
So what did you talk to the governor about that?
I was really upset.
What did you say?
I think that he could see that I was upset, and he asked what was wrong, and I said, I'm really upset. And he said, why? And I said, some version of, I can't believe that this happened. I can't believe you put yourself in a situation where you would be having any version of this conversation.
And what did the governor say in response?
I looked at her.
Sorry, say it again.
I looked at her.
The governor told you he looked at Charlotte Bennett and
Yes.
he said,
Yes.
and so the explanation the governor gave you is he was treating Miss Bennett.
Yes.
Did he convey to you that he would speak to him about monogamy?
The conversation didn't go any further than that.
And you said, you told him you were upset. At this point, did you understand the governor was aware of what Miss Bennett had said?
There was one conversation with Judy and him.
But you can answer that question, yes or no. Whether you understood that he knew what Miss Bennett had alleged at that point.
Not all of it.
You knew that he was aware of some of what Miss Bennett had alleged.
From the conversation with Judy Mokel.
Okay. And the governor, you said you were upset. How did the governor know that you were upset? Were you physically upset?
I don't hide it well, yeah.
Okay, and describe that for us.
It was like a combination of anger and like frustration.
And what were you angry about?
That he would put himself in that situation.
And did you raise to him any concerns about what he had done to Charlotte Bennett?
Not beyond me saying, I can't believe how stupid, like I don't understand how this could happen.
Is that what you told him? I don't understand how this could happen?
Yes.
Okay. And did the governor acknowledge that the conversation had occurred?
That's when he said to me, I looked at her and
Did he dispute in that to you any of the things Miss Bennett had said he had told her?
it was a very curt conversation.
How long did it last?
30 seconds.
Where were you?
In the car.
Which car?
Driving from the office to the helipad.
Do you need a moment?
I'll be okay.
There's tissues there.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Do you need a minute? Okay. Is this the kind of reaction you had in front of the governor?
Yeah.
And you said you were frustrated. What were you frustrated about?
I understood, based on my conversation with him and Judy, what his side of it was. And it just, like, what were you thinking?
At any point, did you raise the governor, with the governor, what should be done for Ms. Bennett?
No.
I think you were just saying to me a moment ago, you were concerned about us. I think that's what you said. I can scroll back. What did you mean by us?
It was like, the administration, him, Charlotte, it was all of it. It was like this, it's like you did something that could jeopardize your career. It's this sexual assault victim feels like, you were saying these things to her. It was like, as I was learning about it from Judy the night before, it was like there was like a gong going off. Like it was like, like a dinging noise of like, what the hell is happening? Like none of this makes any sense. It didn't comport with the person that I knew.
And when you're in the car, how does the conversation with the governor end?
I got out of the car.
Did you ask to get out of the car? Like, did the car stop? You asked to pull over, or was
The car stopped and I got out.
okay? And was the car supposed to stop? Like you arrived
I
somewhere?
think we were like at a light.
You were at a traffic light. Okay. And you got out of the car.
Yeah.
And where did you go?
I went and met up with a girlfriend.
Okay. Did the governor try to reach you after you got out of the car?
Not immediately.
Okay. And which girlfriend did you meet up with?
My friend,
Okay. What's your last name? Who's
best friend from college.
okay? And how did you end up meeting up with?
We had been talking that the next time I was in the city, we could get together. I, because of COVID, really hadn't seen anyone.
Was it a prearranged meeting with her?
No.
Okay. So did you reach out to her and ask her to meet with you?
Yeah, I knew she was in Midtown.
Okay. Where did you meet?
At a restaurant.
And what did you say to?
Nothing about any of this.
Were you visibly upset?
No, I think I shook it off by the time I got there.
You said it, June.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up question on the conversation with Carl? So, you said, he said, and you said that you understood what he meant?
I understood from the conversation the night before with Judy, his version of the events.
How do you explain the question whether Charlotte had been with older men as
There were and that the questions the governor was posing were like out of concern, that
so you understood the governor when he was saying, have you been with older men, that he was expressing concern as if she was
like acting as someone who was a victim of sexual assault acting.
How did you understand his statement that I, the governor, am okay with, anyone over 22 to be explained by him seeing in Charlotte Bennett?
That wasn't the context which I understood that comment.
So that you didn't understand?
No, I'm saying that was a direct, I understood that to be a part of a conversation where Charlotte started the conversation by saying, I've been going through your mail, you're getting all these love letters, there are all these women that want to date you. And that he said, you can be in charge of finding me a girlfriend. And she said, what's the age range I should be looking at? And he said, anything over 22. I interpreted that to be like a jokey conversation.
So that was a joke in your mind?
Yeah, like
The
banter.
Did the governor say that was a joke?
I don't think I can talk
Sorry,
about this.
I just want to make sure there isn't some conflation of two different conversations. If you're asking about the conversation in the car, you should disclose everything you remember about the conversation in the car, and if there was this back and forth with the governor about individual statements, you should disclose it, and if not, then
No, I don't think
question.
that was the question. So the question was, you testified that you understood after the governor said. So I'm following up on that question, it's not any particular conversation. At that point, you know that one of the things the governor said was, I'm okay with anyone over 22. So the question was, how did you, or did you in your mind, reconcile that comment with his statement that I saw her? I think you were starting to answer by saying that you thought was a joking response to the letters.
Yes, like it was in a different context.
Okay, so my follow-up question was, so that comment, you sort of put it out to the side as that was a joke,
Yes.
correct?
Like banter.
Did you ever ask the governor about whether he in fact made that statement about him being okay with 22? And this is where you can, if you think it, other than in the context of discussions with counsel.
Right, outside the context of discussions with counsel, did you ask the governor about that particular statement?
No.
So, but in your mind, you separate that out as a joke, correct? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. The comment about have you been with an older man, that's concern.
Yes.
The comment, how do you reconcile how did you, if at all, reconcile the comment about how he wants to ride away with a woman on a motorcycle in the woods?
I didn't.
You did not. That,
He didn't confirm to me that he, sorry, I
The
didn't have a
question is-
conversation with him outside of council.
No, the question is, did you come to some reconciliation of how that made sense to you, that statement? That's either you did reconcile it or you didn't.
No, I didn't.
so when you said you understood where he was coming from, you understood, or you could try to understand bits and pieces.
Yes.
Did you ever understand the entire exchange as somehow to be explained as the governor thinking or treating her?
Parts of it, yes. The interaction about the speech, I could see him and having that conversation. I think I've seen them have a version of that conversation. Some of these other things, yes, some of these other things I still to this day don't know if they were actually said or not said.
And I asked this question earlier, but it didn't cross your mind that maybe he was making a sexual advance on her?
No.
And so that conversation lasted 30 seconds,
Yes.
and then you left the car?
Yes.
Have you spoken to the governor at all about Charlotte Bennett and her allegations since?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
In the context of press inquiries.
Outside the presence of counsel?
We always had lawyers on those calls.
Are you asserting privilege over those?
I don't even know which conversations we're talking about.
That was like, I don't think so, right? Because there were outside people on those calls.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll get to those conversations that occurred after December 2020. Let's just go back for a second. And you get out of the car. It sounds like you made the car stop, right?
We were stopped. I don't know if I made it stop or if it was at a red light, but we were stopped.
And you spontaneously got out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. Because you were upset. So that's what you said. Okay. And then you went and met with.
Yes.
And you said none of this came up with.
No.
Did you talk about quitting the executive chamber with?
No.
Or resigning?
No.
Did you talk about anything related to the executive chamber with?
Just COVID generally. The waitress recognized me from the briefings, wanted to take a selfie. She was like proud of me. It was, like we hadn't seen each other in months. It was just catching up with an old friend.
Okay. And I think you alluded to that at some point the governor reached out to you after you had gotten out of the car spontaneously. When did the governor reach out to you?
I don't know that he reached out to me or if I reached out to him, but I spoke to him later that day.
Okay. Spoke to him over the phone?
Yes.
And tell us about that conversation.
I don't remember it well. I think at that point, Judy and Jill had come back to me. I don't remember what order I spoke to people in.
Okay, so what do you remember about the conversation with the governor later in the day?
Really not much.
What do you remember about the conversation with the governor later in the day?
Nothing specific.
Anything general?
No.
You don't remember anything about the conversation with the governor?
No, I had been drinking.
How late at night was this?
Call it like 5 o'clock,
What time did you get out of the car?
hours earlier, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Was there any contact between you and any members of the executive chamber between 1 or 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock?
I definitely talked to Jill and Judy a handful of times. I don't remember specifically what times.
How much did you drink?
A couple glasses of wine, but I hadn't eaten.
Did you have any pins with the governor that evening?
I don't think so.
Did you tell anybody about the content of your conversation with the governor at 5 o'clock that evening?
I don't think so.
Did you tell your husband?
I don't think so. No, definitely not.
And you don't remember anything that was said?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember generally?
No, not in a way that I feel comfortable conveying.
What was the topic of the conversation?
I think I was probably still mad.
And what did he say to you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember even the form of what he said? Did he apologize to you?
I don't remember.
Did he say anything about Miss Bennett?
I don't think so.
Okay, you don't think that happened, but you don't remember anything else
I
about the
don't
conversation?
think I spoke to him again about Charlotte, like one-on-one.
In any of these conversations with the governor, did you ask him if there were other women to be concerned about?
No,
Why not?
I don't know, I didn't.
It didn't occur to you that from a sort of Secretary of Governor perspective that you should know whether there might be other accusers?
He seemed pretty shocked that Charlotte was accusing him. And he's been someone who's been in the public eye for 40 years, and everything has been written about him, and every rock has been flipped over, and there's never been allegations like this before.
And so that gave you comfort that there might not be other allegations out there.
It was not what I was focused on.
What were you focused on?
I was still upset about the Charlotte situation.
And the calls that happened between 1 and 2 that day and 5 when you spoke to the governor, again, conversation that you don't remember, what were the conversations with Jill and Judy about?
Charlotte had gone back to them.
And what did they tell you about what Charlotte said?
Is that privilege too? I think that's going to be privilege too if it's Judy.
Well, you can tell us what the facts are about what Charlotte said, because we actually have the notes of the conversation.
The notes were produced?
Yeah.
You mean the notes of the conversation between Judy and Charlotte?
Yeah.
That I get, but the
Right.
conversation.
So I asked her, what did she tell you Charlotte said?
Yeah, but I don't know that, I don't know whether, well, can you distinguish between facts communicated to you in that conversation and discussion about legal advice in terms of what to do? That's the question.
No.
Then I'm going to instruct her not to answer.
So you can't remember in any of those conversations with Jill or Judy any facts that were conveyed to you about what Ms. Bennett said on July 1st?
I don't know how to differentiate them from legal, because it was all in the context of how Judy was recommending going forward.
Right. I'm not asking what Judy said about going forward. I'm just asking, what did she tell you the words were that Charlotte Bennett said?
Wait, I'm an instructor, not to parse it that finely. I don't know whether you can get this from Judy, but I'm going to leave it to the chambers and their lawyers.
I'll ask this question instead. Do you actually remember those conversations?
I remember the conversation taking place. I don't remember the specifics of the conversation, but I spoke to Judy again the following day.
At any point in the conversations with Jill or Judy, did you tell them that you had been drinking?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell the governor that you had been drinking?
I don't remember.
Are there any other occasions in which you drank so much that you don't remember the conversations you had?
That mischaracterizes her testimony.
Are you telling me that you drank so much that that's why you don't remember the conversation you had with the governor that night?
I don't remember specifically, no.
Okay, but do you remember generally?
No,
Okay, so you remember neither specifically nor generally?
no.
Okay, and is the reason that you don't remember because you've been drinking? Is that what you're implying by telling me how much you drank?
I had a couple of drinks, yes, and I hadn't been eating.
What happens after the call with the governor?
Nothing. The next day, I talked to Judy again.
So at 5 o'clock, you just signed off work?
No. I went back up to Albany and I went to sleep.
Do you remember how you got back to Albany?
Yes, I was driven.
By PSU?
No,
By who?
a driver.
Okay. And did you do any work after 5 o'clock that night?
I don't think so, no.
Is that unusual?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the reason you weren't doing any work?
I had been drinking.
Did you send any emails?
I don't remember.
Did you send any pins?
I don't think so.
And then you wake up on July 2nd. What happens on July 2nd related to Charlotte Bennett?
I spoke to Judy again.
Without getting into the substance, what was the topic of the conversation with Judy Mogul on July 2nd?
A summary of the day prior.
Are you able to delineate in your mind in the conversation with Judy any facts that she conveyed to you about what Charlotte Bennett had said the prior day?
Look, I think that you're trying to parse this a little too finely. My understanding is that counsel for the chamber has designated those conversations as privileged. So I'm going to have her abide by that judgment.
All right, just for the record, I don't think we're the ones that are parsing this too finely. So you're going to stand on the privilege on the conversation with Judy Mogul. On July 2nd, who else did you speak to about Charlotte Bennett?
I may have spoken to Jill, I may have spoken to Linda, but I don't recall specifically.
Do you remember what you spoke to Jill about?
I'm sure it was about the conversation the day prior, but I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember generally?
A recap of the day prior.
Okay, and what was the recap you were given from Jill?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you remember it generally?
No, sorry.
What about Linda Lacewell? What was the subject matter of the conversation with her on July 2nd?
I don't even remember if I spoke to her on July 2nd. I'm saying it's very possible that I did because the three of us were talking a lot in that like compact period of time.
Who else in that compact period of time was involved in discussions about Charlotte Bennett?
Alfonso David.
Anyone else?
No,
Rich as a party?
no,
Peter Ajamian?
no.
Why didn't you involve the press team?
Because it wasn't a public relations matter. And it was none of their business. There was a potential complaint. There was potential, I didn't know how this was going to be handled legally. It was not something I would talk about with anyone.
Was there any concern expressed in any conversations you were part of that Charlotte Bennett might go to the press?
No,
That she would make a public disclosure?
no.
Why was Alfonso David involved?
Why was he involved? We routinely involved him in legal matters after he left as a matter of his transition.
And how long it had been before July of 2020 that he had left the chamber?
A year.
And his transition was still going on after a year.
Continue to rely on Alfonso now.
And what's his role now?
He is the executive director of the Human Rights Campaign.
So there's another job.
Yes.
He doesn't work for the state anymore, right?
No.
And yet you were seeking his legal counsel?
Yes.
Did the executive chamber pay for those services?
No.
Was there a contract for his services for legal advice?
No.
Did you ever raise any concerns about the fact that there wasn't a contract for his services?
No.
Did you ever raise any concerns about whether the fact that he was not being paid legal fees?
No.
Did anyone raise any of those concerns?
Not to me.
Okay. What was the topic of the conversations with Alfonso David?
I didn't speak to Alfonso directly. Judy did.
Were you briefed on those conversations?
Yes.
If I ask the substance, I'm guessing you're going to tell you at the direction of chamber you're invoking privilege.
Correct.
Okay. Why was Linda Lacewell involved?
Linda is always involved in legal matters that are sensitive to the chamber.
And why is that?
Out of habit.
She's the superintendent of DFS, is that right?
Yes, but she had just spent 4 months living in Albany, working on the second floor with us doing COVID. And even if she wasn't, I would probably say we should seek her advice.
And why is that?
Because I trust her. I think she has good judgment.
And what was the subject matter of the counsel that you sought from her?
I think I told Judy to consult with Linda.
Did you have any direct conversations with Ms. Lacewell?
Yes.
And what was the subject matter of those conversations?
She was
Don't tell me the
Yes.
substance, just tell
Subject
me the subject
matter.
matter.
Charlotte.
Okay. And if I ask you for the substance of those conversations, are you going to object on the grounds of privilege?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else during this time period that was being consulted about Charlotte Bennett?
No.
To your knowledge, was anyone from Goer consulted about Charlotte Bennett?
I don't know.
Have you ever asked that question of anyone?
I don't remember if at the time we talked about if she had spoken to Goer or if she had contemplated speaking to Goer.
Who's she?
Judy.
But it was your understanding from the handbook that we talked about earlier, you told me, that ultimately all allegations or concerns of potential sexual harassment needed to be raised to Goer. Is that right?
Well, you have to report them either to counsel's office, to your supervisor, and then I think based on that, you decide whether or not you go to Goer.
Okay, earlier you told me it wasn't decide whether to go to Goer, it was that all of them had to go to Goer. That's what you testified to earlier.
If there was a complaint.
Okay. And is it your view that there was not a complaint here?
I don't know how she can answer that without delving into the conversations that she had with counsel who gave her legal advice about that issue.
It wasn't my call.
Did you seek or receive legal advice on the question of whether Charlotte Bennett had made a complaint?
I referred the matter when it was relayed to me to Judy Mogul.
And are you saying you relied on Judy Mogul's legal advice as to whether Charlotte Bennett had raised a complaint?
Correct.
Other than the people that we just talked about during this June-July 2020 time period, did you speak to anybody else about Charlotte Bennett?
No one.
What's Steve calling?
No.
Do you know if others did?
I don't think so.
What about Chris Cuomo?
No.
Do you have any understanding of who the governor was speaking to at this time about Miss Bennett?
I assume no one.
How were Miss Bennett's concerns resolved?
If it requires you to make reference to a privileged conversation you had with Judy Mogul or another lawyer within Chambers, then I think that's a privileged conversation.
It's a privileged conversation.
After Miss Bennett's concerns were about her interactions with the governor were raised, were there any changes in the policies of the executive chamber?
Judy instituted a change
Go ahead.
where briefers, instead of going into the house, left the book with the gate, with the trooper at the gate. And then one of the people from the house would come pick it up and deliver it to the governor. Or a trooper would bring it into the house and leave it in the bin.
Were there any other changes made to the executive chamber policies after Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
Judy didn't think, she thought that it was important that there were always two people together if it was a junior staff person, so that there couldn't be any misperceptions or any conversations that could happen.
Sorry, Judy thought that there should be two people at all times where?
Like staffing the governor, if you're going to have a junior staff person, so that you would eliminate the possibility that there could ever be a potential misperception.
So the new policy was that the governor would always be staffed by two people.
That was what Judy had recommended. I don't know if it was really institutionalized.
And your understanding the basis for that recommendation was to avoid a misperception.
Yes.
Is that your position, that Ms. Bennett misperceived her conversation with the governor?
I don't, my opinion on this is irrelevant.
I think you should answer the question. Was your opinion that Ms. Bennett had misperceived the conversation with the governor?
Parts of it, yes.
And the parts of it are the parts that you described to Mr. Kim earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
The parts where he was trying to play therapist with her because he viewed her as...
Yes.
Okay. But the other parts she didn't misperceive.
I didn't know.
And this policy about staffing the governor always with two people, did that just apply when there was a woman junior staffer?
I'm not sure.
And who else was involved in coming up with this policy, this new policy?
I think it was Judy's recommendation, and I think she talked to Jill about it.
Did you talk to Jill about it?
I don't remember if Jill was in the conversation I had with Judy or if it was separate. But Jill handled a lot of the staffing, so,
Did you talk to the governor about it?
no.
Why not?
I don't know.
And you said, you intimated that it never really was instituted. Did I understand that right?
I said I don't know.
You don't know if it was instituted or not. Who would know that?
Jill, Stephanie.
Did it matter to you if this was instituted?
I don't know what that means.
So council made a recommendation that a staffing protocol for the governor be changed. Did you ensure that that recommendation was followed?
There was one instance when I was aware that it wasn't being followed, and I took action on it.
Okay, and what was the instance when you became aware that it wasn't being followed?
There was a time when, and we're back meeting with the governor, and I called and asked what was happening in the office, and she said that had been back there and then had left and was back there.
Sorry, I missed who you called. You called,
Yes.
okay, and then what happened after that?
I called the governor and said that I didn't think that she should be back there alone, that if she wasn't there anymore, that you should continue the conversation with her later.
Did you tell him why?
No.
And what did he say?
Okay.
And then what happened?
I believe she left the office.
The governor must have told her to leave?
I think he wrapped up the meeting. I wasn't there in person.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the Graham-Pence rule?
Yes.
What is the Graham-Pence rule?
That the vice president, former vice president, would never be left alone with a woman.
It is what Judy was recommending, essentially the Graham-Pence rule for the governor.
Sounds similar, yes.
Did you have any concerns about Judy recommending what is essentially the Graham-Pence rule for the governor?
She was doing it out of his protection and previously, I know that when he was at HUD, he had a very similar policy. We also don't close the door to the conference room. We don't close the door to his inner office. So that, I mean, it's as much for his protection as it is anybody else's, so that there's always a witness to things.
Do you have any concerns that the Graham Pence rule is gender discriminatory?
No,
Why not?
because, I mean, if it applies only to women, sure, but
And was it being applied in this to the governor only for women?
I don't remember if it was specifically to men and to women. But I think it was just if there's going to be a staffer, there should be two.
Right, but you just told me that in essence what was happening is the Graham Pence rule for Governor Cuomo, right?
Well, as you were describing it, I mean,
What do you understand?
can I take a break, please?
Yeah, of course. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we can go off the record. Prior to December of 2020, are there any conversations you had about Charlotte Bennett that we haven't discussed yet?
No. Not that I recall. But once the matter was sort of closed, it wasn't discussed again.
So in between, so this is July of 2020 and December of 2020, did you have any conversations about the fact that Charlotte Bennett was leaving the health policy team?
I think Judy and Jill, one or the other, maybe both, let me know that she was leaving.
And do you remember what Jill told you about that, about Charlotte leaving?
I think that she wanted to pursue graduate school.
Did Jill or you discuss offering her a different position within the government?
I don't recall, maybe, but I don't remember.
Do you recall discussing with Jill trying to keep her on the payroll until she began graduate school?
I don't remember.
Anything else you remember about the conversation with Mr. Rosier?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Rosier telling you that Charlotte had an...
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
That she was, and that she needed a, and that I think someone had told her that they couldn't have it, and then Jill intervened to make sure that she could have it if that's what she needed.
Okay. And what did Jill tell you about why Miss Bennett needed?
That she was
She told you it was because...
specifically.
Okay. And when did that conversation occur?
I don't remember. September, October.
Was it in the time frame when you were speaking to Jill about Miss Bennett leaving the executive chamber?
Yes.
Okay. How many conversations with Jill did you have about Miss Bennett leaving the executive chamber?
Not many. 1, 2.
Were there any conversations with Ms. DeRosa about whether Miss Bennett might disclose her allegations against the governor if she left the executive chamber?
No.
Your conversation with Ms. Mogul, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
Topic's fine.
I think that Charlotte was leaving.
And as to the substance, is the executive chamber directing you not to answer those questions on the ground of privilege?
Same ruling they've given us on this topic of discussions with Ms. Mogul, yes.
I enjoy that now they have rulings. Okay.
Position.
So other than the...
As you know, counsel, it's not our privilege to make judgments
I
about.
understand. I apologize for the joke. Other than the conversation about Ms. Bennett leaving the chamber, did you have any conversations with anyone between July of 2020 and December of 2020 about Ms. Bennett?
Not that I recall.
Did you tell the governor Ms. Bennett was leaving?
I don't think so.
Did anyone tell the governor Ms. Bennett was leaving?
I don't know.
You said there were a number of, you described them as kids that had been involved in the original conversation with Ms. Bennett at a party. where she described having an inappropriate interaction with the governor
I don't think it was a party. I think that they went to a bar.
at a bar.
Yeah.
Did anyone circle back with any of those individuals to understand what Ms. Bennett had said?
I don't know. If anyone would have, it would have been Judy, but I don't know.
Did you ever direct anyone to do that?
No.
Are you aware of anyone else other than Ms. Bennett and the governor and who was spoken to about Ms. Bennett's experience with the governor from a factual perspective? Do you know what I mean when I say that?
I'm not sure if Judy spoke to additional people while she was gathering information. If it would have been anyone, it would have been her.
I'm going to move off of Charlotte Bennett now, unless Ms. Clark or Mr. Kim have any additional questions about Ms. Bennett. Okay. Earlier, you mentioned someone named, did I get that right? What was her position in the executive chamber?
She was I don't remember her specific title, but like a deputy comms director, deputy press secretary.
How did she come to be employed in the executive chamber?
Rich Bamberger recommended her.
How did he know her?
I think she worked for Kivett for a period.
Did the governor meet her before she came to work in the executive chamber?
Yes.
And how did he meet her?
I think Rich brought her up for State of the State to like shadow him, I think.
And the governor met her on that occasion?
Yes.
When was that?
January
Of 2021?
2020.
2020. And whose idea was it to bring into the executive chamber staff?
I think that Rich recommended it to the governor directly.
And how did you become aware of that?
Because Danny Lever then told me that she was trying to talk to her about coming over for a job.
And Danny Lever is the one who told you that Rich Bamberger had recommended her to the governor?
I don't remember who told me that piece. It wasn't like it wasn't like a big exciting piece of news. It's not something I remember specifically.
But you have some recollection that somebody told you it was Rich Bamberger who
Yes.
recommended her?
Yes.
Okay. And the governor had met her on just that one occasion or on more than one occasion?
I don't know if he brought her up a second time, but I know for sure that one time.
Had there been any concerns raised after January 2020 about interactions with the governor?
The one I told you about.
Anything other than that?
Not about his interactions with her.
About something else?
No, I think that Danny had a difficult time trying to figure out the best role for her in the press office.
Did that relate to the governor at all?
No, I think that she genuinely couldn't figure out how to best utilize her.
Had the governor raised any concerns about how was being utilized?
I think that he thought that she was talented based on a couple of meetings that she was in. She was assertive, she spoke up, she was creative, and that he wanted to make sure that they were using her.
How did you come to that understanding that that was the governor's view?
The governor oftentimes thinks that we hire people and that they aren't managed well. And I remember there was a conversation where he was asking Danny, what do you have her doing? Do you have her working on substance? Is she engaged? Don't just hire people and leave them in a desert.
Any other concerns that were raised about his role in the executive chamber?
That's what I remember.
Any concerns raised about her interactions with the governor by her or anyone else?
No, and when she left the chamber, that was another, Judy, after Charlotte, changed the policy so that anyone who was leaving, there would be an exit interview where they would be asked express questions about their interactions with the governor, their treatment in the chamber, so that we could get real-time feedback, and if there were any issues, try to address them as they were coming up. And I know that she did an exit interview with, or Julia Kupiak, or some combination of that. An exit interview was conducted with.
And what do you know about the substance of exit interview?
That she was perfectly happy, that she enjoyed the time in the chamber. She didn't want to be in Albany. She didn't like working, 18-hour days. She wanted more of a work-life balance, but that she was grateful to have been part of the team and supported everybody.
In instituting this exit interview protocol, were any HR professionals consulted?
I don't know how Judy came up with it.
To your knowledge, was any research done about the value or significance of exit interviews?
I don't know.
Do you know if any research was done about whether employees leaving are truthful in exit interviews?
I don't know.
Did you or anyone in the executive chamber consider doing post-exit interviews, meaning interview somebody a period of time after they had left the executive chamber?
No.
You said that sometimes the governor gets involved in determining whether someone is being best utilized. I apologize if I'm not getting your words exactly right. Were there any other occasions in which, to your knowledge, the governor raised an issue about how someone was being utilized?
Yes.
Who?
It happens all the time. I'm trying to think of something specific. I'm sorry. I can't think of anything specific, but it's not an uncommon refrain for him.
Do you know someone by the name of Caitlin?
Yes.
Who's Caitlin?
Caitlin is somebody who worked in the chamber for a short time a couple years ago,
And what year was that?
2017.
Okay. And what was her role?
She was hired to be Stephanie's assistant in New York City.
Did you have a role in her hiring?
No.
Do you know how she came to the attention of the executive chamber?
Yes.
How did you come to your understanding of how she came to the attention of the executive chamber?
Just left, and so there was an opening for that position, and the governor was at an event that hosted, and he met her at that event and was like singing her praises, that she was this rising star, go-getter, really talented. And the governor, we had that position open, and so then afterwards he spoke to Jill and Annabelle about seeing if she was interested in doing that job.
Sorry, I think the question I actually asked was, how did you come to that understanding?
I was at the event.
Okay. So you saw the governor interact with.
I don't remember if I saw him interact with her specifically, but I know the next day he asked Jill and Annabelle to follow up on the conversation.
Right. When you were at the event, did you see the governor interact with?
Yes.
Did you hear his conversation with about?
No.
So how did you come to understand that Mr. Governor Cuomo had a conversation about?
Because the next day when they were talking about bringing her in to see if she would be interested in filling that position, he said she's great. She worked for check with who was assistant at the time, or chief of staff, excuse me, at the time.
At that time, when you were having the conversation with the governor, did he know what her name was?
I don't remember.
Do you know anything about how folks found her to contact her?
I think, no, the answer is no.
Okay. And other than being in that meeting with the governor, and I think you said Miss Walsh and Miss Benton, is that right?
No, I think it was Jill and
Sorry,
Annabelle.
Jill and Miss Walsh. Did you have any other knowledge about how it came to be employed in the executive chamber?
No, I think it was just that simple.
Were any concerns raised by the governor when he was in the executive chamber about whether she was being best utilized?
He wanted to make sure that she wasn't set up for failure, that she was being given projects, that Stephanie was engaging her, that she was being properly managed
When did Governor Cuomo raise those concerns?
at various points at the beginning.
You mean at the beginning of her employment?
Yes, excuse me.
In those conversations, did the governor ever tell you had expressed concerns about how she was being utilized?
Not that I recall.
In those conversations, did the governor ever tell you had expressed concerns about how she was being treated by other members of the senior staff?
No, but he wanted to make sure that she felt included.
Did he express to you that she had said she did not feel included?
I don't think so, but I know that he was always very much like, everyone should go out together, everyone should be friends, everyone should socialize together. You need to make sure you're inclusive.
Was he saying those things because that didn't happen?
I think that he is always a little bit like a camp counselor in that way. He's always very worried, making sure that everyone feels good and comfortable and like they're socializing all together and that everyone is like very much a group outside of the office.
Ms. DeRosa, I just want to be clear. I don't want you to mind read for the governor. I just wanted you to tell me what he said, right?
He said what I said.
Okay.
Make sure you're including Caitlin. Don't put her on an island and set her up to fail.
And what did you do to ensure that she was not put on an island and set up to fail?
I didn't do anything. She didn't report to me.
Who did she report to?
Stephanie, and secondarily to that, Jill and Annabelle.
Did you ever hear anything after those conversations with Governor Cuomo about whether she was being successful in her position?
She was not.
And tell us about that.
She would forget things, big and small. She, it appeared, would get stressed out under pressure and couldn't put phone calls through and would drop phone calls. She wouldn't necessarily make herself available. Like, we're very, last minute. Everyone needs to come to the office or, working long hours. And I know that there were some issues with that with Annabelle. And I know that when they hired her, she had wanted a higher salary because she said that if she was taking this job that she couldn't do waitressing on the weekends or get like a second job. So if she was going to not have time for a second job, that she needed to make sure that she had a salary that was commensurate with what would have otherwise been full-time employment plus part-time employment. But then I know that Annabelle and I think Stephanie were frustrated that she then wasn't actually available oftentimes to work some of those hours.
And did she in fact get that salary?
Yes.
What was her salary?
I don't remember.
And the description that you're giving me about how she was not being successful in her role in the chamber, are those issues that you were aware about in real time
Yes.
before December 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And what about including her? What do you know about whether is being included?
She had her own separate group of friends.
Was she invited to social events with the senior staff?
If we were all downstairs and she walked in, we would say sit down, but no, she was junior staff and she socialized with other junior staff.
So when the governor told you to make sure she was included, what did you understand that to mean?
I don't think I even spent 2 minutes processing it.
Did you ever see him interact with the governor?
Yes.
Describe those interactions.
I always remember thinking that he was really making an effort with her to succeed. He would put her in the room with all of us during event prep meetings. He would engage with her in the room with other people to make sure that she felt like she was a part of the discussion.
Did he have a nickname for her?
Yes.
What was that?
Sponge.
Who came up with that nickname?
I think he did.
Did you use that nickname for her?
Everybody did.
Did anyone ask how she felt about being called Sponge?
I didn't.
To your knowledge, did anyone ask her how she felt about being
I don't
called
know.
Sponge? You just gotta
Sorry,
wait.
sorry.
It's okay. We're doing better now. Did you ever see the senior staff yell at her?
I don't know about yell at her. I certainly was frustrated with her on a couple of occasions, but it's how I characterized it before. I can be like very stern and animated, but I don't generally raise my voice all that much.
Can you give me an example of how you interacted with her to express your frustration?
She had the responsibility for making sure the governor had the book every day, which was
The briefing
the
book?
briefing book. It was one of her responsibilities, which entailed going around the office and making sure that everyone who had a role in the briefing book had completed that task. So certain people had to review the remarks, certain people had to review the substance, certain people had to review the, talking points, whatever it was for the book. And it just constantly, like there was a goal when she was hired to change that process and make sure that he got it in a more timely manner. And it constantly didn't happen.
Right, so tell me about your conversation with her where you said you expressed frustration.
I don't remember specifically, but I know that there were times when I said, you're not doing the job that you're supposed to be doing, and it's important that he get this book at this time. And if someone isn't getting you something and you need to tell me so that I go make them get it to you, like that conversation needs to be had. It can't happen after the fact because the task isn't accomplished. It needs to happen on the front end.
Okay. Can you recall any occasions in which you observed anyone in the senior staff yelling at her? I know you're saying you didn't.
Well, I mean, I was definitely stern with her. No, not specifically or generally, no.
See anyone berate her,
No,
belittle her?
no.
Would you put calling her sponge in the category of belittling her?
I didn't think so at the time, but now I can see why someone may feel that way.
Any occasions in which you saw anyone treat her in a way you thought was not respectful?
No,
Treat her in a way you thought was inappropriate?
no,
See her cry?
no.
I'm going to switch to someone else unless you guys have questions about. Okay. How did come to be employed in the executive chamber?
She was a recommendation of a lobbyist, but I can't remember which one.
And what role was
I
she?
think maybe, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. It was one of the lobbyists recommended her.
Just for the court part, it's coming up Roberta Kaplan. It's definitely not Roberta Kaplan,
I was going to say, did I miss something?
for the record. And what was she hired to do?
Be an executive assistant.
To who?
To the governor.
That was the role she was first hired into.
I believe so.
She wasn't hired to be your executive assistant?
I don't think so, but we share.
You share all the governor's executive assistants.
Not Stephanie, obviously.
So who else do you share?
Whoever's sitting in the pen outside of my office, which changes. And then in New York City, I have my own executive assistant, and then he has Stephanie and the person that sits outside of Stephanie's office.
So in Albany, whoever sits at the pen are both your executive assistants and his executive assistants?
Yes.
What did you do to make sure that the people who sat in the pen understood that?
I don't remember.
Do you recall ever speaking to me about the fact that she was hired to be your assistant?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what happened on her first day in the office?
No,
Did she travel with the governor?
I don't remember.
Earlier, we talked about someone named Brittany Camiso. You know Miss Camiso?
Yes.
What do you know about how she got hired into the executive chamber?
I've heard differing versions. I don't know firsthand.
Okay, what do you know secondhand?
I think that she had a friend from high school who was an assistant in counsel's office, and that she had a job working for Albany County, but and it was like not a sustainable situation for her. And so her friend recommended her to come in as an executive assistant.
Okay, who'd you hear that from?
Rich has a party
When did you hear that from Mr. Azzopardi?
in the last several months.
Since February?
Yes.
Did you ever observe the governor interacting with Ms. Camiso?
Yes.
How would you describe their interactions?
Friendly, respectful.
You ever observe any interactions that you thought were not respectful?
No.
How tall is Ms. Camiso?
Maybe a little bit shorter than me. So 5'6".
How tall is the governor?
Well, his driver's license says 5'11", but I think he believes it's 6'1".
Duly noted. Do you ever hear the governor make comments about Ms. Camiso's height?
No.
You ever see the governor measure his height against Ms. Camiso's?
Not that I recall.
We're going to talk more about Ms. Camiso later when we get to December of 2020. But before then, did you know Anna Liss when she worked in the executive chamber?
No.
Do you know Alyssa McGrath?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Ms. McGrath come to be employed in the executive chamber?
I have no idea.
And what's her role in the executive chamber?
She's an executive assistant.
To whom?
She's rotated, but for a time she sat outside in the pen.
And what time period did she sit in the pen?
I think in the fall of 2020.
Have you ever observed her interacting with the governor?
Sure.
Okay, and tell us about those interactions.
Same. Friendly, respectful.
Have you ever seen her have an interaction with the governor that you did not think was respectful,
No.
that you thought was not friendly?
No.
Would you describe the governor's interactions with Charlotte Bennett that we discussed earlier, that you learned about in June of 2020 as respectful?
I really can't. I can't.
Well, you can comment on whether Ms. Camiso and Ms. McGrath have had respectful interactions with the governor, but you can't comment on whether
I
you
never-
characterized
you-
those interactions with Ms. Bennett as respectful or not.
You've asked her, I can't count the number of questions about her views about the conversation with Ms. Bennett, and now you're just coming back to them and asking for new adjectives. Why don't you move on to something
I'm actually
else?
using her own adjectives, and I'd ask you not to interrupt and not to instruct the witness on the record. That's not why you're here.
I'm
Can
not
you answer
instructing the witness
question?
at all.
Can you answer the question?
I've already talked about my views on those conversations, and I never saw the governor have the conversations that Charlotte Bennett reported to Judy Mogul, and I never saw the governor have any conversations like that with anyone,
With anyone
including Brittany or Alyssa.
All right, why don't we talk about the governor's conversations with other people? Have you ever heard the governor make a joke that had sexual content?
I'm sure at some point in the last 8 years, but nothing specific comes to mind.
Why are you sure?
I guess that's not, I shouldn't have said that. I don't know. Nothing specific comes to mind.
Anything general come to mind?
No.
Is it the reason that you said that you're sure it happened is because the governor has made jokes with sexual content?
Not sexual content.
Okay, so tell me about the jokes you have in mind.
I don't have any jokes in mind.
Okay. Have you ever, were you there when the governor received his Emmy statue?
Yes.
What did he say?
What do you mean?
The governor has an Emmy, right?
Yes.
And he got awarded that Emmy in 2020, right?
Yes.
Has the governor talked to you about that Emmy statue?
Sure, I'm the one that told him he was being awarded it.
That's great. And has the governor ever commented on the actual physicality of the Emmy statue in your presence?
Not that I recall.
Have you ever heard about him commenting about the physicality of the Emmy statue?
No.
Were you there when the Emmy actually arrived?
I don't think I was in the room, no.
Have you ever heard the governor tell a like an anecdote about an old bull and a young bull?
I can tell you're going someplace specific with this, but I can't, no.
Just answer
No.
whether you've heard.
I don't
him-
recall.
Have you ever heard the governor comment on people's appearance?
Yes.
And tell us about those comments.
Nice tie, Jim. Melissa, did you get a new haircut? You know, new shoes, just, comments like that.
Comments about people's clothing.
Yeah.
Other than comments on people's clothing, have you heard the governor comment about people's appearance?
Sure.
And what kinds of comments?
You look tired. You look nice today, like things like that.
Ever observed the governor asking someone wearing a dress to spin around?
No.
Would that shock you that that happened?
I've never seen it.
Do you think if that happened, it would be inappropriate for the workplace?
I don't know. No. Yes, I don't know. Would it be inappropriate for the workplace? I guess like everything in life, there's context, but I don't remember anything.
Ever hear the governor comment on somebody having nice legs?
No, but no.
No, but what?
Wait.
Let her finish. She was
Yeah,
going to say something.
she said no but, and then you said no but what. If you have more to add, you should add it, and if not, the question is whether you have ever heard anyone comment on someone having nice legs.
No.
But what? What were you about to say?
There was reporting on it.
Did you look into that after the reporting?
No.
Did you talk to the governor about it after the reporting?
No.
Have you ever heard the governor make comments about somebody's weight?
Sure.
What comments?
Like lost a lot of weight at one point. He's commented on my weight.
Do you ever comment on weight
Not to me.
to other people?
I don't know.
Have you heard about the governor commenting about weight?
Yes, through reporting.
Did you ever ask the governor if it was true?
No.
Did you ever ask anybody else if it was true?
No.
You ever heard the governor yell at someone
Sure.
on the staff?
Sure.
How often?
Not often.
Weekly?
No.
Monthly?
No.
Has he yelled at you?
Sure.
What about?
I don't remember a specific, but I'm sure it's happened.
Anybody else you can remember him yelling at?
Not off the top of my head.
Did you ever yell at Caitlin?
I think we already went over that.
I don't remember. Can you just remind me? Did you yell at Caitlin?
It's like this is long enough. I had stern conversations with Caitlin when she didn't do her job.
Okay, let's look at tab 2. Let's mark this as the next exhibit. This is a text message chain from you, Jill DeRosa, Annabelle Walsh. I'm not missing anybody else, from February 23rd, 2017. And then you text, I just yelled at this after yelling at Sponge this morning. You see that?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection if you've ever yelled at Caitlin?
No, but I use the word yell interchangeably with like being stern with someone.
Those are the same thing in your mind?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the governor kiss people?
Yeah,
Okay. At events?
absolutely.
What about kissing members of the executive chamber?
Yes.
On the cheek?
Yes.
On the mouth?
No.
Has the governor ever kissed you on the mouth?
No.
Has anyone ever told you that the governor kissed them on the mouth?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that the governor frequently kissed Annabelle Walsh on the mouth?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that?
No. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired.
You want to take a break?
You want to take a break?
Yeah, like 5 minutes?
If you want to stop for tonight, when do we go off the record before we have this conversation?
Yeah, you want to go through it?
Let's go through.
Time is 5:41 PM. This concludes meeting tonight on the record.
Do you guys want
Melissa.
to take a break?
Time is 5:48 PM. This meeting is meeting attended on the record.
She's been struck.
And we'll close out the record for the day. Thank you.
Time is 5:48 PM. This meeting attended.
She doesn't want to go on.
Investigation. Hold the record.